Ronan performed the simplest sword draw, yet it left the professors on the scene in shock, as this was a level of skill no student should possess. It appeared as though Ronan had only swung his sword once, but in reality it was 3 strikes, with the final one deliberately slowed down to ensure the professors could see it clearly. This very act infuriated Nibiru's. While Ronan remained expressionless. Teacher, are you trying to scare me? Nibiru's ignored him. Who taught you that sword technique? Ronan, puzzled, replied, what are you talking about? No one taught me. So Nibiru's rephrased his question, did you see the movements of my sword just now? I saw it, your impressive drawing and striking 3 times in a matter of seconds. Hearing this, Nibiru's temper softened slightly. Yes, just like what you demonstrated. Then the tone shifted abruptly. But you arrogant brat, with your foolish swordplay, deliberately slowed down that final strike to make sure we could see it, didn't you? What do you think this place is? Ronan was dumbfounded by the accusation. He had slowed his 3rd strike to minimize its force and avoid injuring himself. It wasn't about disrespecting the professors, but looking at the furious Nibiru's before him. This explanation felt utterly feeble. The headmaster, speechless, could only awkwardly avert his gaze. Ugh, this kid's done for. As professors, shouldn't we notice something here? Moments later, Nibiru's sheathed his sword and slowly returned to his seat. I'll personally train you from now on. Back at his seat, Nibiru's emotions lingered, unable to settle. The headmaster, observing the still fuming Nibiru's, quietly recalled his words about personally training Ronan. Did the headmaster understand? Nibiru's had already taken this boy as his disciple. Turning to Ronan, he said, Kid, you passed, but we still have one question for you. Why did you come to Philion Royal Academy? Ronan lowered his head upon hearing this, as memories of the past began to flood his mind. The boy had fought with all his might, slaying the most powerful 4 billion giant he had ever known. He thought it was all over, but to his shock, an even stronger 8 billion giant appeared in the sky. So, 4 billion wasn't the giant's limit, 8 billion was. At that moment, the boy was ready to fight to the death, but the other surviving woman didn't agree with his resolve. Instead, she strangely embraced him. 2.5 years earlier, 3 giants had suddenly invaded the empire, destroying over half its territory in a short time. It wasn't until Ronan's army joined the battle that they barely held the giants back, but at a heavy cost. The entire army was nearly wiped out, leaving only a gravely wounded Ronan. He glanced at the battlefield with sorrow. Is everyone dead? But at that moment, a voice rang out, it's been a while since I've seen such a powerful human. Turning his head, Ronan realized the voice came from a supposedly dead giant. Enraged, he stomped on its face. Half the empire turned into a graveyard because of you? Why aren't you dead? Want to know how you're? One was roasted to a crisp by a red dragon, and the other was permanently sealed by a mage. Got it? You damned bastards. He thought those words would enrage the giant, but it remained unfazed. The children of the stars share senses. I know how they died, but we'll be back soon. And there are no humans as strong as you left on this earth, so the world you protect will eventually be devoured by starlight. Before the giant could finish, Ronan sliced off its head with one swing. Die already and stop talking nonsense. After finishing this, Ronan walked across the battlefield, stopping only when he saw the body of an old friend. Kneeling before it, he muttered, why didn't you run? Why be so foolish? For the sake of so-called discipline, you threw away your life. As Ronan sank into grief, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Dragging his wounded body, he followed the sound. It was the Grand Commander Adeshan. She was still alive. Ronan felt a flicker of relief, but upon closer inspection, her condition was dire. She had lost an arm, yet she seemed unbothered by it. Instead, she asked if the giant was dead. Dead, I killed it myself. Hearing this, she let out a sigh of relief, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, Ronan. Seizing the moment, Ronan made a request. Since you're so grateful, can you ensure these soldiers are properly buried? In the past, their bodies were simply discarded. Now that it's all over, it's time to handle these matters properly. As Ronan spoke, he coughed violently. The blood on his hands told Adeshan he could die at any moment. Unsurprised, she asked, if you could live, what would you want to do? At this, A spark of light returned to Ronan's eyes. I'd probably go to the academy to study, that was my late sister's wish. But there's no hope for that now. Adeshan snapped at him angrily. Don't say such discouraging things, the rescue team is almost here. But at that moment, the sky cleared, and a ray of dawn broke through. Both of them froze in fear, their eyes wide. As a winged giant and countless minions appeared in the sky, Adeshan sank into deep despair. I've saved this world 3 times this time. There's truly no way. Yet Ronan drew his sword, shouting firmly at her, "My great commander, what are you doing? Hurry, use your telekinesis to throw me up there. My sword can't reach them, I need to teach those bastards a lesson." Adeshan was stunned. Fight? Even in this situation? What a resolute guy. With that, she kissed him, slipping a bead into his mouth. This bead can rewind time 4 times. I've used it 3 times. It's how I rose from a seamstress to Grand Commander. The last use is yours. And when you see me, please tell me not to be a seamstress. With a flash of light, Ronan opened his eyes to find himself back in his village, 10 years in the past. Staring at the familiar scene, he froze. Am I dreaming? He then slammed his head into a nearby tree, hoping to wake up. Soon after, Ronan accepted reality. The commander's ambitions are truly grand. Asking me to face the giants alone. What can I do? After a moment's thought, Ronan had an idea. He picked up a branch and ran toward the village entrance. But on the way, a group of bullies caught his attention. They had a boy strung up upside down, and upon closer inspection, there was no rope. It was magic. Ronan could hardly believe it. To see rare telekinetic magic in a rural village like this. He observed from the side as the lead bully, a yellow-haired thug, demanded money from the boy. The boy said he'd spent it all on medicine for his mother. Hearing this, the yellow-haired thug flew into a rage, ordering the girl casting the magic to hoist the boy into the sky, but the kind-hearted asshole refused. The situation grew tense. At that moment, Ronan struck Assel on the head with a stick. "Stop it, you'll kill him." The boy on the other side fell to the ground. At the same time, the yellow-haired thug grew even angrier. "What are you doing? He told you to stop, so you stopped?" But Ronan pulled Assel aside. "Ignore him, tell me, where did you learn that magic?" "From a magic book I bought at a shop." Ronan was stunned. Such skill from a cheap magic book? His instincts told him this person could be useful in the future war against the giants. But at that moment, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Turning, Ronan saw the yellow-haired thug charging at him with a blade. "You dare ignore me?" Though strong, the thug's sword stance was flawed. Ronan saw through it instantly, sidestepping and easily dodging the attack. The thug, though panicked, tried to act calm. "You got lucky." Ronan played along. "Yeah, I'm feeling pretty lucky today." Seeing Ronan's non-resistance, the thug grew more aggressive. "Since it's come to this, kneel and beg, and I'll forgive you, but I'll still cut off one of your arms." "Of course. I'll take good care of your sister. Every time I see her fine figure, I can't help but..." Before he could finish, one of the thug's ears fell to the ground. Ronan was furious. His sister was his only sanctuary, and he wouldn't allow anyone to defile her. This scene left the other thugs dumbfounded. He could wield a branch like a sword. Seizing the moment, Ronan ordered them to return the boy's money. "All the money you've got." The thugs didn't dare resist, handing over everything they'd taken. Then they fled the scene. Meanwhile, Ronan made a deal with Assel to meet again in 4 days at 2:30 a.m., as they had important business to attend to. After giving instructions, Ronan hurried home but hesitated at the door, plagued by too many questions. Should I apologize for leaving without a word? Should I tell her how much I missed her? Should I ask if she's been okay? When he finally saw his sister, Ronan only said, "I'm back," and he brought her favorite flowers. His sister, overjoyed, bounced around like a monkey. "I can't believe in my lifetime I'd get flowers from my cold little brother. Is there enough food? Want me to add more?" Ronan, staring at the 13 dishes and 1 soup before him, was stunned and quickly waved it off. Then the topic shifted. "How old are you, sister?" 22 this year. That meant 10 years remained before the giants' invasion. Why ask? His sister rushed over to check his forehead. "No fever, it seems." Ronan grabbed her hand. No, I'm planning to go to the academy to study. His sister was thrilled, bouncing around, rummaging through boxes and drawers. Soon, she brought out a bucket filled with a heap of gold coins. Ronan was incredulous. How did you get all this? Saved for 2.5 years, waiting for you to say that, she said proudly, hands on her hips, but Ronan told her, it's far from enough. He aimed for the top-tier Philion Royal Academy. It had the best professors and the most funding. Not only that, the academy had produced 3 world-class talents: Grand Commander Adeshan, Sword Saint Shelefen, and the Winter Witch. To defeat the giants, Philion was Ronan's only choice. 4 days later, Ronan went to the agreed meeting spot with Assel. The first thing he did was drop his bag and say, "Come on, lift me up with your telekinesis as high as you can." Ronan wanted to test Assel's magic level, but Assel hesitated. "I can't do something so dangerous. It's fine. I've got insurance." Hearing this, Assel's worries eased. Mishimishi Wallabuji with the chant, telekinetic magic activated. An invisible hand lifted Ronan high into the air. The height surpassed even Ronan's expectations. Though stability was lacking, telekinesis was essential for fighting flying giants, and such magic was extremely rare. Ronan grinned with satisfaction. He's mine. Meanwhile, Assel began to tremble. "Can I put you down now?" But the next second, Ronan drew his sword and sliced through the magic. He landed safely. The scene left Assel stunned. "For 2.5 years, what did you do?" "Cut the magic." Ronan gave him a casual punch. "No big deal. Just a stunt. Pretend you didn't see it." In truth, this question had troubled Ronan for a long time. He didn't know why his sword was so special. It could cut through magic and even slay giants, but that could be studied later. For now, there was something more important to do. Ronan tossed his bag to Assel. "Let's go. We need to finish before the moon disappears. Once this is done, we can become students at Philion Academy." Assel was shocked. "Did I hear that right? Philion? That's a place for elites only. You've got powerful sword skills, but me? I'm just a nobody. I can't go. Can I? I know you're timid, gluttonous, and a crybaby. But that's okay. You can change from now on, otherwise you'll end up like those thugs, idling away your life." Assel's face reddened at these words. It was the first time someone cared about his future, so he quickly agreed. Ronan smirked. His plan had worked. Soon after, they arrived at the goblins' habitat. Though the goblins were asleep, it was still extremely dangerous. Ronan's target was the chest of treasures the goblins had collected. "Let's do it. Use your telekinesis to grab it all." Assel was instantly petrified. He glanced at the goblins' 36-pack abs. "If they wake up, we're dead. Maybe we should go back and think it over?" But Ronan pulled him close. "To enter Philion Royal Academy, you need 2 things: exorbitant tuition and extensive combat experience. This is a 2-Stone deal. Unless you've got a better idea in that head of yours?" "Head? I don't have one." "Good, then let's get started." Ronan opened a 5th-level bag. "Just fill it up." Assel had no choice but to comply, activating his magic. The goblins' treasures slowly filled the bag. To avoid waking them, Assel exerted every ounce of strength to control his magic. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and soon both bags were full. "I knew you could do it." Ronan happily patted Assel's head, though even he hadn't been entirely confident. He hadn't expected Assel to adapt so quickly. It seemed he'd found a useful ally. Soon after, they packed up and prepared to leave. But just then, a group of people rushed toward them, accompanied by eerie screams. Ronan sensed trouble in the middle of the night. Could it be some lunatic escaped from an asylum? Meanwhile, a green-haired goblin, as expected, was awakened by the noise. Its first instinct was to check the treasure chest. Empty. Damn it! The green-haired goblin quickly roused its comrades, holding an emergency meeting to discuss where the treasure could have gone. But one goblin offered a different perspective. Glancing at Ronan and Assel, it said, "Could it be them who stole it?" Realizing this, the goblins charged toward them. Seeing this, Assel was paralyzed with fear. He collapsed to the ground. Should we give the stuff back and sincerely apologize? Would that settle it? Ronan drew his sword. What about the tuition? Got any ideas? When it came to using his brain, Assel froze up. I don't. Meanwhile, Ronan glanced at his worn sword, forged from cheap steel given the goblins' tough bodies. It could probably withstand only 15 strikes before breaking into 2.5 pieces. And there were over 30 goblins here. But it was enough. With a smirk, Ronan charged at the goblins in an instant. The last one fell under his blade. Assel was dumbfounded. What did I just see? Ronan took down 3 with one swing, then vanished briefly. And just like that, all the goblins were dead. Assel swallowed hard. Is he really that strong? At that moment, Ronan's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Don't just stand there, grab the bag. Let's go home. After a while, they set off on the journey back. What seemed like an easy job turned out to be anything but. Ronan stretched his aching body, likely due to still being in his growing phase. He'd need to step up his physical training when he got back, he thought. But then Assel brought up the screams. What were those sounds? Anyway? Ronan shook his head. No idea. All I know is if I catch them, I'll knock their heads crooked. At that moment, an arrow silently aimed at Assel from behind, but Ronan easily deflected it. On the other side, the archer apologized verbally, but his face showed no remorse. It turned out that when Ronan took the 2 bags of treasure from the goblins, 2 men had witnessed it and harbored ill intentions. When the assassination failed, they decided on a different approach. Kids usually aren't wary of strangers, so they slowly approached. Sorry kids, it's noisy around here. I thought there were goblins about. Kids, Ronan snapped, breaking the arrow in half. I've eaten more meals than you've ever seen. Moments later, they were less than 2.5 meters apart. The man extended a hand in apology, but his eyes were fixed on Ronan's bag. Can't you even hide your greedy stare? Your aim's pretty pathetic too. The man fell silent for a moment, but looking at this kid's face, he didn't see much of a threat. So he signaled his companion, and they continued walking toward Ronan. Still wearing that fake smile, the man quietly reached behind his back, tightly gripping the dagger at his waist. Oh right, I should introduce myself first. We are the Calaboro. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his dagger at Ronan. Calaboro. Huh? Ronan, recalling something, casually countered, leaving the man dazed. Now I remember, they're that group of scum. At that moment, while Ronan was distracted, the yellow-haired thug charged forward, but Assel noticed him, using telekinesis to pin the thug down completely. Seeing this, Ronan gave Assel his first praise of the day. Nicely done. He swiftly snatched the sword from the thug's hand and unleashed a 7-star radiant slash. 3, 2, 1. The moment it ended, the thug was sliced into 15 pieces. The scene left Assel utterly shocked. Ronan, how could you really kill him? Ronan's gaze was unwavering. I'd never let someone who tried to kill me live. Not to mention, these Calaboro are the most notorious group on the continent. Poachers, kidnappers, organ traffickers. If I hadn't been here today, by the time someone found you, your grave would already be 2.5 meters deep. Got it, idiot? But at that moment, a sack nearby suddenly jumped, startling them both. Could it be one of their poached animals? With that, Ronan untied the sack. In an instant, something goblin-shaped shot out. Upon closer inspection, it was a cyan bird. So beautiful, Assel couldn't help but exclaim, as it was his first time seeing a bird of this color. But Ronan's attention was entirely on the jade talisman on the bird, which bore a pair of shackles that sealed magical power. Isn't this something used for powerful mythical beasts? What crime did this bird commit? As Ronan pondered, the blue bird let out a greeting. Nixie. Assel was so startled he nearly fainted, stammering. It talked. Ronan, annoyed, retorted, idiot, that's a long-range communication spell. If I'm not mistaken, the speaker is likely the bird's owner. On the other side, a strange figure with a rough voice was speaking into a magic circle. You guessed right, I'm a member of the Mythical Beast Research Institute. My blue bird went missing yesterday, and I couldn't contact it. I was about to report it, by the way. Who are you? Ronan grabbed the fleeing Assel. We're good citizens. Your bird was kidnapped, and we saved it. With a single slash, Ronan cut the shackles off the bird. Go back to your daddy. This act filled the blue bird with gratitude. It then stuck its rear in Ronan's face. Ronan was dumbfounded. Is this your way of saying thanks? Want me to give you a score? Thankfully, the bird's owner quickly explained. The blue bird means for you to pluck one of its feathers. Its feathers will always point to the bird's location. It probably wants to see you again. As Ronan plucked the feather, the blue bird shot off like a rocket, vanishing without a trace. Sure it wants to see me again? Ronan was bewildered the next day. The two brought the treasures to the market to sell for gold coins, 20 gold coins. The merchant offered after examining a necklace, giving a fair price. Deal, Ronan agreed happily. Finally, someone who knows their stuff. Thinking of the balding merchant who said the necklace was worth only 5 coins made Ronan fume. But thankfully, they'd now found someone knowledgeable. Ronan sold all the treasures to him. At the same time, Ronan reached into his pocket and pulled out a purple gem. The blue bird had left it in his hand before departing. He thought it was droppings, but it could shatter stone. Ronan's instincts told him this was no ordinary item. The merchant shared the same view. Wow, this color, this material, could it be a brain gem? Ronan nearly cracked at this. Seeing this, the merchant gave an awkward laugh. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. Ronan sighed, putting it back in his pocket, planning to have it appraised by an expert someday. Assel, watching, smirked. Yup, definitely just hardened droppings. Changing the topic, Ronan asked the merchant, "Do you have any books about Philion Royal Academy? We want to enroll, but we don't know much about it." "Really? My daughter Maria is also heading there. You can talk to her, she's coming over." Maria. Ronan froze, the name was too familiar. But what he saw was a blonde woman. Ronan approached her. "Are you really Maria, the one with the middle name Sen?" "How do you know?" Ronan was stunned. The Maria he knew from his past life looked exactly like this. He leaned close to her ear. "Let me ask you something. Are you a guy?" Maria froze, glancing down at her proud figure. Is this guy brain dead or blind? Before she could react, Ronan's gaze lingered on a certain part of her. "No way, she doesn't look like a guy at all. Could your old man have an illegitimate kid?" Before he finished, Maria slapped him hard. "Shut up. What are you barking about?" But to Ronan, the slap didn't hurt. It felt oddly familiar. Now he was 100% certain this was the Maria from 10 years later, Countess Maria Sen. Back in his previous life, Countess Maria was the army's supplier. Despite her noble status, she was approachable and often drank with the soldiers. Whenever Ronan and others discussed men and women, Maria would get furious, followed by a chilling glare. Ronan had always been curious why, but never got the chance to ask. By the time he saw her again, she had died in the giant invasion. But now, the mystery that plagued him was finally solved. She was a girl. Realizing this, Ronan couldn't help but laugh, which only made Maria angrier. Staring wasn't enough. "Now you're laughing?" She rushed forward to slap him again, but Ronan countered with a light tap. "Enough. Kid. I let you hit me once because I was wrong, but you've got no reason for a second." Maria's eyes turned fierce upon hearing this. She headbutted Ronan. "What if I insist on hitting you again?" With that, they started grappling, neither giving an inch. This scene left the onlookers, Assel and the merchant, dumbfounded, rushing to intervene. By evening, the three gathered at a small inn, with Assel staring at the two. They were ready to strangle each other earlier, yet now they sat calmly together, seeming oddly familiar with each other. Meanwhile, Ronan laid out 3 swords and a wand, spoils from the goblins. "Check if there's anything wrong with these." Maria picked up a sword, examining it closely. 3 swords and a wand. Aren't they a hassle to carry? No choice, just in case. In his previous life, Ronan's swordplay was so rough he broke a sword nearly every week. So, how were these? Maria thought for a moment. They're decent, especially this Ironflight sword. It's exceptionally sturdy. No matter how rough you are, I bet it won't break. She then glanced at the wand, noticing a rare magic stone embedded in it. Turning to Assel, she said, "This little cutie has a rare magic stone, doesn't it? What magic does it use?" "Little cutie?" Assel beamed with joy. Yeah. But then he lowered his head. "It's for telekinesis." Maria reacted dramatically. "Telekinesis? You're amazing. If you do well, you could earn a full scholarship." "Really?" Maria shifted topics. "Next question. What combat skills can you showcase in the practical exam?" Ronan frowned. "Skills? Showcase? I've never heard of this. To enter Philion Royal Academy, you must pass both a theoretical and a practical exam. The practical exam requires you to demonstrate combat skills that impress the professors. Most noble candidates showcase their family's secret techniques. As for commoners, they usually display magic. Ronan immediately stopped Maria. Wait, I'm a swordsman isn't being skilled with a sword enough? Can swordsmen use magic too? Maria paused. Every student aiming for Philion must be able to use magic. It's the bare minimum. What's with that look? Don't tell me you can't even sense mana. Ronan was confused. Sense mana? Is that like using aura? That comment made Maria lose it. This guy's practically illiterate trying to get into an elite academy. Dream on, get out. Now, she grabbed a sword from the table. Lend me your sword. If I break it, I'll pay. Triple compensation, no arguing. Come outside, I'll give you special training. Mana is the source of nature's power. It exists everywhere in the world, but you must sense it to use it and channel it through your body. The resulting power is called magic. It usually takes a year to grasp. Despite Maria's thorough explanation, Ronan still didn't get it. Isn't aura made of mana if you look closely? No, aura is far stronger than mana. Even a genius needs at least 10 years to master it. Once awakened, it grants power far more terrifying than magic. That's the difference. Alright, that's enough explanation. In an instant, Maria rushed at Ronan so fast. Is this magic? The strength amplification is incredible. But Ronan's body instinctively parried her attack with a slight push. He sent Maria back. Maria was stunned. She had infused her sword with mana. Why was she the one pushed back? Who is this guy? They clashed swords for a few more rounds. Ronan grew tired of fighting. His arm ached from the impact. He activated his aura and swung deliberately off target. Maria pulled back. You're no ordinary guy. Ronan turned. You're not bad either, but you need to work on your balance. As he spoke, he sheathed his sword and started to leave. Where are you going? Unconvinced, Maria raised her sword. You don't really think you won, do you? Ronan replied calmly. Remember what you said. Triple compensation for damage. The next second, Maria's sword shattered. When did that happen? At that moment, Assel, acting as referee, ran over and patted her. His expression showed no surprise at the outcome. You did great. He then hurried to Ronan, leaving a bewildered Maria. What is this guy? He doesn't even have mana. The next day, Ronan received enough gold coins for 3 swords and 2 third-level bags full of books. What's all this? The entrance exam is in a month. Don't you need these? But why are you doing this? Ronan, wary of ulterior motives, drew his sword. If you're trying to scam me, free. Maria laughed. Completely free. I just hope we all pass the test. Ronan sheathed his sword. Fine, I'll take them soon after. Maria said goodbye. I've helped you too so much. If you don't pass, I'll end you. Ronan smiled. Sure, you should worry about yourself. On exam day in the imperial capital, after farewells, Ronan glanced at his hand. In the past month, he needed to intensify his physical training, as his body was still too weak. Soon, Ronan returned home. From then on, he ate 8 bowls of rice per meal until his stomach was stuffed. This thrilled his sister. My little brothers finally come around. Late at night, Ronan went to hunt monsters near the village, spending spare time studying materials. Ronan grumbled. An exam, why study table manners? Even so, he read all the materials Maria gave him. A month passed quickly, and Ronan and Assel arrived at Philion. The majestic, palace-like academy left Assel in awe. He stared, unable to stop praising at Assel. What are you doing? Showing off your country bumpkin status? Sorry, Ronan. Assel stared at Ronan, stunned. In just 1 month, he seemed a size bigger. So sturdy. Ronan gave him a punch. Stop gawking, let's go. At this time, he should be here too, probably around my age. Shulafen, hailed as the strongest swordsman, might be in the test. This was a strange insect egg, reeking of durian since it was laid, earning Assel's disgust. Little did they know, this egg was priceless. Though laid by a blue bird, it wouldn't hatch a bird but a powerful mythical beast, depending on the incubation environment. That was the answer from the bird's owner. When Ronan and Assel arrived at Philion, Assel suddenly mentioned the blue bird. Ronan pulled out the feather, which could track the bird's location, but it pointed straight up to the sky. Ronan was baffled but soon locked onto the rooftop of the tallest teaching building on the other side. Marlin was about to open a window for air when a face appeared. He was terrified, as he was on the 30th floor. As Ronan and Assel barged in, Marlin clutched the blue bird, trembling. What do you want? Don't even think about taking the blue bird. Until Ronan showed the feather, Marlin relaxed. You're the heroes who saved it. Learning this, Marlin quickly invited them to sit. Sorry for making a fool of myself, no worries, Ronan said, pinching Assel's face. If someone's to blame, it's this guy. He used telekinesis to get us up here. Assel, being pinched, struggled. It was you who told me to think the bird's owner was a poet and a Philion. Professor Marlin scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't expect our heroes to be applicants. If I'd known, I could have written you a recommendation letter. But it's too late now. If you fail, I can. Ronan cut him off. Nice. But that's not why we're here. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the egg. What's this? Your blue bird. Dropped it in my hand. Marlin took the egg, examining it with a tense expression. Isn't it just an ordinary egg from a bird? What's with that look? Marlin shook his head. It's a legendary dream bird. Its eggs are far from ordinary. If it absorbs fire mana, it might hatch into an immortal phoenix. In a monster's lair, it could take the form of a monster. Marlin's face grew fearful as he spoke. And this one? I can see countless types of mana swirling and chasing each other inside, like molten metal gone wild. Ronan was stunned. Wow. Only a professor could give an egg such profound meaning. Meanwhile, Marlin's expression turned serious. I think you should keep and care for this egg. Though it's precious and the bird can only lay one in its lifetime, it chose to lay it in your hand. We should respect that. The blue bird flapped joyfully, as if agreeing with Marlin. Ronan took the egg back. Fine by me. I'm curious to see what's inside. As he stood to leave, Marlin stopped him. The blue bird's chirping seemed to remind him of something. Moments later, Marlin pulled a scroll from a cabinet. Take this, it'll help you hatch the egg. Both were puzzled. The exam day arrived quickly. Ronan, bored, complained to Maria. I've waited almost a year, and it's still not my turn. Maria shrugged. Exams are like that. But if our little cutie were here, it wouldn't be so boring. She's a mage testing elsewhere. If she doesn't cry alone, I'll be thrilled. As they chatted, the examiner called Ronan's number, and he prepared to go. Don't be nervous. Do as I told you. If you fail, don't come back. Ronan waved. Got it. Thanks for the heartfelt blessing. He turned with a determined look. I'll be back soon. Ronan soon reached the exam hall. Before him stood 5 Philion professors. In the center was the headmaster, Archmage Kretir. Beside him was the swordsmanship instructor, Great Swordmaster Nibiros. Just standing before them, Ronan felt an unparalleled pressure. But without hesitation, he bowed to the professors. Hello, my name is Ronan. Hello, said the headmaster. The dummy in front of you is your opponent today. Show us your skills on it. Ronan glanced at the dummy. I don't have any special techniques. I'll just perform a quick draw slash. I think that's enough for a dummy. The yellow-haired professor scoffed. A quick draw slash without even using aura? You think that can breach the dummy's defenses? What kind of fool is this? The white-haired professor chimed in. A country bumpkin from some remote village. No wonder he doesn't know this is a product of advanced magical engineering. Not only is its defense incredible, but it also has regenerative abilities. Even Shulafen, hailed as a genius swordsman, barely left a scratch on it. I'm curious to see what he'll show us. The white-haired professor mocked with a laugh. Maybe he'll split it in half. Amid their ridicule, Ronan assumed his stance, a wave of pressure emanating from him. In an instant, Ronan executed his quick draw slash. I'm done. But to the professors, his speed was laughably unimpressive. Until, moments later, the sound of 3 metallic clangs echoed. The headmaster froze, while Nibiros stood up abruptly. In a flash, Nibiros rushed to Ronan, menacingly holding his sword to his neck. Who taught you that swordsmanship? Ronan was puzzled. What are you talking about? No one taught me. Nibiros rephrased his question. Did you see my movements just now? I did. You're impressive. In that split second, you drew your sword and struck 3 times. Nibiros's tone softened slightly. Exactly, just like you demonstrated. But then his tone shifted. But you, arrogant brat, with your foolish swordsmanship, deliberately slowed your final strike so we could see it clearly. Didn't you? What do you think this place is? Ronan was dumbfounded. He had slowed his 3rd strike to minimize force and avoid injuring himself. It wasn't about disrespecting the professors, but seeing Nibiros's fury, His explanation felt feeble. The headmaster, speechless, awkwardly averted his gaze. The other professors were stunned. As professors, shouldn't we have seen something? Moments later, Nibiros sheathed his sword and slowly returned to his seat. I'll train you personally. Back in his seat, his emotions remained unsettled. The headmaster, observing the furious Nibiros, recalled his words, train personally. The headmaster understood. Nibiros had already taken this boy as his disciple. Turning to Ronan, he said, child, you've passed. But we have one more question. Why are you here at Philion Royal Academy? Ronan lowered his head as past memories surfaced. Then he blurted out, to live without regrets. More precisely, to ensure my sister has no regrets. Sending Ronan to school was always her wish. After answering, Ronan left the exam hall. No regrets. Huh? The headmaster smiled. That's a tough one. I don't even know how to teach that. The yellow-haired professor leaned in, gossiping. What happened? Why are you and Nibiros so shaken? What trick did that kid pull? Trick? No, more accurately, it's called talent. Meanwhile, the dummy Ronan struck split apart, collapsed to the ground. The professors were dumbfounded. Slicing a dummy in one strike was every candidate's unattainable dream. Who'd have thought someone could actually do it? Outside, Ronan stood in a daze, reflecting on what just happened. That sword-wielding lady, even his past self wouldn't be sure of defeating her. So, coming to Philion Royal Academy was the right choice here. He could learn things he never knew in his previous life. Ronan smiled and headed to the written exam area. Next was the written test. After studying for a whole month, it should be easy. After the test, Ronan was stunned. What the hell was that? Are these questions even humanly possible? Maria, seeing his state, was shocked. What's this guy doing? Didn't he study the books I gave him for a whole month? How could he do this badly? Well, Assel hesitantly spoke up. You gave him 2 bags of books. One for swordsmen, one for mages. He might have taken the mage's bag. Maria was floored. Is there really such an idiot who doesn't even know what he's studying? After some time, Maria couldn't take it anymore and yanked Ronan up. All right, stop whining. The practical exam weighs more. I believe you'll be fine. Meanwhile, the exam results were posted. Everyone stared intently, hoping to see their names. Assel passed 12th in practical, 1st in written. Maria passed 9th in practical, 9th in written. The two exchanged glances, stunned for 2.5 seconds before joyfully embracing. We passed. Look, you got 1st in the written test. Even if it's a 3-way tie, little cutie, you're incredible. Assel could only grin sheepishly. I just got lucky. Maria turned to ask Ronan. But something seemed off. Ronan's face was ashen. I'm not on the list. The two were shocked. No way. Look again, harder. I've looked 30 times already. At that moment, an explosion sounded behind them. A phoenix emerged in a blaze. It let out a triumphant cry and launched a fireball straight at Ronan. After the explosion, bold words appeared before Ronan. Ronan graduated 1st in practical, 5,712th in written. So, we all passed. Great, but Ronan quickly realized something terrifying. If I'm 1st, that means that guy's behind me. That's bad. Ronan felt a chilling presence behind him. Approaching slowly was the sword saint, Shelefen. He wouldn't allow anyone to surpass him in swordsmanship. You're the 1st? But Ronan didn't want trouble. Am I? I don't know. Stop playing dumb. Ronan shrugged. You say I'm 1st, so I'm 1st? I could say I'm Chun Haonan. Got any proof? Shelefen sneered and swung his sword at Ronan with blinding speed. But it was blocked. That's the proof. No one but the 1st could block my sword now. Prove your swordsmanship surpasses mine. Ronan was annoyed, thinking he could bluff his way out. But this guy hadn't changed one bit. Then watch closely. Ronan leaped back, creating distance, and swung a single slash. Shelefen froze. How could one slash produce 3 sword waves? He raised his hand and blocked the attack. But the sheer force made Shelefen's fingers tremble. Happy now? Ronan thought Shelefen would back off, but he charged again. Today, one of us dies. Ronan panicked, urging him to calm down. But Shelefen's eyes grew fiercer. His attacks became more relentless. This was why Ronan dreaded facing him. His obsession with swordsmanship was insane. If this continued, he'd unleash his aura storm. When aura clashed with aura, the chaos would be unstoppable. With no choice, Ronan turned to flee. Shulafen, enraged, shouted, "What are you doing? How dare you turn your back on an enemy in battle?" But Ronan darted behind Assel, using him as a shield. Shulafen, seeing this, didn't dare attack rashly. "You coward, using a woman as a shield." Ronan smirked as expected. This guy hasn't changed, still valuing his knight's code above life. Finally, Ronan threw a reckless punch, breaking Shulafen's nose and knocking him out of the fight. Seeing this, Ronan grabbed Assel and Maria and fled, leaving a stunned Shulafen behind. At that moment, Filion Royal Academy's security arrived. Seeing the scene, they panicked. Who dares harm the young master of the royal family? They demanded, describe the culprit. But Shulafen waved them off. Don't treat me as a young master, I'm here as a candidate. Besides, it was a fair duel. He dusted himself off. Don't interfere, I'll handle this myself. Lowering his head, he noticed a crack in his sword. Impossible. This sword was forged from the continent's finest materials. Unbreakable. Then Shulafen smiled. Interesting, Chin Haonan. Huh? I'll remember your name the next day. Ronan and Assel went to a forest in the suburbs to find a legendary river, but after searching the map for ages, Ronan couldn't find it. I swear it's marked right here on the map. Assel was exhausted, but he was more concerned about yesterday's incident. Shulafen is the heir of a Grand Duke. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? You broke his nose. Ronan was unconcerned. He's a good guy, just too obsessed with swordsmanship. He has his own beliefs and principles, never bullying the weak. A perfect noble. I bet he'll say it was a fair duel, otherwise we'd be in prison by now. Assel nodded. True. But Ronan stopped. They'd finally found it. The legendary Fernando Spring, known as the Realm of Mana. Here, stones absorbed mana to become gems, and weeds turned into herbs. The mana concentration was abnormally high, but Ronan felt nothing. He was simply following Professor Marlin's instructions to bring the egg here to absorb more mana and hatch a stronger mythical beast. Suddenly, Assel felt a faint unease. Ronan, why is it so quiet here? The professor said this place is brimming with mana, so countless animals should be nesting here. Prompted, Ronan also sensed something off. Not only was it quiet, but a foul stench permeated the air. Ronan grinned. Looks like they got here before us. The next second, 5 arrows shot from the forest toward Ronan, each infused with ample mana, enhancing their speed further. Fortunately, Ronan reacted in time, using a quick draw slash to knock them down. Damned bastards. Ronan slowly walked toward the source. Assel, hide behind a rock, don't end up a porcupine. After the warning, Ronan unleashed his aura and charged with explosive speed. 3 kilometers away, 5 Calaboro members, 4 wild dogs and a lead hound, stood slicing down 5 mana-infused arrows with one strike. Who is this guy? The lead hound, purple hair, sensed trouble and ordered his men to scatter, hoping to flank Ronan, but unexpectedly, to take them all out, Ronan shouted, "Stop your attack. Fools! I'm your ally." Purple hair froze. Who's this idiot calling fools? Seeing their doubt, Ronan pressed on. I'm Anut, the youngest hound of Adamafinchi. Hearing this, they relaxed slightly, but Purple Hair remained suspicious. This kid who hasn't even grown hair, claiming the same title as me? Still, Ronan could clearly describe their internal affairs, which left them conflicted. These details came from his past life fighting giants. One member, Anut, held a terrifyingly high rank in Calaboro, even above the hound, often boasting about his glorious deeds in the camp. Especially their poaching swords, Ronan still remembered them vividly. If you don't believe me, why not call out the wolf to talk? Ronan flashed a sly grin. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Purple Hair, furious, grabbed Ronan, ready to gut him. But Ronan spread his hands, feigning innocence. Guys like you, quick to kill, won't end well. Luckily, a subordinate held Purple Hair back. If he's telling the truth, killing him will spark conflict with Adamafinchi. We should let the wolf decide. The commotion alerted the nearby wolf. He approached, dragging his 25-meter-tall frame. Didn't I tell you to stay quiet during a hunt? His overwhelming presence froze everyone. Only Purple Hair approached the bald wolf, explaining everything. The bald wolf calmed down. This forest is Demeyer's territory. What are you doing here? Ronan smirked. Finally, he'd drawn out the wolf. Is that so? Then I must have made a mistake. Ronan slashed, killing 4 wild dogs in one strike, then charged at the bald wolf. With a swift dodge and strike, the bald wolf fell. But Ronan spared Purple Hair. Didn't I tell you? You won't end well. After a brief delay, Purple Hair's fingers were severed. Excruciating pain brought him to his knees, unable to stand. Mark all your branch locations on this map, Ronan said, tossing it to him. And I'll let you go. Purple Hair hesitated. Betraying his comrades meant a grim fate. He looked up. Ronan's terrifying presence broke him. All right. Ronan glanced at his pristine black iron sword. Use your fingers to write. I left them for you. Soon, Purple Hair marked all the locations and handed the map to Ronan. Good job, very clear. Purple Hair, trembling, lowered his head. You promised to let me go, right? Meanwhile, Ronan slowly folded the map. With a swift slash, he cut Purple Hair in two. Of course I won't let you go. Not far from here. The evidence of your crimes is everywhere. Animals of all sizes brutally slaughtered. Assel, seeing this, vomited his last meal. But he worried if Ronan's actions were too cruel. These guys are all wanted criminals marked for death. We're doing a good deed. Ronan lowered his head, and before him lay the blue bird's corpse. Even it died. Professor Marlin will be heartbroken at that moment. The blue bird's egg in his pocket began to tremble. Ronan quickly reached to take it out. This little guy must want to see its mother one last time. But Assel suddenly panicked. Dear Ronan, what is that? Assel trembled all over in fear. Looking where he pointed, the animal's blood was slowly floating into the air, gathering together. As the blood mass grew larger, Ronan placed his hand on his sword, assuming a combat stance. He'd never seen anything like this before. But at that moment, the blue bird's egg broke free on its own, floating into the air. The next second, all the blood began swirling frantically around the egg, being absorbed in large gulps. Even blood from a distance converged toward it. Assel, terrified, hid behind Ronan. Maybe we should go back. But Ronan's eyes gleamed as he stared at the egg. I don't know what's inside, but it's definitely extraordinary. 2.5 minutes later, the blue bird's egg seemed sated, no longer absorbing the floating blood. Ronan stared, dumbfounded. Did it actually change? But the next second, a crack appeared on the eggshell, rapidly spreading. Ronan was thrilled. It's finally hatching. Let's open our eyes wide and see this extraordinary creature clearly. But before Ronan could get a good look, it struck him in the face so fast. What is that thing? Ronan clutched his nose in pain. Before him was a pitch-black, strange creature. No matter how you look at it, this isn't a bird. Is it? Could it be a dragon? Ronan was stunned. Assel, are you serious? Yeah, it matches the descriptions I read in books. After a moment, Ronan was stunned again. Then who did this blue bird mate with to produce this thing? Ronan reached out to touch it. The little creature, impressed, rubbed its head against his fingers. But Ronan got angry thinking about how it had hurt his handsome face. Assel, we're eating well tonight. The little creature, delighted, used healing magic to fully mend Ronan's wounds and flew over to nuzzle his face. Only then did Ronan forgive it. This little guy has healing abilities. How many more secrets does it hold? Assel's eyes sparkled. Let's give it a name first. But at that moment, the creature seemed to sense something. Its expression darkened, and it suddenly charged in one direction. It sensed something. Let's follow it. The creature's target was a surviving member of the poaching gang, who had just stepped away to relieve himself. He returned to find his group gone. Hiding nearby, he witnessed the egg hatching. Terrified, he fled for his life. But after running so long, the creature's astonishing speed caught up to him. The poacher, startled, tripped over a branch. The creature used its ability to absorb blood from his wounds. Stop, Sita, you'll kill him. Ronan's voice rang out. Assel, puzzled, asked, "Sita? Is that what you named it?" "Yeah, like it, little guy." Sita nuzzled Ronan, looking overjoyed. Ronan turned his gaze to the poacher. "You okay?" "Anut?" The poacher, terrified, knelt. "Thanks to you. I'm fine, but how do you know my name?" Ronan placed his sword at his neck. "You don't need to know that." "Dear Mr. Poacher," Ronan said this was the same Anut from his past life, who boasted about his poaching in the camp. Anut quickly denied it. No, I'm just a runner, it's temporary. You'll climb higher in the future." Ronan smirked. "I need you to do me a favor." After Sita hatched, Ronan returned to the capital. Along the way, they did something that made them a fortune. The Fernando spring water they collected, brimming with pure mana, was bought by Maria's father at an astronomical price. "We should thank Professor Marlin," Assel said excitedly. Ronan agreed, as they also needed to tell him about the bluebird's death, but at the office, they were turned away. Professor Marlin was on a long business trip. With no choice, they left. On the way, Assel gossiped again. "Ronan, what are you doing with the money?" Ronan pondered. As the top practical scorer, he had a full scholarship, no need to pay tuition. With the entrance ceremony in 2 days, there was no time to spend it. So Ronan brought his sister early to the capital. A village girl. She'd never seen such sights. Awed by grand buildings or fascinated by new things, she was more concerned that her brother looked thinner. "Have you been eating properly?" Ronan patiently explained he was fine, telling her not to worry. Then he eagerly grabbed Early's hand. "Come on, I'm taking you somewhere you have to see." 2.5 minutes later, Early was stunned. She knew her brother had earned money, but a luxury store like Chanel? Ronan didn't hesitate. He confirmed with the clerk, "You can deliver these home, right?" The clerk grinned ear to ear. "Forget the countryside. We deliver to Filion." This dress was the 15th item Ronan bought. Early couldn't believe her slacker brother had become so successful. She excitedly ran around. Ronan hurriedly calmed her. "Let's go to the blacksmith. My sword got wrecked by a jerk." Before he finished, he opened the door and saw Shelofen's face. Ronan froze. "Why are you here? Are you a stalker?" Shelofen explained. "I'm picking up my new sword. You ruined my last one. Didn't you know?" Shelofen's eyes grew fierce. "So don't slander me." Ronan didn't back down. "Stalker's a stalker. Stop making excuses." He angrily drew his sword. "Want me to show you a truly broken sword?" Shelofen gripped his sword. "Good idea." As tension rose, Early stepped between them. Ronan was stunned. "Early, you're mistaken. That guy's the jerk." But she didn't care, scolding, "Ronan, I told you no swearing and now you're talking back?" She turned, apologizing to Shelofen for her brother's rudeness. This made Shelofen's heart race, as if he'd fallen into a gentle dream. No girl had ever made him feel this way. So Shelofen took all the blame, promising to make it right. "Really? You're so kind." Early grabbed his hand. "Ronan's lucky to have a friend like you. You'll look out for him, right?" Shelofen blushed. "Of course," starting with a new sword for him. He patted his chest but realized he had no money, so he pulled out his family crest. "This is my family's symbol. Use it anywhere if you want a sword. Go to the blacksmith on Racier Street. They've got 500 years of history, but commoners can't enter with this. You can. I hope they forge you a fine sword." Shelofen left, trembling slightly. Ronan was stunned. Is that really the Shelofen I know? Does he know what he's doing? The Grancia family crest could buy an entire village soon. The entrance ceremony began. Headmaster Kratier spoke first. "The entrance ceremony now officially begins. Welcome, 787th class of geniuses." Then came the headmaster's lengthy speech. Ronan couldn't help but yawn. Suddenly, the headmaster stopped and snapped his fingers. The next second, a spatial rift appeared in the sky. In a blink, everyone was teleported into an arena. Amid shocked gasps and expressions, the headmaster just smiled. "Let's give the upperclassmen and freshmen a chance to meet." The next second, he teleported them to a dueling ground. This was a meet and greet between freshmen and sophomores. Less about bonding and more about competing to prove superiority. Winners would gain more educational resources. On one side, freshman Ronan and Sword Saint Shelofen. On the other, the top 4 swordsmen from last year's class. First, Nestor second, Barama third, Karen fourth, Irina each with formidable skills and unique fighting styles. Everyone anticipated this thrilling match. In this academy of geniuses, who was truly number one? This was a meaningful duel. Not just to determine a winner, but to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. The headmaster loudly announced the rules. You may freely choose a unknown opponent, but this is obviously unfair for freshmen, so you can also opt out. He added softly, giving up isn't shameful. Ronan was furious. The headmaster's clearly looking down on us freshmen. Since it's come to this, I'll prove to early I won't get beaten up at school. An idea struck Ronan. He raised his hand to interrupt the headmaster. Can I make a suggestion? Since we can choose freely, let them all come at me. Ronan's words stunned the upperclassmen. Their eyes filled with shock and a hint of anger. Is this kid made of plastic bags? This was a first in Philion Academy's history. The headmaster conferred with the professors. The two other professors were at a loss. Only Nibiros strongly supported it. He wanted to see what cards Ronan had left. Proceed if things get out of control. I'll intervene. With Nibiros confident in managing the situation, the headmaster reluctantly agreed. The match continued. First round, Ronan versus the four sophomores. Early in the stands panicked. She shouted at Ronan, be careful. If it's dangerous, give up immediately. Ronan just smiled, waving to reassure her. With the headmaster's command, the match began. Nestor charged at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Ronan ducked. This guy's speed was several times faster than Maria's back then. Irina, the fourth, attacked with dual daggers. Ronan blocked her strikes while Irina obscured his view. Karen thrust with a spear. Unable to dodge, Ronan raised his sword to block. The force was so strong it sent him flying 5 meters. But the real danger was behind him. Barama had already raised his greatsword behind Ronan. Next life, don't say such things. I wanted a fair fight. Barama swung his sword down with full force. The strike was fast and ruthless. The other three were ready for follow-up attacks. Impressive. This coordination must have taken at least 2.5 years of practice. Even Ronan couldn't help but praise their teamwork. But in a blink, Ronan vanished from their sight. Their attacks hit nothing. What kind of speed is that? Before Irina could react, Ronan charged at them with incredible speed. He landed heavy blows on 3 of them. Next came a duel between the 2 strongest swordsmen. Barama, thrilled, charged with his sword. But as Ronan swung, Barama saw Professor Nibiros's shadow in him. Has this guy's aura reached the professor's level? In Barama's moment of shock, a flash of light, Ronan completed his strike. When Barama came to, his great sword was shattered. Ronan smirked, giving the professors a provocative glance. After his victory, the arena fell silent for seconds before erupting in thunderous cheers. No one expected this outcome. A freshman defeating the top 4 sophomores. Amid the roaring cheers, the defeated 4 stood dazed. Nestor, looking at his broken sword, accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He knew he wasn't on Ronan's level. Barama, the big guy, knelt in despair. But Ronan's thoughts were entirely different. Beating them means early won't worry about me getting bullied at school. He turned his gaze to his sister. Early excitedly grabbed a random bystander's collar. See that? That's my brother. The bystander looked annoyed, while Ronan, on stage, paused. Might as well go all in. He approached the 4, politely placing his hand on his chest and bowing 90 degrees. Thank you for accepting my challenge. I learned a lot today. The stunned asshole. What's Ronan doing? Did he eat something bad? The 4 exchanged glances. This guy was not only strong but so polite. Barama jumped up excitedly. He grabbed Ronan's hand. No need to be so humble. He raised Ronan's hand. You're the victor. Their friendly banter convinced Early that Ronan had grown up, even bonding with upperclassmen. In the stands, a purple-haired woman watched, her lips curling slightly. He's quite an interesting boy. That evening, the academy held a banquet for the new students. The lavish scene left Assel in awe. Just a banquet, and it's this grand? Maria just smiled. Such events were routine for her. She began devouring meat. Assel started gossiping again. Did you send your sister off? Yeah, before leaving. She kept nagging me to eat well and not fight with classmates. It took forever to reassure her. For her safety, I even sent Sita to protect her. She's a dragon. After all, Assel beamed, you're such a caring brother. After explaining, Ronan picked up a chicken leg. As he went to eat, Shulafen appeared behind him. Can you really eat in peace now, Ronan? Shulafen's sudden appearance startled Ronan. Ronan exploded, what do you want this time? Nothing, just something important. Ronan was puzzled, what could be important for this carefree rich kid? Shulafen nodded, pulling out a notebook. Where does Miss Early live? Is it far? Ronan was speechless as Shulafen kept asking, how's the road to her home? Is security good? Are there bandits? The barrage of questions overwhelmed Ronan. This is your important matter? Shulafen grew more serious. I trust you arranged a personal maid for her. And a strong mercenary team to protect her, right? You didn't do nothing, did you? That would be bad, Ronan angrily retorted. I sent a dragon to protect her. A dragon's stronger than any mercenary. But his answer made Shulafen uneasy. A dragon? It won't hurt Miss Early, will it? Facing Shulafen's concern, Ronan was unappreciative. She's my sister. What's it to you? Who do you think you are to her? The question stumped Shulafen. He stammered, unable to respond. In this awkward moment, a purple-haired woman approached. What an amusing scene. The young master of Grancia is so smitten. Hearing her voice, Shulafen's face soured. What do you want with me now? The woman before them was Elizabeth Akalugia, the top freshman in the magic department. She smiled. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here for you, but for Ronan. Shulafen sighed in relief. I'm done talking. Find whoever you want. He started to stroll away, but after a few steps he paused. I should send some Grancia guards to protect her. Just one guard. Ronan, annoyed, told him to get lost. Moments later, Assel tugged at Ronan's clothes, looking nervously at Elizabeth Akalugia. That person, she's strong, overwhelmingly strong. But against a defeated opponent, she shows no mercy. I don't agree with that. Elizabeth gave an innocent look. It was just a small lesson. Then her demeanor shifted. She reached into her chest pocket, pulled out a purple brooch and handed it to Ronan. Ronan received the invitation, staring blankly at the brooch. In his past life, someone had given him a similar brooch, inviting him to join. It was Commander Adeshan Akalugia. Confidently, she told Ronan, with your strength, passing the clan leader's trial will be effortless. Elizabeth looked at the dazed Ronan. I trust you know what this means and will make a wise choice. She turned to leave but glanced back. A wolf among sheep too long becomes a sheep. With that, she left with her followers. Assel's tension eased, though Ronan had no interest in joining. He was intrigued by the Akalugia family's mysterious castle, which might hold clues about the giants soon. The first day of classes arrived. At Philion Royal Academy, where strength ruled, entrance exam scores determined treatment. The differences were stark. Top scorers lived in the luxurious Nimbardo Hall, with private rooms, and a buffet cafeteria. The bottom 30 were miserable, crammed into a wooden shack. Even some noble heirs ended up there. On the first day, they'd throw tantrums. We want private rooms, servants, teachers patiently explained. None of that here. Want to bathe? There's a public bathhouse. Study harder, or you're stuck here next semester. Goodbye, young masters. Then they'd leave. The noble heirs stared at each other like they'd seen ghosts. The top 10, including Ronan, lived in the opulent Nimbardo Hall. It was dazzling, pure splendor. Ronan was awestruck, imagining Assel's jaw dropping. While admiring the hall, some documents on a desk caught his eye. They were course introductions and application forms. Elites could choose their courses. For someone like Ronan, academically challenged, every course sparked curiosity, but he'd heard freshmen shouldn't take too many. This left Ronan torn, but curiosity won. Whatever, I'll pick all the fun ones. Satisfied, Ronan looked at the application form. He'd selected nearly 2/3 of the courses. I'm a genius, so I should follow my heart, but he soon regretted it. In his first swordsmanship basics class, the teacher stared at him sternly. Ronan, you can graduate. Ronan was confused. What? We just started, the teacher replied. Exactly, you just started, and you perfectly demonstrated every sword technique. If you stay, the other students will lose confidence. The teacher gave him his first commendation of the day, followed by the attack techniques teacher's second, and the hunting teacher's third Ronin was exasperated. They all kicked him out. With no choice, Ronan sat by the river. Questioning life, a voice came from behind familiar classmate. Shouldn't you be in class? It was Professor Nibiru's. I see you've finished all your courses. Haven't you? Ronan shrugged. I guess, are all the courses this basic? Far from what I expected. Though Nibiru's new Ronan was exceptional, finishing all courses on day one was tough. Even with his absurd learning ability, copying Nibiru's swordsmanship with one glance. Nibiru set down his sword. Since courses can't satisfy you, he signaled Ronan to hand over his sword. Let me give you a proper lesson. As Ronan puzzled, a mana-charged sword aura grazed him, causing a sizable explosion at its endpoint. Before Ronan could react, Nibiru spoke. That's the limit of your junk sword. Even with massive mana, it's only this level. It's not even a weapon. Nibiru's gripped his own blade. With a swift slash, using the same stance and technique, he unleashed power dozens of times stronger. The sword's wake sent water splashing, like a torrential downpour. Smiling at the shocked Ronan, Nibiru said, "Now you see what you're missing, right? Same technique, same strength." Ronan couldn't fathom the gap. Nibiru's explained. Got it? You need a good weapon and to learn to use mana. But Nibiru's was puzzled. Without a good weapon or mana, how was Ronan so strong? Ronan, head lowered, was still immersed in the stunning swordplay. Someone like you should take my class. Ronan blinked. Can I? You teach sophomores and I'm a freshman. Nibiru's turned. My permission is enough. Also, don't bring that junk sword. Time flew to the academy's first holiday. Ronan shared Nibiru's offer with the group and headed to the Grancia royal family's blacksmith on Racier Street to buy a good sword. Assel, skeptical, asked, "Is this really a noble's forge? It looks like a breeze could topple it." Ronan, sweating, suggested they check inside. It looks run down, but maybe it's worse inside. Ronan was stunned. Dust and cobwebs everywhere, nothing royal about it. But Shellifen never lied. As Ronan pondered, a massive claw emerged from the inner door. Who's disturbing my sleep? A 25-meter-tall werewolf appeared, eyeing them menacingly. What are you here for? Interrupting my sleep in broad daylight? Assel froze in fear. Ronan was slightly surprised. A werewolf blacksmith? Seeing their silence, the werewolf grew fiercer. Are you deaf? Ronan showed the Grancia crest Shellifen gave him, explaining they came to buy a sword. The werewolf glanced at it. Grancia crest. Fine, but you're not Grancia. Especially this pink-haired one, no noble traits at all. He taunted. So what if you have the crest? You're not Grancia. We only serve Grancia. Yawning, he turned to sleep but paused. He eyed Assel greedily. Or, on one condition, give me one of this soft guy's arms to snack on. Then I might sell you a sword. Assel was terrified. Before Ronan could respond, the werewolf approached Assel. Ignoring Ronan's murderous glare, looking for death, Ronan struck, sending the werewolf flying meters away. But the impact felt odd, like it was deflected. Looking up, the werewolf was now in armor. Though it blocked the strike, the force broke the werewolf's ribs. Invisible armor. Fine, I'll just shatter it. The werewolf, terrified, explained. It was a test. A simple test of your strength and my armor's durability. I provoked you on purpose. Ronan didn't buy the flimsy excuse. That's a quick story you spun. The werewolf begged, even offering to confront Shellifen, barely escaping punishment. Ronan sheathed his sword, not because he believed him, but to avoid Shellifen. The werewolf apologized to Assel with a smile. I don't actually eat people. I'm Didikin, an apprentice here buying a sword. I'll take you to our forge. This is just the entrance. Didikin led them inside and pressed a hidden switch. The ground shook violently, then sank rapidly. A hidden space lay beneath. The true forge, Kappadoki, was inside. The Empire's largest forge. Didikin grinned at Ronan. Since you passed my test, your weapon's on me. Led by Didikin, Ronan's group arrived at Kappadoki, a forge with over 400 years of history. Seeing Ronan's talent, Didikin decided to take him to the master blacksmith, rumored to have 400 years of experience. Many of the Empire's famed swords were his work. Didikin proudly introduced him. They soon reached the door. For such a master, I have great... Didikin kicked the door open. Ronan was stunned. This guy was even more brazen than him. Didakan swaggered in. "Old man, I brought guests," unaware of the master's murderous glare. "Didakan, you barge in making a racket, huh? Didn't I tell you to be quiet when I'm working?" Didakan, unfazed, proudly announced his guest was a genius. The master, intrigued, stopped working and approached Didakan, pointed at Ronan. "His swordsmanship will shock you." But the master, eyeing Ronan's youthful face, was skeptical. He suggested Ronan demonstrate. Ronan agreed, but as he drew his black iron sword, the master snatched it. Staring at it, he was silent for seconds before smashing it with a hammer. Ronan's face darkened. That was his favorite sword, chosen from hundreds. "You old fool. Do you know what you just did?" The master casually pointed. "With that junk sword, I can't gauge your skill. Our swords are 1,000 times better. Pick one." "It's on me so you don't feel cheated." Ronan, stunned, chose a sword he liked. The moment he held it, he felt a difference. But he wasn't sure if it would drastically boost his swordsmanship. After confirming with the master that damages wouldn't need compensation, Ronan gently swung the mithril sword, striking a swordsmanship pose. He aimed to use Nibairo's technique, though without mana, its power might be lacking. As Ronan's slash landed, a distant furnace exploded, and the destruction along its path far exceeded his expectations. Ronan was stunned. "Isn't this my destined sword?" The master sighed. He'd said no compensation was needed, but he was surprised this kid was using Nibairo's swordsmanship. He asked if Ronan was his disciple. Ronan blinked. "You know him too?" The master nodded. His next words shocked Ronan. Nibairo's sword, the Force Blade Urusa, was one of the master's rare masterpieces. He told Ronan that a sword's quality could even affect how one perceives their own abilities. He patted Ronan's back. "Honestly, I haven't seen a genius like you in years. But too much talent is also a problem. It means finding a fitting weapon is tough. First, the forging materials are an issue. Even this mithril sword can't withstand your strength. So we need harder materials to forge it." Ronan rummaged in his pocket and pulled something out. It was the blue bird's eggshell. Ronan hadn't thrown it away. His gut told him it was valuable. The master took the eggshell and hammered it. Not a single crack. His eyes gleamed. "This is perfect for a great sword. Can I use it?" Ronan nodded. The eggshell was useless to him now. "Come back in 2 weeks. I'll have the Empire's finest sword ready." Ronan smiled, satisfied. He called Maria and Assel to head back. But the master stopped them. "I can't let honored guests leave empty-handed. You two go to the other masters. Use my name, they'll treat you well." The master, sweating, spoke eagerly. He hammered the eggshell frantically. What a beautiful sound. The trio was stunned, agreeing the old man was mad. Deep beneath Kappadoki, 2 cloaked figures were plotting to destroy the forge. Not long ago, Ronan ordered a sword from the Empire's greatest blacksmith. It would take 2 weeks to complete. It was said to be the Empire's finest. Maria and Assel also ordered weapons. The cost was steep, but they didn't mind, even wanting more. Because Shulafen was paying during the 2-week wait, Ronan wandered the academy aimlessly. But he stopped. A luxurious sailing ship-shaped building caught his eye. He vaguely recalled Nibairo's classes were held there. Nibairos told him to get a decent weapon before attending, so Ronan planned to go after getting his new sword. But then, Ronan sensed trouble. Nibairos stood nearby, his face full of menace. Ronan slowly turned. "Good evening, Professor Nibairos." Without a word, Nibairos grabbed his ear. "Long time no see. Kid, didn't I tell you to come to my class once you got a weapon?" Ronan tried to argue, but Nibairos gave him no chance. He dragged him toward the classroom. "I'll hear your excuses on the way. Can you let go? It hurts." Their commotion drew a long-haired girl's attention. Unnoticed, a guy behind her had bad intentions, deliberately bumping into her. "Don't block the way, move faster." The girl, confused, apologized, but he pressed on. "Gods, you're slower than a turtle. Spend more time practicing, loser." The girl, avoiding conflict, swallowed her anger. She barely got into the academy. "Okay, I'll go now." Meanwhile, Ronan and Nibairos reached the training room. "You all know him, right? The freshman who shone at the match. His name's Ronan. From today, he'll join your class." Ronan bowed. "I'm Ronan, Freshman in the swordsmanship department, nice to meet you, seniors. The students below whispered loudly, is he really that strong? He looks weak. Ronan overheard it all. But not everyone was hostile. Two familiar faces were friendly, and on the other side, Shulafen was there too. As they prepared to practice, a girl burst in, I'm so sorry. Professor, I'm late, I was handling something urgent. Hearing her, Ronan felt a wave of familiarity. That voice. Nabairos didn't mind rest for now. He pointed at Ronan. We just introduced a new student, go greet him. The girl approached. Nice to meet you, Ronan, I'm Adeshan, sophomore teaching assistant. Ronan stared. Stunned, he hadn't expected to meet her like this. Adeshan Akalugia. During the giant invasion, she had unmatched leadership, the Empire's first female commander. Known for her iron will, dubbed the Iron Blood Lady. Who'd have thought she had such a gentle side? But from what just happened, she had no memories of her past life. Should I tell her about her request back then? How do I explain it? Ronan, watching Adeshan, was torn. She was busy. Is my stance right? One asked. Another said, the towels here are rough. She handled each issue patiently. Ronan was stunned. My great commander doing waiter-level tasks? Then, the guy who'd bullied Adeshan approached. Freshman, you've been standing there a while, how about a duel? Seeing Ronan's confusion, he explained, I'm Carden. A junior, heard you shone in the match. If the rumors are true, I'd like to learn from you. But Ronan wasn't interested and flatly refused. The guy didn't take the hint. Oh, I forgot my weapon, he shouted at Adeshan. Hey loser, grab my practice spear. Adeshan swallowed hard, complying, while Ronan's face darkened. Loser. Does this jerk know who he's talking about? Adeshan soon brought his long spear, but Carden deliberately picked a fight. You idiot, I switched to a short spear. Don't you know? Ignoring her apology, he smacked her head with the long spear. You begged your way into this academy. Shouldn't you handle these little tasks? At that moment, Ronan grabbed the spear, glaring at him with murderous intent. Fine, I'll duel you, but Carden, oblivious, kept pushing. He taunted, didn't you just refuse a duel? Is it for this loser? What, some kind of low-life camaraderie? Before he could finish, Ronan tossed the spear back. With a light flick of his sword, Carden was sent flying 25 meters, his face contorted. The long spear snapped in two, becoming a short spear. Ronan spoke, there's your short spear, like it? Carden, furious, thought, I'm 2 years his senior. A noble like me, untouchable to a commoner like him. How dare he humiliate me? He went all out, thrusting with the short spear. Ronan waited 2.5 seconds until the spear nearly hit, then struck. With a casual swing, the short spear shattered into 3 pieces. Yeah, I'm that bold. Carden was stunned. Then came one strike, 2, 3 each with crushing force, knocking Carden unconscious. Ronan's anger hadn't subsided. Good thing we're in the academy, outside you'd be dead. The onlookers were shocked. Carden had lost? He was a top-ranked upperclassman. Ronan turned to the others. They'd treated the commander like a servant too, so Ronan wasn't letting them off. Next, the rude towel jerk. Can't you wash it yourself? Ronan stormed toward a girl. Is the assistant your maid or what? The girl froze in fear. Adeshan stepped in, blocking Ronan. Without past life memories, Adeshan didn't understand why Ronan, a near stranger, was fighting so hard for a commoner like her. Ronan spoke clearly, anyone can be insulted, even me, but not you. He recalled Adeshan's past life contributions during the giant invasion in this empire. No one can disrespect you. He gently pushed Adeshan aside. The girl was terrified again. But Nabairos's voice rang out. Stop, Ronan. A terrifying pressure froze Ronan in place. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, his body wouldn't obey. A primal fear, like being locked in the gaze of a 25-meter serpent, gripped him. Adeshan looked at Ronan sternly. I won't pursue Carden's matter. But you must stop now. Ronan, furious at Nabairos's inaction, strained to move his body. Nabairos, unfazed, kept staring. Last warning, stop. Ronan didn't back down. I'll say it again. Nabairos sighed. Then I'll have to subdue him. As the serpent opened its maw, Ronan felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, opening his eyes. He saw past life Ade-chan, fearlessly taking command on the front lines. She knew frontline fighters faced certain death but devoted herself to the Empire. In a blink, the scene shifted to the final moment when 8 billion giants appeared. Ade-chan, smiling, told Ronan, "Never forgive me, I selfishly passed the Empire's protection to you." Ronan shouted her name, but it was a dream. Turning, he saw Ade-chan, real and anxious, before him. Ronan, concerned, asked, "You okay, Commander?" "Commander? What are you talking about?" Ronan realized Ade-chan had no past life memories and laughed awkwardly. "So, you got that mad because of me?" Ronan panicked. "No way. I'm a refined gentleman, I've always hated their behavior." Ade-chan saw through his lie. "You don't need to resent them, even Cardin, I brought this on myself." Ronan snapped, "I can't let them treat you like that. Even Professor Nibiros, you work so hard, and he does nothing while you're bullied." Ade-chan gave a wry smile. "Professor Nibiros is a good person, he didn't act because I asked him not to. This course requires swordsmanship genius. My swordsmanship hasn't progressed in a year, and I've only just grasped mana. He gave me this chance. I don't resent him. I'm grateful." Ronan was stunned. In his past life, Ade-chan's presence was overwhelming. Did she face bottlenecks too? "I can handle these small things, thanks, Ronan, I'm used to most of it. But getting hit does hurt." Ronan paused. "Maybe that's why you went so far. To become the commander." Ade-chan blinked. "How do you know that's my dream? Did I slip up? It's tough, but I'll keep trying." Ronan froze. Ade-chan thought she'd been too bold. She hurriedly explained, "It's unrealistic, but I won't give up. Everything I do is for that dream." Ade-chan looked at her scarred palms from sword practice. Her words plunged Ronan into a dilemma. On one hand, past life Ade-chans will ask Ronan to tell her current self to abandon the commander dream and be a tailor. On the other, seeing her confidence, Ronan couldn't bear to crush her spirit until Ade-chan left. He stayed silent, unsure what to do, feeling both choices were wrong. Back home, Duolong sent a pigeon at midnight, telling Ronan to pick up his sword at Kappadoki. But at the forge, there was no one to greet them. Ronan, annoyed, kicked a helmet across the floor. Maria noted he seemed troubled. Ronan, done waiting, decided to go in. He'd find the way himself. After fumbling around, Ronan located the elevator switch. With a jolt, the elevator descended. But Ronan froze. Kappadoki was engulfed in raging flames. Many blacksmiths lay collapsed on the ground. Assel pointed out the culprit, a 25-meter stone giant chasing a group of blacksmiths. Ronan thought for a moment, grabbed Assel, and told Maria to get help from the academy. He leaped down, with Assel using telekinesis to slow their fall. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths, chased for 2.5 minutes, were exhausted. The stone giant raised its fists to crush them. At the critical moment, Ronan's slash destroyed the giant's arm. Irritated by recent troubles, he growled, "I'll take my frustrations out on you." The giant swung its remaining arm, but as it neared, Ronan vanished. He'd activated his aura, reappearing on the giant's shoulder in a blink. A clean slash struck true. The giant's thick armor crumbled like paper, instantly destroyed. The rescued blacksmith's eyes widened like eggs. How could a kid that young one-shot a stone giant? Ronan stepped forward, asking Duolong what happened. They explained that dozens of stone giants had burst from the ground recently. Without warning, they began smashing everything in sight. Worse, they abducted blacksmiths, including Duolong, who forged Ronan's sword. Didakin had gone to rescue them, though he was better at forging than fighting. Ronan cursed inwardly, instructing Assel and Sita to stay and help the wounded. "What are you doing?" Assel asked. Ronan turned toward the giant's retreat path. Ronan was stunned. "Obviously, I'm saving Duolong. My sword's with him deep underground." Duolong clung to his masterpiece, grateful but stubborn. "I appreciate you coming, but you didn't need to." Didakin stood in front, battered but shielding him from a stone giant. "Old man, stop talking and run." Duolong stood frozen. "Your invisible armor won't work on it," Didakin snapped. "It's bad enough already. Stop jinxing me. Think I don't know it's useless? You do it, then use that sword you're holding." Duolong clutched it tighter. No way. This is my masterpiece. My lousy swordsmanship would disgrace it. He gazed at it reverently. Didakan was speechless. This weapon-obsessed geezer will get us killed. The stone giant, done listening, raised its fists to smash them. Didakan blocked the blow but was gravely injured, his invisible armor shattered. As he faced death, a red flash sped in at incredible speed. Countless slashes followed, and the stone giant collapsed. Ronan landed lightly. Leave the rest to me. Didakan gaped. How'd you get here? Weren't there tons of stone giants on the way? Ronan glanced back calmly. Dealt with them. Didakan thought. Is that even possible? Couldn't handle one. He shrank like a scolded pup, grateful he'd survived provoking Ronan before. Hand it over. Your so-called masterpiece. It's my sword, right? Oh, right, yeah, Duolong said, but his heart screamed reluctance. Here it's not fully refined yet, but it's the Empire's finest. Ronan felt its balance, weightless perfection. Let's test it. Facing several 25-meter stone giants, Ronan swung a casual sword aura, its devastating force pulverizing them. Ronan was shocked. How's it this strong? Duolong's smug look showed his pride in the sword. So Ronan, like the La Mancha? Named it after a war hero. Duolong's grin turned sly. It's nearly weightless, but 100 times harder than mithril. Plus, it regenerates when bloodied. It's perfectly tailored to your attributes. No more worrying about your rough swordsmanship damaging it. Ronan showered Duolong with praise, delighting him. His work's validation was his life's purpose. But Didakan interrupted. No time for bragging. We need to get out of here. But Ronan headed deeper. You take the old man out, there's a nest of rats down here. Big ones. Didakan was confused. Rats? What are you talking about? Ronan approached the stone giant's wreckage. I know stone giants, they don't act in groups or attack humans unprovoked. He flipped the wreckage, revealing a mysterious pattern on its head. Everyone gasped. Even Duolong, over 400 years old, had never seen such a pattern. But he confirmed it still resonated with mana. Someone used this to enrage the giants who'd do this? Ronan shook his head. No idea. But if I go deeper, I'll flush them out. With that, Ronan moved. He sped deeper, scanning his surroundings. As expected, beside the giant's footprints were human ones, 2 distinct sizes further on. He found a mana sensor. Useless to him. Without mana, it posed no threat. Soon, Ronan reached the cave's depths. He didn't act rashly, hiding himself and observing. First, he saw a massive golden stone giant, with 2 human-like figures below. The figures were unremarkable, but the golden giant dwarfed ordinary ones, making them look like toys. Though dormant, its potential destruction was unimaginable as Ronan planned his approach. The white-robed woman spoke. Someone's intruded. The stone giant's control is failing. What now? No more giants, and this one's not ready. Should we go up and deal with them? The woman shook her head. No, the forge's facilities are mostly destroyed. The Empire's metallurgy and weapon tech will regress years. That's enough. If we're exposed, that person won't sit idly by. The man grumbled but agreed to retreat for now. Then, the sulfur smell on Ronan from killing giants caught their attention. No wonder I'm itching. The man launched a fireball at Ronan. Ronan reacted just as it neared. After the explosion, the man saw the fireball missed. Nimble little guy, how about I tie you up? He cast a spell, and countless fiery chains surrounded Ronan. Their mana-coalescing speed marked them as no ordinary foes. Kid, tell me who you are and how you bypassed our mana sensor, or you'll be roast pork. Ronan stood amid the flames. That's my question. Who are you? I don't care how close you two are. Just give me your names. Ronan's defiance piqued the man's interest. Oh, this'll be fun. We're wasting time, the woman snapped, but the man ignored her. Let's have some fun early. When this empire's drowned in starlight, there'll be no chance. That phrase hit Ronan's nerve. The invading giants had mentioned drowned in starlight. They knew something. Ronan decided to capture them for answers, but the man scoffed. You, a Wetbehin kid, think you can take us? He raised his arm to counter the move. Drained Ronan's patience. A flash of steel, and the man, Edward, lost his arm and lower body. Lie down. The woman, Siller, froze. Edward. He didn't even react? Ronan felt no resistance, like cutting bone. These two likely weren't human, but rage blinded him to that. He grabbed Siller by the throat. "Lady, just answer my questions. Unless you want to end up like him." Unable to break free, Siller cast a magic shield, repelling Ronan. "So you won't obey?" Ronan tapped the shield mockingly. "Nice. Sturdy," but the next second Siller was stunned. A flash and her shield shattered. "Impossible. How can a physical strike break magic?" Before she could dwell, Ronan's sword pierced her body. The struggle dislodged her hood, revealing a doll-like face and long, pointed ears. Ronan barely noticed he pinned her down. "Half-elf, what's your goal?" His focus was solely on her. He didn't notice what was behind him. A massive fireball hurtled toward him. Less than 25 meters away, Ronan reacted swiftly. He swung his sword, deflecting the attack. Looking ahead, he saw Edward, limbs severed, his body regenerating with dozens of writhing tentacles mimicking limbs. The sight could only be described as grotesque. "Let her go." Edward glared at Ronan, clearly protective of the woman. Ronan, understanding, pulled his sword from Siller. But within 2.5 seconds, he stabbed it into her thigh. "You still don't get it. Neither of you is leaving." He withdrew the sword again. The intense pain made Siller wail uncontrollably. Yet Ronan's gaze never lingered on her. It was fixed on Edward. "Two choices: come with me quietly, or this elf tastes limb loss too. She doesn't have your regeneration, does she?" Edward trembled with rage. But he lowered his head, extinguishing the flames in his hands. "Fine, I'll go." Ronan nodded, satisfied. "It'd be a hassle if you actually died." He turned his gaze to Siller. Unexpectedly, she was grinning maniacally. Ronan looked puzzled, unaware of what was behind him. The golden stone giant's arm was swinging toward him. When did it activate? Too late to dodge. Ronan took the hit heed-in. The immense force sent him flying dozens of meters. Though powerful, both knew the blow wouldn't kill a monster like him. Edward, dragging his clumsy body, approached Siller. "Can you walk?" She nodded. "Thanks to you distracting him, I could control the giant. Just one arm, though. But he's definitely hurt." Edward replied, "Get back to the church and report this. I'll finish him and follow." Siller nodded. "Be careful, he's a monster with a kid's face." "I know, I won't be reckless again." Before he finished, Edward's limbs were severed again. Ronan reappeared before them. Countless slashes followed, shredding Edward to ribbons. "Where do you think you're going?" I said. "I have too many questions." Siller stumbled back, frantically pulling out a scroll. Ronan, battered, limped closer. But Siller's binding spell succeeded, freezing Ronan in place. He struggled fiercely but couldn't move. Siller, seeing the spell work, didn't dare approach. "I can't guarantee we'd win, but my priority is reporting back." A portal glowed behind her as she stepped toward it. She turned back, bitter. "I'll find out everything about you, your family, your lover, your friends, and take them all." As Siller vanished into the portal, Ronan, unwilling, shouted repeatedly, "Don't go." He'd finally found a lead on the giants. How could he let her slip away? "I won't let that happen again." "Stop!" Ronan roared with his last ounce of strength. Suddenly, a strange aura flared around them. Siller, shocked, found her body immobilized. "I have questions too." Nibiros appeared, aura blazing. Siller froze. She thought escape was certain, but a far stronger presence had arrived. "Well done, Ronan, your timing's perfect." Ronan retorted hoarsely. Nibiros relaxed, seeing Ronan's defiance. Still mouthing off, "He'll recover." He turned to Siller. "Let's greet our guest." "Who is this?" "Her aura's pinning me down." Despite trembling in fear, Siller hadn't given up on escaping. But a slender hand reached from behind, gripping her delicate face. "Attacking the forge is a grave crime. But what angers me more is you daring to harm my student." Nibiros tightened his grip. "Look forward to what happens next." Siller's face contorted under his iron grasp, facing a serpent ready to strike. "I'm sorry, Starlight," Siller muttered, collapsing from mental overload. Her words cemented Ronan's suspicion. The giant's emergence was tied to their organization. Nibiros sheathed his sword and approached. You did well. I'll report your contribution separately. But Ronan wasn't focused on that. What you said about what happens next. Is it just sending them to Ronan prison? Nibiros nodded. I suppose you know the place. Ronan felt a chill. Ronan was a prison floating on the endless sea, where screams and wails never ceased, year-round. Wardens used every method to extract confessions from Empire rebels. Almost no one emerged intact. Listen, Professor, Ronan stood slowly. Let me join the prisoner's trial. Nibiros refused outright. He feared the brutal place would scar Ronan psychologically. Please, it's vital to me. Ronan's tone was almost pleading, desperate not to miss any giant-related clues. Nibiros watched him in silence. It was the first time he'd seen this proud kid beg. Even so, Nibiros didn't agree. Meanwhile, at Kappadoki Forge, though still in ruins, the Academy's aid had helped most of the wounded recover significantly. It should be over soon, right? Maria said, wiping sweat, having hauled 7 or 8 crates of supplies, earning her quite the credit. Assel and Sita were no less impressive to heal others. They drained every drop of their mana. But more than that, Asamu was worried about Ronan. He said he'd be back soon, but it's already been 2.5 hours. Are you talking about me? Startled, the two looked up toward the voice. It was Ronan. On my way. I heard about what you did. Maria brought reinforcements, and Asamu and Sita treated the wounded. Is anyone hurt? Ronan acted as if nothing was wrong. Instead of worrying about us, you should be more concerned about yourself, Maria said as she approached Ronan. Asamu, with a trembling voice, scolded him. You're covered in wounds. Quick, Sita, heal him. Sita immediately reached out with concern, but Ronan waved her off. I'm fine. I've already been treated. I just need some rest. Ronan's tone suddenly shifted, his gaze fixed on the two culprits in the distance. Besides, I have more important things to do now. Hours later, the convoy escorting the prisoners arrived at the rendezvous here. Ronan prison would send someone to receive the criminals. Nibiros and Ronan waited briefly before a sinister warden arrived on a beast. Two equally eerie figures stepped off, speaking in a strange tone. Hello, Miss Nibiros. She lowered her head to look at the two criminals on the ground. Edward instantly piqued her interest. Looks like this one has some kind of remarkable self-healing ability. The Inquisitors will be delighted. It's been a while since we've had such an interesting specimen. With that, they prepared to leave with the two. We'll notify you after the interrogation. We hope you'll continue working for the Empire's peace. With that, the wardens vanished from sight. In a week, Ronan will pry open their mouths. I'll inform you as soon as there's a result. That's enough, right? Ronan nodded, satisfied. Thank you. Teacher. He knew this was the most Nibiros could do. Afterward, Ronan returned to Philip's academy to continue training, while Kappadoki's repairs proceeded concurrently. A few days passed quickly. In Ronan prison, endless wails echoed. Awaiting Edward and Cyril was the cruelest interrogation. The old man smiled kindly, but it sent chills down Ronan's spine when he picked up the mask. His gentle facade could no longer hide the malice within. A terrifying aura instantly filled the room. It wasn't his strength, but his sinister demeanor. A unique aura, like that of an executioner, unsettling. This man was the prison's inquisitor, and he was in charge of interrogating Edward. After a week of intimate contact, Karaka was certain Edward had spilled everything. So he summoned Nibiros. Want to see the prisoner again? Follow me. I'll share the trial results on the way. Karaka spoke elegantly, leading them toward Edward's cell. Ronan was incredulous that this affable old man was Rodnan's inquisitor. Nibiros laughed honestly. I thought the same at first. But that guy is every prisoner's nightmare. Everyone he interrogates wishes for quick release through death. With that, they reached the prison's inner layer. Karaka spoke. The cell is just ahead. I'll cut to the key points there from the Clakier Nebula, which is also their organization's name. Nibiros frowned. This is the first I've heard of it. Is it a crime syndicate like Caliboro? Karaka nodded. Yes, but far more dangerous. First, their identities are unknown. Second, the Blue Armor Arson and the Magic Engineering Academy explosion were their doing. Most major cases over the past year have been confirmed as their work. Ronan was stunned. If this organization did so much, why hadn't he heard of them in his past life? Inquisitor, did they mention anything about Starlight or something like Starlight Descends? Karaka was puzzled. This is the first I've heard of it. Ronan scratched his head awkwardly and explained. That's what Edward said when I caught him. Because, in fact, I'm from the future 10 years from now, 3-winged bald men will invade. The term Starlight came from them. No one would believe such nonsense. He thought the matter would end there. But unexpectedly, Karaka's face darkened. Ronan continued, I think it's tied to their purpose. So you haven't gotten it out of them yet? At that, a terrifying aura made Ronan's face change. Came from Karaka. He immediately donned his bird-shaped mask and silently walked toward Edward's cell. I see, looks like our friend hasn't been honest. I should show more sincerity. With that, the cell door slowly opened. The sight left Ronan dumbfounded. The once arrogant duo was now tortured beyond recognition. Only faint wails proved they were alive. Karaka approached slowly. Our Edward is an interesting friend. He uses some unique dark magic to regenerate his body. He picked up a red-hot torture tool. Know how to get close to someone like this? Simple, stab him with this until he can't regenerate anymore. Karaka thrust it in, and Edward could only scream again and again. He stopped only when Edward was barely conscious. See, we've grown closer. At least I think so. But Karaka's tone suddenly shifted. Thinking he's still hiding things makes me disappointed. Friends shouldn't keep secrets, don't you know? But Edward cried out, claiming innocence. Sobbing, he said he hid nothing. Karaka didn't believe him and yanked his head toward Ronan. Then why is this the first I'm hearing of Starlight Descends? I hope this conversation ends with you. Not Cyril. The same treatment would kill her, right? He turned his gaze to Cyril. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she begged for a quick death. Ronan was stunned at this point. They had no reason to hide. Could it be? Not that they don't want to talk, but they can't. Like some kind of sealing curse or magic. Hearing this, Karaka had a sudden realization and stepped outside. Please wait a moment, I'll grab something. Minutes later, Karaka returned with a strange object. It was an ugly thing resembling an eyeball. This was the curse eye, feeding on curses within a person. Karaka toyed with it briefly. Then he approached Edward. Let's begin. He placed the curse eye on Edward's forehead. Instantly, countless tendrils sprouted from the eye. They burrowed deep into Edward's head. The intense pain made him scream non-stop. 2.5 minutes later, the curse eye turned blue, signaling the cleansing was complete. Karaka spoke again. I'll ask once more, what is Starlight Descends? Edward gasped heavily. Starlight is an eternal existence. Her blessing will save all the weak on this land. Cyril froze, urging him to shut up. For Cyril's safety, Edward continued. Starlight Descends is our lifelong wish. We'll remove all obstacles to await her arrival. That's a lot for an old man like Karaka to process, so something's coming, right? Edward nodded. The children of the stars. Hearing this, Ronan was instantly filled with disgust. But he remained silent about the giants. Ronan suspected a curse restricted his speech. Sure enough, with the curse eye's help, Edward revealed their organization's ultimate goal: to clear obstacles for the giants' smooth descent to Earth. Hearing this, Ronan could no longer hide his anger, as they were the culprits who destroyed the Empire in his past life. Ronan stepped forward. The Inquisitor tried to calm him, but Ronan just stood before Edward and took a deep breath. The children of the stars you mentioned, are they the Ahayudi? Edward's nerves tensed instantly. Where did you hear that name? How do you know it? Before Edward could ask more, his forehead rapidly swelled. Within moments, his entire head looked like a balloon about to burst. Ronan, startled, wondered if it would explode. Get back! Karaka pulled Ronan aside and immediately raised a magic shield. At that moment, Edward's head exploded, splattering blood and fluids, all blocked by the shield. A steady voice came from beneath the Inquisitor's mask. I didn't expect this. This curse is stronger than I imagined, and there may be more than one. I suspect the first curse prevents revealing their purpose. If the first is removed, a second curse activates, making their heads explode before Ronan could dwell on it. The hand on his shoulder tightened. So, Ronan, what are the Ahayuti? Karaka stared at him intently. If this is a secret of the Klakir Nebula, how do you know it? He began gathering magic as the case's inquisitor. I must know everything, can you tell me? Startled by the sudden menacing aura, Ronan answered calmly, I just heard it by chance. Under Kappadoki, I was the first to encounter them. If this term bothers you, I'm sorry. Ronan said, pushing away the hand intimidating him. Is that explanation enough? Looking at Ronan, Karaka was stunned. Though he didn't believe Ronan, his instincts told him. This kid could never harm the Empire. In his eyes, I saw a resolute will burning duty, or faith. No, neither. It was anger toward them. At that moment, Naviros drew his sword stop. His piercing eyes glared at Karaka. Are you questioning my disciple? In front of me? Of course not, just confirming. Karaka quickly forced a smile. Better to be cautious, right? I'm sorry. Seeing his submissive demeanor, Ronan was dumbfounded. Glad our misunderstanding is cleared. But Ronan knew he was in danger moments ago, as that old man planned to interrogate him too. Anyway, it's a pity to lose a curse eye, but they usually have strong vitality. Karaka looked at the intact curse eye on the ground, but Ronan was skeptical. This tiny thing is powerful? Yes, and if you look closely, it's kind of cute. Wanna touch it? As Karaka joked, he was horrified to notice the curse eye on his shoulder had turned blue. That meant it had absorbed a curse. Whose? So far from Cyril, it couldn't be hers. Could it be his? Karaka turned to Ronan. When I used the magic shield earlier, I touched him, and in that instant, it absorbed a curse. Karaka quickly removed the curse eye and placed it in Ronan's hand. The curse eye visibly swelled at an alarming rate. Then it exploded, ignoring Ronan's shock. Karaka grabbed his hand to study it. It couldn't withstand the moment of contact. Listen, I think you're cursed. Ronan frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Karaka explained. Have you ever felt restricted? Like you can't run or can't hold steel objects, things like that. Curses can limit certain actions. Hearing this, Ronan lowered his head in silence. So, the reason he couldn't use magic was due to a curse's restriction? Karaka didn't press further. It's fine if you don't want to say. Just remember, this curse is very powerful and full of malice. That concluded the talk. Ronan and Naviros prepared to leave. Once I break all of Cyril's curses, I'll notify you, but her curses are strong. So it'll take time. Naviros nodded. Got it. Report to me when ready. Karaka then turned to Ronan, but he didn't respond for a while. You seem preoccupied at that. Ronan snapped back to reality. A little since learning I'm cursed, but don't worry too much. Karaka softened, offering comfort. You're a Philip student, right? At the academy, there's an eccentric guy who studies curses deeply. He might help you. That's Professor Secret from the magic department. After handling Rodnan's affairs, Ronan and Naviros left on their mount. But the curse lingered in Ronan's mind. Plus, his eyes began to itch, making him increasingly restless. Fortunately, someone had mentioned that Professor Secret might have a solution. Seeing his unease, Naviros spoke calmly. This is one of the known signs. It means the curse in you is weakening. Don't worry. By the way, do you really not know who cursed you? Ronan shook his head, unable to think of anyone who'd do this. He was always so kind, too gentle for anyone to hold a grudge. Naviros didn't agree but quietly turned to the window. The image of Ronan thrashing Carden was still vivid in his mind. Unexpectedly, Ronan spoke up to thank him. Thank you, Professor Naviros, for stopping him. That old man's eyes were too vicious. If not for you, I think he'd have locked me up on some baseless charge. Naviros just smiled. It's just my duty as a mentor. No need to thank me. Looking at Naviros, Ronan felt a surge of fondness. Not only was his swordsmanship exceptional, but he was also a great person. The more he looked, the more he seemed like a good man. But strangely, why hadn't he seen him in his past life? Someone so strong should have been on the battlefield. Could the Klakir Nebula have done something to them? Or what? Ronan didn't know. They returned to Philip's late at night. But early the next morning, Ronan eagerly headed to a place. The magic department's exclusive training area, Stone Pillar Park. There, Ronan spotted Andershan. who'd been waiting for a while. Naviros had asked him to help Ronan find Professor's secret. He greeted Ronan with a wide smile. It's been a while. If not for the professor's orders, I might have seen you even later. You doing okay? His radiant charisma left Ronan momentarily at a loss. Plus, he was inwardly conflicted. How do I bring that up? What do I do? Where do I start? Forget it, just smile for now. Ronan forced an awkward grin. Long time no see, assistant. How are your parents doing? Anderson paused, then nodded. Everything's fine, because since that incident, Cardin's been terrified of Anderson. Whenever he sees him, he just keeps shouting, I'll use a spear, I won't switch. It sounds bad, and honestly, it is bad. Ronan was stunned, not expecting his small action to leave such a deep shadow on Cardin. At that moment, Anderson changed the topic. I heard from the professor you want to lift a curse in your body, right? Ronan nodded as they walked. Yes, someone told me to come here to find Professor's secret, but looking at the eerie surroundings, Ronan could tell how eccentric this professor was. Anderson gave a wry smile. That's true. His unique office is impossible to find unless you're from the magic department. So I called a close junior from 3rd year to guide us, but she hasn't arrived yet. As he spoke, a purple figure appeared before them. She pounced into Anderson's arms like a kitten, cooing in a sweet voice. I missed you, Sister Anderson. This is a new spell I learned. Anderson hugged her back warmly. Me too. Eli, long time no see. Ronan froze at the sight. This purple-haired girl was definitely the one who was chattering non-stop about something and yang something. Elizabeth de Andalusia, sorry for calling you so suddenly. Eli, something came up, and I need your help to find Professor's secret. Elizabeth was still dreamily kissing Anderson's hand. Anything you ask, I'll do, but why do you suddenly want to see the professor? Before she finished, she noticed Ronan standing nearby. Their eyes met, and both fell silent. An old acquaintance. Ronan broke the silence. First, long time no see. Eli, the moment made Elizabeth bristle. Why are you here? But she was more embarrassed about her earlier behavior. Even so, Elizabeth led Ronan onward. After a long walk, they arrived at an ancient house. The surroundings growing eerier. Ronan felt increasingly uneasy. You're not planning to bury me here, are you? Eli, as payback for seeing something I shouldn't have? Elizabeth bristled at this. Don't call me that. And who's burying you? Stop talking and follow me. Pouting, Elizabeth marched toward the house, with Ronan trailing slowly behind. Surprisingly, the general is so close to this kid. But then again, they're both from the Andalusia family. Is there some special connection? Before Ronan could ponder further, they entered the house. But what met their eyes was a sleeping old woman. Is she Professor's secret? Elizabeth turned back. Don't get excited, we have one more step. Under Ronan's puzzled gaze, Elizabeth slowly approached the old woman. Despite the creaking floorboards, the old woman showed no sign of waking. Elizabeth raised her arm and began chanting a spell. Casper, Lunage, Delphirim Kai. As her words fell, a burst of purple magic spread out. Ronan quickly looked at the old woman, but her state seemed unchanged. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and her mouth stretched wide, expanding rapidly. In moments, it was large enough to swallow them both. Ronan instinctively stepped back, alert. Elizabeth remained calm. No need to panic. She walked into the old woman's mouth. Inside, the view opened up dramatically. It was an office made of countless books. Sepharazio. Ronan was stunned. That was just the entrance? So strange. As Ronan marveled, a voice sounded behind him. So it's you, the disciple Miss Naviros mentioned. You're just as I heard. As the voice fell, Secret, looking only 7 or 8 years old, appeared before Ronan. Little guy, you're fascinating. Your body seems to hold 10 curses, yet bears 10 deadly curses, inflicted by his own father. Because this child is extremely dangerous, appearing sweet but destined to bring ruin to the empire. Thus, his father had to seal his magic, and even did something with graver consequences. To restrict his actions. Not long ago, Ronan learned of a professor at the academy, who could easily lift any curse, but when he and Elizabeth reached the professor's office, they found only a child. As Ronan felt puzzled, Elizabeth bowed to the child. Hello, Professor's secret. Ronan squinted in confusion. How could a doll-like child be a professor? Secret seemed to sense Ronan's doubt. I'm actually over 80 years old, just youthful in appearance. But that's a curse too. Ronan chuckled, amused by the oddity after explaining. Secret snapped his fingers. A massive geometric magic circle appeared beneath Ronan's feet. Followed by countless translucent runes. Let's start lifting the curses. Suppressing a scream, Ronan stared at the runes emerging from his body. Why are these in me? Secret didn't answer, speaking to himself. This is a spectacle I've never seen. So many curses in one body, and ancient ones close to the source. Ronan muttered, a curse, can these be lifted? Normally, I'd say no curse is unliftable. But this time I can't be sure, because these curses are almost unknown. Even so, Secret decided to try a new method. I'll create an imaginary world in your consciousness. There, I'll project the curse tormenting you. You only need to do one thing: find the curse's source and slay it. Ronan frowned, not quite understanding. So, I enter a dream and break the curse? How do I recognize it? You'll know when you see it by instinct, Secret said lightly. He placed his hand on Ronan's head. Take care. As the magic activated, Ronan's consciousness was thrust into a magically created world. When he came to, he was in a forest. The further he walked, the stronger the familiarity. Isn't this my home? How could the curse's source be here? Before Ronan could dwell on it, a child's laughter snapped him back. Such a familiar voice. He quickly turned to look. It was his sister Iril from childhood. She rushed into the house. I'm back, Mom. Her first act was to gaze at her brother with sparkling eyes. So cute. But Iril was puzzled. Why does little Ronan sleep so much? Is he sick, Mom? A woman, nearly identical to Iril, smiled and answered. Because babies need lots of sleep to grow healthy. So, Iril, you need to sleep a lot too. Speaking of sickness, if little Ronan gets sick, as his sister, you must take good care of him, right? Iril raised her tiny fist excitedly. Of course. I'll protect him forever. Ronan watched this warm family scene. Did I ever have moments like this in my life? Mesmerized, Ronan forgot his purpose here. No doubt this was shortly after his birth. So, the child in this cradle is me? Ronan was dumbfounded. Was I a baby at birth too? I thought I started as an adult. He had this thought because his childhood memories were sealed. Plus, he had learned so little. But then, the sound of a door opening echoed. A strange sensation instantly swept over Ronan. He tried to turn and look, but his body wouldn't move. So Ronan could only stare ahead as a formless shadow slowly walked in, but his family seemed delighted. You're back so early? Iril even rushed to hug him. But the shadow shoved her hand away, silently approaching little Ronan. Mom thought he was eager to see his child. She smiled, saying the baby was in the cradle, but the shadow extended an arm toward her. Muttering words Ronan couldn't hear. Moments later, Mom's consciousness began to fade. What danger? What are you talking about? Before she finished, she collapsed. This stunned little Iril. She didn't understand what Dad was doing. Only worried for her fallen mother. But the next second, the shadow aimed his palm at Iril, repeating the act. Seeing this, Ronan was overwhelmed with grief and rage. You bastard! What are you doing? But what shocked Ronan more came next. Countless translucent runes appeared from the shadow's arm. They were the same curses that had emerged from Ronan's body. With a flash of light, the curses were implanted into little Ronan. At that moment, he realized this figure was the curse's source. This didn't feel like a virtual world, but someone's memory. Ronan clenched his teeth. I must slay him outside. Secret's hands trembled uncontrollably despite thorough preparation. This magic nearly drained his mana. What an absurd curse! Elizabeth had never seen the professor in such distress. If even the professor reacts like this, how many curses are in his body? Regardless of their power, there are about 10. Elizabeth was speechless with shock. 10? 10 curses? No wonder it takes so much mana to remove so many curses at once. But Secret shook his head. No, that's not it. I'm only dealing with one curse right now. As the boy delved into the dream to destroy the curse, he discovered something terrifying. The father before him not only struck down his sister and mother, but implanted 10 powerful, deadly curses into his infant self. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't accept it. This bastard dared harm his own family. He clenched his teeth, vowing to slay him. But his body still wouldn't move. Only when the shadow stepped out the door did the restraint lift. But Ronan didn't chase immediately. He ran to his sister and mother. They were still alive. Ronan sighed in relief, struggling to control his emotions. Stay calm, there's only one thing I need to do now, and that's to tear that bastard apart. As he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. Yithramancha. Whether this made sense no longer mattered. Ronan slashed the door open, then rushed out like a madman. Soon he saw the shadow ahead. The figure stood motionless, as if waiting for him. But seeing his face, Ronan couldn't forget what he'd done. You dared harm my family, I'll never forgive you. With that, Ronan charged at the shadow at top speed. But the figure gathered mana. Conjuring a sword from thin air, his attack was effortlessly blocked. Ronan froze, not expecting the shadow's skill. But what shocked him more came next. No matter how Ronan attacked, the shadow easily countered, as if toying with him. As the fight continued, Ronan sustained multiple wounds. The shadow then erupted, piercing Ronan's chest with a single strike, too fast to block. Ronan fell to one knee, his wounds nearly robbing him of all fighting strength. The shadow glanced at him and left without looking back. Ronan struggled to stand. It can't end like this. I still have questions for that bastard. His gaze locked on the shadow, and he let out a hoarse roar. Why did you do this? From Iril and Mom's behavior, he was undoubtedly their father. Doing this, are you even worthy of being our father? Don't you have any explanation? Hurting Iril and Mom, cursing me. Don't you even have an excuse? Hearing this, the shadow froze in place. Seizing the moment, Ronan gripped his sword, red mana swirling around it. He charged at the shadow and struck, slaying him. If you won't talk, then get out of my body. After purging the curse, Ronan returned to the real world. He shook his head hard, trying to snap out of the tense battle state. But an aged voice sounded behind him. Enjoy your journey? Ronan turned to see a kind-looking old man, dressed like Professor Secret. Ronan quickly guessed his identity. Why did you age like you took a time machine? Is it because of this curse-breaking magic? Secret shook his head. No, that's unrelated. Do you feel anything different now? Ronan focused and saw dense, vibrant mana radiating from Secret. Honestly, I sensed you were extraordinary from the start, but now you're even more terrifying than I imagined. Secret smiled. Pleased. Looks like you can now properly sense mana. In the following time, Ronan recounted everything he encountered there, and Secret jotted it down in his notebook. Your curse is tied to memories you didn't even know. But why do you think that man was your father? Didn't you say you couldn't see his face? Ronan lowered his head, thinking for a long time. I could feel it from Iril and Mom's attitude toward him. More importantly, when he hurt my family, I sensed a sadness in him, a strange feeling. Looking back, that must have been his emotion. Secret nodded and probed further, while Ronan held nothing back, sharing everything. I have no memories of my family, like they were completely erased. Secret sipped his coffee. Does that make sense? Your father not only sealed your ability to sense mana, but also scrambled your memories. But through this curse-breaking magic, those memories were inadvertently revealed. So it might be a chaotic world of imagination and memory intertwined. That's a rare quirk of this magic. And the final strike you described likely stemmed from this. So you unwittingly used mana. Ronan looked at his hand, where multicolored hues swirled together. This is... Secret nodded. Though you can now sense mana, to process and use it like a normal person, you'll need to remove at least 2 more curses. This will be a long process, as your curses are unknown and powerful. So go back for now. I'll notify you when I'm ready. As Secret closed his notebook, Ronan froze. At some point, the professor had reverted to his childlike form. This body is complicated, somewhat like yours. Ronan was dumbfounded. That must be exhausting. Meanwhile, beneath Cappadocia, Duke Grancia, upon learning of the stone giant, personally visited the site. He looked up at the stone giant, far larger than he'd imagined. But he heard it wasn't Naviros who stopped it, but one of his students. This puzzled the Duke. What kind of prodigy has such strength? As the Duke pondered, a righteous young man appeared behind him. It was Darren, the Duke's personal guard. You're here? How's the Smithy's restoration going? Darren replied respectfully, "Everything's proceeding smoothly, it should be fully restored in a week, and as per your orders, we've investigated those bastards. Regrettably, we found no other leads." Seeing the Duke deep in thought, Darren continued, "However, through Phillips, we located that student. Would you like to meet him?" The Duke nodded. "It seems I should." As he spoke, the stone giant's red eyes lit up, slowly preparing to attack. Darren saw it all. "Duke, my apologies, please step aside, leave this to our night order." With that, he placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready to act at the Duke's command, but the Duke raised his hand. No need. As the stone giant's attack loomed, the Duke drew his sword. "They can handle other tasks." With that, he swiftly slashed backward. The moment his blade struck, even the massive golden stone giant disintegrated instantly. The Duke sheathed his sword, turning calmly, "Let's go." To meet Philip's little hero. As the boy opened the door, he found a strange figure with filthy mana standing outside. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, and the figure instantly flared with rage. "Apologize or I'll cut out your tongue." Ronan didn't back down. "No door-to-door sales here." "Wait, judging by your attire, you're not a peddler but a noble's gatekeeper." At this, the figure's dark mana grew even denser, as if ready to attack any second. Ronan then noticed something odd mixed in the figure's mana. Familiar, yet he couldn't place it. At that moment, an arm restrained Darren. "Enough, we intruded without notice." "But, Duke," Darren tried to continue but was cut off again. "I'm sorry, Ronan, for my subordinate's reckless behavior. It's rude, but may I take a moment of your time?" A blue-haired, middle-aged man nodded elegantly. Ronan then realized their identities. Ronan nodded, and soon they arrived at his dorm. The Duke promptly presented an ornate box. Inside was a brand new sword spear. "Why are you giving me this?" Ronan asked, as the Duke leisurely sipped tea. "Master Dolan of Cappadocia insisted I do this." He nearly begged on his knees. "But beyond that, I want to express my gratitude in my own way." The Duke's gaze shifted to his sword. "Grancia and Cappadocia are longtime partners. My pale road was also crafted by Master Dolan, so I owe you even more for saving Cappadocia." With that, the Duke reached into his coat and pulled out a Grancia emblem. Ronan was startled. This was worth at least 3 villages worth of cattle. Ronan thought only Shullafen's antics could earn such a thing. Meanwhile, Maria and Asen also received gifts from the Duke. "I hope they like them." Ronan nodded, already imagining their profuse thanks. At this, the Duke suddenly set down his cup. "Now, let's talk about something else. Can you tell me about the mastermind behind this? I'm very curious." With that, a terrifying surge of mana erupted from him. Ronan was dumbfounded. "Is this the head of Grancia? Such terrifying power. I don't know how much you know, but these damned rats are crazier than we thought. They keep running, and I can only try to catch them." At this, Darren's veins bulged, and he couldn't suppress his glowing mana. Ronan stared, stunned. It was as if mentioning those people triggered a strange reaction in Darren. Come to think of it, his mana felt identical to those two, giving off a filthy, unsettling vibe. Are they in cahoots? Seeing Ronan zone out, the Duke asked, puzzled, "What was wrong? What's with that reaction? Your subordinate's mana is so intense, can't you see it? A mighty figure renowned across the continent can't see this?" Ronan couldn't believe it. "Am I the only one who can see it?" To test his theory, Ronan spoke slowly. "Do you know about Starlight Descent? The Clakier Nebula is the organization behind Starlight Descent." As he spoke, Darren's eyes flashed with malice. But the Duke remained oblivious. "Did you discover this yourself?" Ronan scratched his head. "Yeah, just lightly chopped off their limbs, and they spilled everything." He made an exaggerated expression. "It was fun watching those bastards cry and beg for mercy." "Want me to go into detail?" The Duke quickly waved his hand. "No. I'd lose my appetite if I heard more." Ronan grinned and shrugged. His suspicions were nearly confirmed. No need to say more. Ronan glanced up and saw Darren's killing intent spiraling out of control. His body was shrouded in dense mana. At the same time, the Duke stood to leave. Ronan quickly stood as well. He couldn't ignore this. "There's more about those bastards you need to know. But a busy man like you shouldn't be held up, as it might take a while." Ronan glanced at a notebook nearby. So once I've organized it, I'll hand it to you tomorrow. You'll be thrilled, because it's about the Ahayuti. Ronan said the last line extra loudly, as if deliberately telling Darren, if you don't kill me, the Ahayuti's secrets will be exposed. That night, as Ronan slept, Darren suddenly appeared before him without hesitation. He swung his sword, but just as it was about to hit, Ronan vanished. A voice came from behind Darren. I knew he'd come tonight. Nice to see you. The third bastard of Clakier. Darren looked incredulous. He turned to attack Ronan. Wait, why don't you look over there first? Ronan pointed to the side. That's my special guest. When Darren looked, he froze in shock. Why are you here? Young master, Shalafen said, brimming with excitement. Care to explain? Darren. But Darren drew his longsword. I won't explain. With that, he stomped hard, unleashing a wave of light that instantly enveloped the room. Ronan and Shalafen's bodies grew heavy. What the hell is this? Is this his aura? Ronan frowned, but Darren was already charging with his sword. Ronan struggled to raise Yithramancha to counter, but the impact sent him flying dozens of meters. Shalafen's eyes widened. Is this Darren's aura? It's already reached the awakened stage. This is completely different from what I knew. So this guy was hiding his strength all along. Darren noticed Shalafen's distraction. A powerful slash aimed at his neck. Shalafen gritted his teeth to counter, but after blocking, his wrist ached faintly. They clashed arduously for a few more rounds. But Shalafen was at a clear disadvantage. Why aren't you using your aura? Young master, at a time like this, are you worried about hurting others? You wouldn't understand. Why did you betray us? Darren sneered. You're mistaken. I never betrayed you. Because I was never a knight of Grancia to begin with. Hearing the answer he sought, Shalafen's expression turned cold. I see. With that, Ronan rejoined the fight. He'd promised Shalafen not to interfere until Darren admitted his betrayal. Seeing mana is so convenient. When Darren unleashed his aura, Ronan was caught off guard. But focusing, he saw root-like mana strands binding his arms and legs. As Ronan slashed the roots, the battle's tide began to turn. Darren hadn't expected Ronan's strikes to affect magic. What a freak! Without further hesitation, Shalafen's powerful slash sent Darren crashing into the woods. Impossible just using mana enhancement to achieve such improvement in such a short time. Calling him a genius is an understatement. He should be called a monster. While Darren was distracted, Ronan's sword was already right in front of him. Darren raised his sword to block, but was still scratched by the blade. This commotion also made him alert. No, if it's this noisy, the professors will definitely wake up. Then he would have no chance of survival. He looked at the nearby window, jumped out without hesitation, and then ran toward the city outskirts without looking back. He knew that if he were caught, everything would be in vain. Darren was somewhat lucky, successfully passing through one building after another. But just as he finally saw the city gate, a familiar voice sounded nearby. You're right, I can't control the scope of the storm as precisely as my father. But I won't use it to harm any innocent person. Only you, the traitor, must die today. With that, Shalafen began swinging his sword instantly. With Shalafen at the center, a storm with a radius of 10 meters arose. But inside it wasn't ordinary wind, but countless blade-like objects. The height of the aura even surpassed the city walls at one point. Darren hurriedly swung his sword to block, but was instantly overwhelmed by the fierce storm. As Darren uttered his final words, "My dear Starlight," the battle came to an end. "From today, you are no longer part of Grancia, and no one will remember you after all. You said you were never a knight of Grancia." When Ronan arrived, Darren was lying sprawled on the ground, his body completely battered. But fortunately, he was still breathing. Shalafen had only severed all his tendons. I didn't expect our family to have a traitor hiding for 4 years. And from the series of actions, it's likely their ultimate goal was to destroy Grancia. I must return immediately to inform my father. No time to think further. Shalafen hurriedly headed to the family territory. Ronan watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but curse. That rude guy, he didn't even say thank you. Soon, Nibiros arrived at the scene. What was that huge commotion just now? Were you attacked? Ronan turned around, not expecting Nibiros and the principal to appear together. What surprised him even more was Nabairo's attire, a cute puppy-patterned pajama, which starkly contrasted his strong personality. Without thinking, Ronan gave him the first compliment of the day. "Answer my question," Nabairo said angrily, while the principal nodded in agreement. "He's right, answer the question first. Your professor's pajama taste isn't the point, though it is quite surprising." After hearing this, Ronan glanced at Darren lying on the ground. "In short, Ahiyuti is a dog. Is Ahiyuti a dog?" Nabairo's and the principal looked bewildered. "What kind of breed is that?" After Ronan's detailed explanation, the principal realized that a traitor had emerged in the Grancia family. "This is a serious matter. But thanks to you, a major disaster was avoided. You did well." Ronan felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Although she explained most of the incident, she kept one secret buried in her heart that she could see. The special magic on Kra's body. Though she trusted the principal, no one could be 100% certain, so she couldn't reveal it. Otherwise, even those around her might fall victim to Kra's. This matter will soon be investigated. Grancia is an important part of the Empire, so don't worry. No matter what, the Empire is grateful for what you've done. And about the Kapato iron incident last time, what reward would you like? Ronan's eyes lit up instantly, as she already had a grand plan in mind to stop Kra's actions, with the principal's approval. The next morning, Ronan posted a recruitment notice in Filion Square. "Are you tired of boring club activities at the academy? I've created a brand new version for you. That is the Adventure Club. Gender and grades don't matter if you're a brother. Come challenge me." "The Adventure Club is awesome." "Good question," Ronan immediately interrupted. "The so-called Adventure Club focuses more on real combat. Let's become people who contribute to the Empire. This is the only club approved by the principal that can go outside." The students below exchanged glances. And all this was seen by someone from a distance. "Is it her? No way." A few days later, not a single interviewee showed up at the overturned building. Ronan was dumbfounded. "What's going on? I clearly gave 2 grand speeches in the square. Why is there no one?" However, everyone knew the reason except Ronan. "The matter has already spread. Your ability test involves beating up everyone who comes and passing that. Your interview question is whether they're ready to sacrifice their lives for the club. So they said, to join this club, 10 lives wouldn't be enough." But Ronan didn't agree. She just wanted to test their courage. Regardless, one person persisted. That was Barama. This was exactly the talent Ronan needed. "You passed." Barama smiled happily upon hearing this. But Ronan immediately poured cold water on him. "Joining the club is tough. Are you prepared?" Barama nodded. For him, as long as he could get stronger, anything was fine. With no interviewees now, Ronan had to ask them to leave first. She stayed there, waiting for the destined one. But waiting until evening, there was still no one. Ronan was dumbfounded. Helplessly, they began packing up to clear the area. Though the interview results were disappointing, fortunately, Andersson was there to keep her company. "If I weren't so busy with my teaching assistant work, I might consider joining." Hearing this, Ronan's face instantly darkened. She absolutely wouldn't agree. Because if she let her join, she would surely become Kra's target. Besides, in her previous life, Andersson's will was for her to give up becoming the Grand Marshal in this life. To live this life peacefully. But as Ronan was deep in thought, a voice interrupted her. "What a relief you're still here." Looking up, someone had appeared in front of her without her noticing. But no matter what, someone showing up still made Ronan happy. "Are you here for the interview? Want to join our club?" The person slowly removed their hood. "If I join, can I touch it?" At these words, Ronan instantly lost her composure. What kind of bold words were these? But after some explanation, Ronan realized they meant touching. "Sita, you mean this? He's always with me. If you join, you can definitely touch him." The person blushed slightly, not hiding their affection for the little guy. Only then did Ronan clearly see their face. A girl with long gray hair and red pupils, who arrived silently. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Ronan pointed to a nearby dummy. "First, show your strength on this dummy. And tell me your name and age." "Magic department, 3rd year, Ophelia." While speaking, she eagerly began showcasing her abilities. The moment she raised her hand, a large surge of blood-red magic gathered. Andershan's face was full of surprise. It was dark attribute magic. It's said to be an extremely difficult attribute to control. And Ronan noticed something else she clearly saw. In the blood red magic, there was an aura similar to Sita's blood magic. As Ophelia swung her arm down, a giant magical claw flew toward the dummy. Moments later, it left 3 deep green marks on it. Even Ronan's sword could only cut through the dummy. Without a doubt, Ronan immediately announced her passing. But she still had many questions. For instance, this person might not be human, but as Ronan was about to speak, Ophelia's voice rang in her mind. It was a telepathic magic that only Ronan could hear. Yes, as you saw, but please keep it a secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's talk somewhere else. I also have questions for you. Thus, Ophelia and Ronan went outside, and she got her wish, holding Sita in her hands. You say this little guy is a dream bird? So interesting to see such a rare thing in a place like this. But Ronan's tone suddenly changed. You're interesting to a vampire? But I heard you all left the Empire, didn't you? Under Ophelia's explanation, Ronan learned that some vampires still lived in Philion. They just kept a low profile and weren't discovered, so why would you risk being found to join our club? Just for Sita? Ophelia nodded. Because the first time she saw Sita in the square, she felt that this little creature had blood magic. So it made her very curious. Sita indeed possessed the abilities of a vampire. When it was still an egg, it could already gather blood. Ophelia was stunned upon hearing this. How is that possible? Blood magic cultivation usually takes 3 to 5 years. You say it mastered it in just 2 months. With such high-density blood energy, this made her even more interested in the little guy. Can I ask you and Sita something? Honestly, after seeing him, I don't want to leave. But I have to go back for my research, and I need something from him. Ophelia looked at Ronan pitifully. If you agree, I'll work very hard. You've got no choice. Ronan could only let her take 3 of Sita's feathers. The next day, Ronan and the club members arrived at the office space prepared by the academy unexpectedly. It was an entire building. Ronan smiled. He glanced at the group and noticed they seemed to have something new. Maria's greatsword, Assel's bracelet. These were crafted by the masters of Capado. The greatsword's weight is high, effectively unleashing Maria's strength. Assel's bracelet enhances magic control, reportedly doubling the flow rate. With that, they turned and walked toward the building. I asked you to bring weapons today because there's something important. Inside, they sat at a long table to talk. Our club has only one goal: to unlock our potential through time and training. That said, the ultimate goal is actually to prepare for the giant invasion 10 years from now. With that, Ronan took out a map. This is our first destination, the Badian Mountains. This is a place undiscovered by the Empire, so it's extremely dangerous. Hearing this, all 3 were dumbfounded. Who starts by going to a place like that? But Ronan told them not to worry, as the more dangerous it is, the more training they'd gain. Moreover, he learned from Professor Marin that it's the habitat of the Curse Eye. So it's a perfect place. Let's first address the issues of you two. Looking at the bewildered Maria and Assel, Ronan continued, let's fight. The reason is to help them complete the Academy's courses early, thus earning the status of free individuals. Come on, both of you at once. Don't be afraid. I'll only use my sword skill. But if you underestimate me, you might lose badly. Maria glanced at Assel. Let's go. Show him how much we've grown. Assel nodded, and a pure azure magic instantly appeared in his hand. Maria attacked Ronan first, her great sword drawing a beautiful arc in the air, slamming heavily into the floor though not fast. The attack's force made Ronan wary. Do you even know what you're doing? If that hit me, it'd easily take a chunk out of me. Maria didn't reply, responding with several slashes, all of which Ronan dodged. While they were entangled, Assel used telekinesis to lift a 300-kilogram rock and hurled it at Ronan without hesitation. Maria, get out of the way. Seeing this, Ronan had to draw La Mancha, and with a few slashes, he shattered the rock instantly. You've really improved a lot. It seems you've been training hard while I was away, especially Assel. It's like you're a completely different person. Seeing their strength, Ronan stopped the trial, as he could already see their growth. At this rate, they could graduate in about 2 weeks. But just as Assel and Maria breathed a sigh of relief, Ronan's tone suddenly changed. Now let's do some special training. None of us three are allowed to use magic. They were dumbfounded. This wasn't fair at all. Because for Ronan, using or not using magic made little difference. Thus, Ronan overwhelmingly won in this special training. This training lasted just 2 weeks. Maria and Assel completed all their courses early. When Ronan slammed the diplomas on the principal's desk, it stunned him for a full 2.5 seconds. You say your entire club has already completed all courses early? Ronan nodded yes, so can we now get permission to go outside? The principal smiled. Of course, have a pleasant journey. After bidding farewell to the principal, the next day they arrived at the Badian Mountains. Just at the entrance, the incredibly pure magic made Maria marvel. But they were still far from their destination, so they continued forward. Finally, they arrived. Ronan looked down the mountain and saw a village built by beastmen. Barama was incredulous. Beastmen had such capabilities. Of course, don't underestimate them just because they only have one village now. With their strong reproductive ability, they could cover the entire mountain range in a short time, posing a threat to nearby residents. So Ronan's first goal here was to eradicate them. How about it? Simple, right? Assel was dumbfounded upon hearing this. If he saw correctly, there were hundreds of them, but Ronan told them not to worry, as these beastmen's combat strength wasn't actually high. The only thing Ronan was wary of here was another species called ogres. They had bodies that swords couldn't penetrate, especially their hands. The double-head ogre Guak even Ronan couldn't defeat, but fortunately, it wouldn't appear at this time. Just as Ronan and the others prepared to act, a voice interrupted them. Your intentions are good, but I don't recommend doing this. Suddenly, a kind middle-aged elf appeared behind them. How is that possible? Why didn't I sense his presence? Ronan turned around, cautiously placing his hand on his sword hilt. But the elf Salent smiled kindly. I'm just a priest on this mountain, serving an ancient soul. Senial, it's not safe here. Shall we talk somewhere else? But Ronan immediately drew La Mancha. This instantly made everyone tense. They didn't understand why Ronan was acting this way toward an old man. But only he knew that anyone appearing here couldn't be an ordinary person. Ayudi is a bastard. Repeat after me. With the sword at his neck, Salent had no choice but to comply. But his body showed no abnormalities, so it basically ruled out him being a member of Kraz. As a man of faith, saying such crude words makes me very embarrassed. But Ronan told him not to worry, as in his view, cursing Ayudi was the holiest thing. Thus, the group followed Salent to another place. During the journey, he inadvertently revealed he had lived for over 1,000 years. This instantly dumbfounded Ronan. The empire was only established a few hundred years ago, yet he existed before that. Even for elves, living over 1,000 years is rare. So Ronan asked why they couldn't take action against the beastmen. Recently, the beastmen's behavior has been strange. They're not nocturnal, yet they patrol the mountain range every night. Even some ogres have left their territories to come here. All signs point to something big happening. With that, Salent pointed lightly ahead, and a massive stone structure quietly appeared. It was Senial's temple. Barama was stunned. Such a large structure appeared out of nowhere. Is this a barrier magic? Assel bluntly said that even the magic department's professors couldn't achieve this level of magic. Ronan, standing nearby, was equally shocked. This guy was definitely not an ordinary elf. Thus, they entered the temple, where a giant corncub-like stone in the center was Senial's statue. Though ugly, it held great significance for Salent. The temple is spacious. You can put down your bags and rest for a while, but Ronan turned to ask about the curse eyes Chishi Peak. Salent glanced at him and accurately sensed the curse's presence. So that's it. Huh? There are some strange echoes around you. Do you have time now? Let's talk. Thus, the two went to a pavilion. Salent thoughtfully brewed a pot of tea for Ronan. But as the tea's aroma entered his nose, countless thread-like magic strands instantly appeared before his eyes, clearer than ever before. As Ronan was too shocked to speak, Salent gave the answer. The tea I brewed uses a special herb that enhances magic clarity. I'll give you the herb's recipe. Drinking it a few times will help your condition. So, promise me not to use the curse eye again, as it will erode the target's life force. Using it once may not cause much harm, but repeated use will definitely be life-threatening. Ronan was speechless with shock. He only wanted to lift the curse quickly. He was completely unaware of the curse eye's side effects. But thankfully, Silent reminded him. The more urgent the matter, the more you should slow down your mindset to avoid mistakes. Listening to Silent's words, Ronan felt as if he had heard them before. Professor Secret also said that the curse in my body is hard to remove. Perhaps I really shouldn't be impatient. Looking at the kind elf before him, Ronan was certain he hadn't met him in his previous life, but for some reason, he didn't feel unfamiliar. So he decided to open up, because recently he had encountered too many fanatics, those waiting for the starlight to descend. Hearing this, Silent lowered his head. Are they starting to act again? At night, Silent stood alone in front of Senial's statue. The fanatics Ronan mentioned, are they those people? They are planning something deadly, taking innocent human lives. This time, can I only watch helplessly again? No, Ronan's appearance is the best answer. I must stop all this. As Silent was deep in thought, Ronan's voice interrupted him. This stone does look quite fascinating. Does it have any hidden meaning? On this topic, Silent's eyes lit up. Of course, every 1,000 years we move 1,000 stones to the farthest end of the empire. That place is constantly battered by storms. So most stones weather away within a century. The one that remains we call Senial. It represents a steadfast soul, and it clearly remembers that this Senial statue was moved by me and a few friends together. But now, it's the only one left upholding the faith. After all, for a god that never responds, devoting a lifetime is extremely difficult. I've wavered a few times myself, but I always had a premonition that I would stay here, becoming the stepping stone to save the world. I feel that moment is coming soon. During their few days here, everyone drank Silent's herbs, greatly increasing their affinity with magic. In their spare time, Ronan would go with Silent to gather herbs. After 2 peaceful days, Ronan decided to bid farewell to Silent, planning to clear the Beastman village and return to the academy. But Silent was worried. The reason for the Beastman's abnormal behavior hasn't been found. Can't you wait? Ronan smiled upon hearing this. You said they're just acting strange. Not that their strength increased. We can handle it. Unable to dissuade them, Silent cast a spell on them. With this, you can freely enter and exit the temple. If you encounter danger, come back immediately. Got it? Because there are at least 6 settlements nearby, each with hundreds of beastmen. Clearing them all won't be quick. But Ronan already had a plan in mind. That night, a beastman named Karami suddenly discovered that the river had dried up overnight. He hurriedly reported to the chieftain, but the chieftain grabbed an axe and smashed Karami to death, because he firmly believed it was impossible. But as he prepared to sleep again, several more beastmen burst in. With no choice, the chieftain went with them to the river, and it was indeed true. The once rushing river was now completely dry, making the beastmen instantly uneasy. So the chieftain guessed it must be the work of the Blade tribe opposite. Let's go demand an explanation. Soon, the beastmen from both tribes gathered, but a disagreement led to fighting. It escalated into a massive brawl among 4 tribes, but as they were immersed in battle, a rushing river from upstream swept down, instantly washing away thousands of beastmen, over half of whom drowned. Ronan calmly watched from the mountain. This was one of Andershan's most commonly used strategies, water bow. Ronan copied it. The greatest contributor was undoubtedly Assel. His telekinesis could control water flow, but despite his great contribution, Assel was full of unease. I'll go to hell, I definitely will. Then, the group took advantage of this time to head to one of the Beastman settlements. Since most of the elites had gone to fight, only the weak, old, and sick remained in the camp. Ronan's group easily cleared them out. Then he headed deeper into the camp. Initially, Ronan didn't have high hopes of finding treasure here. But in one of the tents, a shining object caught his attention. It was the curse eye. But regrettably, it had been half-eaten by the beastmen. It no longer had any life signs. Damn it, these guys treated a treasure like this. Ronan could only helplessly discard the curse eye's remains. As he prepared to continue searching, Maria hurriedly arrived because in another place, he found a bound female elf. Her body showed no visible wounds, but her condition seemed dire, as if she had suffered severe internal injuries. Ronan quickly used La Mancha to cut the ropes binding the elf, but despite the sword's sharpness, it couldn't cut through. As Ronan's group was at a loss, The elf woman's mouth moved slightly. Take me to see Silent. With that, she lowered her head deeply, and even the magic on her body completely vanished. Ronan. She seems to be dying. Should I take her to the temple first? Ronan rejected Maria's suggestion. I'll go, I'm faster. He looked at Barama nearby. You two, don't be reckless, wait for me to return. With that, Ronan rushed to the temple at top speed. In less than half an hour, he reached the destination. Silent, take a look quickly, her condition doesn't seem good. With that, Ronan gently placed the female elf on a chair. Upon seeing her, Silent recognized her immediately. Lady Brigia, how did you end up like this? You know her? Silent nodded yes. She's one of Senial's followers, but the last time she came to worship was about 200 years ago. The situation was urgent, so Silent didn't explain further. He took out a vial of viscous potion and fed it all to Brigia based on his guess. She must have been poisoned with a strong toxin. After administering the antidote, Brigia's complexion gradually improved, but one thing still puzzled Ronan. What was with these unbreakable ropes? Silent examined them for a moment, muttered a few words, and the ropes miraculously loosened on their own. This is an ancient artifact, nothing can cut through it. With that, Silent carried Brigia to a bed, then turned to tell Ronan, you did well. We just need to wait quietly for her to wake up. At this, Silent suddenly stared at Ronan intensely, scolding him for going to such a dangerous beastman village with such a large herd. Even if each beastman only spat once, it could disgust you to death. Ronan was speechless and explained that he went to find the curse eye to lift his curse. But Silent's eyes widened upon hearing this. Why would you use such a reckless method? The curse eye can indeed lift curses more easily. That's true. But doing so places a heavy burden on the user's body. In severe cases, it could even cause mental collapse or physical disability. Silent's words also explained why Ronan's eyes had been itching before. That was a close call. At this point, Ronan gave up on the idea of using the curse eye. He then bid farewell to Silent and returned to the Beastman village, which had become a ruin. Assel, Maria, and Barama were standing there. After regrouping, they had cleared over 70 of the Beastmen, but didn't see a single ogre. This disappointed Ronan. But it's fine, at least the threat to the temple has been eliminated. Then Ronan prepared to leave. Before that, Silent stuffed a large bag of herbs into his hands. Have a pleasant journey. These were the happiest 2 days in nearly 1,000 years. Ronan smiled back and waved goodbye to Silent. He rode a ghost horse back to the academy. After Ronan and the others left, Silent's expression immediately darkened. You've changed a lot. Brigia, leaning against a pillar, casually twirling her hair, showed no signs of injury. You're still the same, Silent. Silent looked serious. I didn't expect you to betray me, sending an old friend as an assassin, and you being caught by beastmen. What a poor performance. Brigia laughed upon hearing this. I was captured by beastmen for a night, and you didn't come to save me. I am receiving distinguished guests. Brigia's smile gradually fades. Are you talking about those children? You should have killed them. I realized this too late. The world will eventually be devoured by starlight. Silent, hearing this, is full of anger. Where is your faith in Senial? Brigia shakes her head. You need to grow up, Silent. After speaking, she suddenly claps her hands. Instantly, a massive roar echoes through the sky. It's as if the entire mountain is trembling. Roars resound one after another. More than 30 ogres surround the temple, and on their bodies, there are patterns similar to those on the stone giants. What marvelous magic! This is the power of starlight. Brigia speaks with a mocking tone. With a single command, an ogre tightly grips Silent in its hand. We've been friends for 1,000 years. Join the starlight, or be crushed by the ogre. Silent doesn't respond. He looks at the ogre with a hint of sadness. I would have calmly accepted death. I'm tired of the conflicts between organizations. But until a few days ago, when those children appeared, I saw a glimmer of hope. Senial hasn't abandoned us. After speaking, Silent snaps his fingers, and the ogre's body rapidly solidifies. Then it splits in half. Brigia glares angrily at Silent, who lands gracefully. You'll regret this. After speaking, she extends her arm, and the shadows beside it quickly gather. They form a black dagger. The surrounding air seems to tremble. Brigia's aura is several times stronger than it was 200 years ago. Silence sighs and begins chanting a spell. A magic circle appears beneath his feet. The moment his words fall, a storm of magic annihilates everything around. But the strongest blow, meant to destroy everything, is blocked by Brigia using the power of the giants. This intense magical clash is sensed by Assel, who is far away, sensitive to mana. My head hurts so much every time the sky flashes. His screams grow louder. Everyone thinks he's frightened by the thunder, but little do they know, it's caused by the battle between two great elves. Meanwhile, Ronan seems preoccupied. Since beastmen don't have the habit of storing food, Brigia should have been eaten. What's more suspicious is that there's not a trace of mana on her. Even if unconscious, there should be some. It's more like deliberate concealment. At this thought, Ronan suddenly looks at everyone with a serious expression. You all go back to the academy. No matter what happens, don't follow me. After speaking, Ronan rushes toward the temple. At that moment, the sky begins pouring rain. After running for over an hour, Ronan still hasn't seen the temple. He looks up, noticing faint pulses of magical explosions in the distance. The next second, four dragons suddenly appear, circling in the sky, accompanied by thorn-like black shadows. Ronan wipes the rainwater from his eyes and speeds up toward them. But suddenly, something hits his body. Damn it. Ronan looks up, and a massive black shadow appears before him, accompanied by a plague-like stench. "It's you, Gwark, long time no see." Ronan laughs coldly, recognizing his opponent from his past life, the two-headed ogre Gwark, with whom he fought to a draw. But upon closer inspection, Ronan's eyes show a hint of disappointment. "You're sick." After speaking, Ronan grips his sword and charges. The circular patterns on Gwark's body indicate he's been enslaved. This means he's already under control. The two-headed ogre's roar pierces through the rain, echoing across the mountains, enough to terrify any creature. Ronan charges to its right, drawing a beautiful arc with La Manche. The sensation of the blade piercing tough skin travels through his fingertips. It's completely different from his past life back then. 100 swings couldn't match this single strike. La Manche is indeed a fine sword, but Ronan isn't too pleased. The wound is too shallow, and Gwark stops the bleeding in seconds. Ronan attacks again. This time, he pierces a third of La Manche into Gwark's chest. Gwark, in pain, swings its powerful arm to counterattack. Not only does it miss Ronan, but it drives La Manche's blade fully into its body, piercing its heart. At this moment, Gwark feels unprecedented pain. Its screams echo across the mountains. Ronan rushes forward, grabs the hilt, and pulls La Manche out. With 2 more slashes, he ends the fight. Though he defeated his old rival, Ronan feels no satisfaction. "I think it would have been better if I'd fought you when you were clear-headed." Leaving his old rival's remains, Ronan continues along the mountain path. As he nears the temple, the surroundings grow increasingly desolate. Trees are broken or uprooted, and ogre corpses are scattered everywhere. The 4 dragons and magical pulses have vanished. Finally, Ronan reaches his destination. The temple is in ruins, and everything around has been flattened. "How about it? I told you to grow up." Suddenly, a female voice rings out. Ronan quickly turns to look. The speaker is Brigia, but Salant is nowhere to be seen. Ronan slowly approaches. Salant's voice rings out again. "What trick did you pull?" Brigia laughs. "The blessing of starlight. What strange magic. Without this power, I'd probably be dead by now." As Ronan draws closer, Brigia's form becomes clearer. Her left arm is completely severed. Her body is covered in wounds, and standing seems like a miracle. Despite this, Brigia appears unusually excited in this incomplete state. "The power is still so strong. I finally understand why the higher-ups want to harness the power of starlight." Hearing this, Ronan quickly looks around, trying to find Salant. 2.5 seconds later, Ronan spots her beside Senial's statue. At a glance, she seems in much better shape than Brigia. But the problem is, Salant's lower body is gone, severed at the waist. This sight instantly enrages Ronan, and he instinctively grabs his sword, charging at the culprit. "What did you do to her?" Just as his blade is about to strike her throat, Brigia turns to look at Ronan and gives a creepy smile. Though he was moments from killing her, Ronan's body suddenly can't move. I'm grateful you saved me in the Beastman village, so I'll let you go this time. Bridgia's cold voice rings out, and she throws Ronan back. But Ronan doesn't hesitate and charges again. No matter how many slashes he swings, Bridgia dodges effortlessly. Because over 1,000 years ago, she was already the leader of the Lesotho Royal Knights. In swordsmanship, no one is more skilled than her. If you don't run, I'll have to kill you. Shut up, Ronan roars. She'll never forgive someone who hurts her friends. Her eyes widen, and her grip on La Manche glows with red mana. This time, Ronan's attack is several times faster than before. Even Bridgia senses the danger. She quickly assumes a defensive stance. But Ronan's swing is so powerful that it knocks the dagger from Bridgia's hand. Ronan tries to swing again, but a sudden chill appears behind him. Instinctively, he stops his attack and looks back. Behind him is a thorn made of shadows. Ronan slashes it apart, but at the cut, glowing black mana continuously pours out. Crozal Nebula. Ronan blurts out. Hearing this, Bridgia's expression changes completely. Her voice grows colder. I can't let you live after all. After speaking, Bridgia extends her hand, and four black shadows shoot out at incredible speed. Ronan barely blocks three, but one pierces his shoulder. Run! Salant's voice rings out, aligning with Ronan's thoughts. If he can create distance, he'll have enough time to react. But why aren't you dead yet? Ronan is a bit surprised. Suddenly, he notices his fingers trembling. This is an extremely dangerous sign, so Ronan turns and flees. Bridgia tilts her head and mocks. After all that boasting, you're running away? As her words fall, the sky suddenly becomes brighter than day. A massive bolt of lightning strikes Bridgia's head but scatters just before hitting her. Mana and electricity collide violently. Damn it, it's happening again. Salant shows a shocked expression. She can't see what blocked the attack. Bridgia pants heavily, but the lightning seems to have caused her no harm. Ronan looks back and sees a transparent barrier around her. It feels familiar somehow. Right, it's the giant Ahayuti. In her past life, she used this ability to block all of Ronan's team's attacks. Indeed, Bridgia is that bald man's follower. While Ronan ponders, he quietly speaks to Salant. Please create an opportunity for me. Use the strongest move you can muster now. Salant nods with a doubtful expression. Even with full mana, she couldn't harm her. Let alone now with only half her body left. As her words fall, Ronan runs toward Bridgia's flank. Salant unleashes a spear of wind. Both rapidly close in on Bridgia. Without hesitation, she turns her head towards Salant's magic. This is an entirely reasonable judgment. 1,000-year-old archmage's threat far outweighs a rookie's. But this reasonable decision costs her dearly. La Manche tears through her defenses, drawing a perfect arc in the air. Bridgia is slain by Ronan. Her head turns into black mist and quickly dissipates. It seems she lacks regenerative abilities. Ronan breathes a sigh of relief and rushes to Salant's side, but the situation looks grim. The most logical suggestion would be to send her to the morgue, but Ronan doesn't give up. He shouts Sita's name. His voice echoes through the mountains. Soon, a black mist quickly appears before him. After shaking off the rainwater, it begins using healing magic. The wound on Ronan's shoulder heals quickly, and Salant's bleeding is stopped. Can you take me to Senil? Ronan complies. Salant smiles gently. Thank you, but I never thought you could defeat her. She was the most skilled swordmaster I've ever seen, once even the leader of the Lesotho Royal Knights. Indeed, Bridgia was the strongest enemy Ronan has faced so far, terrifying even in her injured state. If she hadn't been overconfident in Ahayuti's barrier, the outcome might have been different. Then Salant explains why Bridgia came, and mentions she wasn't the only traitor among their comrades. What shocks Ronan more is that the Crozal Nebula existed during Salant's childhood and has assassins placed in every corner of the world. At this point, Ronan can basically deduce. Some high-ranking members of Crozal possess varying degrees of giant power. This explains why so many strong individuals have disappeared. As Ronan ponders, Salant's condition rapidly worsens. She coughs up a large amount of blood. It seems my time is running out. Give this ring to Don Metab in the library. He'll tell you something about your curse. Salant struggles to remove the ring and hands it to Ronan. Don't give up, I believe Senial contacted you for a reason. After speaking, Salent tremblingly extends her index finger and swiftly pierces Ronan's chest. Right here, then she chants some incomprehensible spells. The surrounding mana quickly gathers. Ronan cautiously steps back. What are you doing? Just resting. After saying this, Salent falls still. Ronan feels her body growing harder. A rock-like substance spreads from her wound, and ultimately, Salent completely petrifies, turning into a pale white gem. As Ronan reaches to pick it up, a familiar voice sounds from behind. Hey, over there! Ronan's squad members quickly run over. So, Salent is dead? Assel chokes out. Ronan shakes his head. It's hard to say. Maybe she can turn into stone to restore herself. Not long after Ronan returned from the Badian Mountains, she met Shulafen at the club. She looked terrible, her face full of exhaustion. Her hair seemed unkept for a long time, but her eyes remained sharp. I want to talk to you. After speaking, she suddenly pulls out a scroll from her pocket. As it unfurls, a hexagonal magic circle surrounds them. It's a silent spell to prevent their conversation from leaking. After all, Krosel members could be hiding anywhere. In the past month, we conducted large-scale operations in Grancia territory, capturing 19 traitors. The problem now is that all 19 were found in the first 2 weeks, and none after that. So Shulafen believes it's not that the rest don't exist, but that the phrase starlight descends, the world ends no longer works. They may have changed the curse's trigger rules. This means half the members' identities remain unconfirmed. Shulafen bites her lip, her eyes filled with anger and unease. For a moment, Ronan can't think of any other solutions. She lowers her head. If Shulafen's guess is correct, it means Krosel is reacting to their actions. Without lingering, Shulafen thanks Ronan and turns to leave. Also, this place looks like a pigsty. As Shulafen takes a few steps, Ronan calls out to her, join our club. After brief consideration, Shulafen flatly refuses and decisively opens the door. Ronan smiles. My sister, she's moving to the capital. At those words, Shulafen immediately shuts the door, reactivates the silent scroll, and rushes to Ronan nervously. Tell me everything in detail. But Ronan refuses, citing that Shulafen isn't a club member. Thus, Shulafen is forced to join Ronan's club. She pulls out a map, making 3 detailed plans for Irel's move, vowing to send an army to protect Irel and her 2.5 years' worth of savings. Listening to her lengthy plans, Ronan feels his brain swelling. The next day after meeting Shulafen, the squad gathers at the club again. They sell all the equipment collected from Beastman resources, earning each member a fair amount of gold. Ronan plans to use this money to buy a villa for Irel. Looking at the stone Salent turned into, she quietly says thank you, and Salent faintly glows with white mana, as if responding. In the following time, Assel mentions a girl who's been constantly pestering him. Upon further inquiry, Ronan learns the girl is Elizabeth. After Assel won first place in 3 competitions, Elizabeth became infatuated, trying new ways to court him daily. Suddenly, a great idea flashes in Ronan's mind. Maybe they can recruit Elizabeth this way. Like they did with Shulafen, Assel is tasked with the mission. The club meeting ends here. Next, Ronan must participate in the Academy's midterm evaluation. All martial arts students gather at Filion Square, but upon arriving, Ronan is stunned. Every student is dressed in battle robes, even Shulafen in Grancia family attire. As Ronan feels at a loss, he notices Adeshan nearby. Unexpectedly, she's also taking the exam. Unlike before, Adeshan has a long sword at her waist, looking very valiant. They line up together. Next, the professors stride in majestically. Are you ready? Nabiros's voice echoes across the square. As the principal behind him snaps his fingers, everyone is teleported to a deserted island. Ronan frowns, recognizing this as the principal's spatial magic. The so-called midterm evaluation is to determine one winner among all participants. Each student is given a simulation bracelet. When sustaining fatal damage, they'll be instantly teleported back to Filion, meaning disqualification. Fight freely, don't fear injury. Nabiros's voice resounds above the island. Filion's best healers are on standby outside. With that, the competition begins. Though Nibiru's explained clearly, Ronan still worries about accidentally injuring others. After all, La Mancha's sharpness is unimaginable. As she walks, Ronan encounters a male student. The moment their eyes meet, the student's gaze turns ferocious without warning. He charges with a long sword glowing with blue mana weight. Ronan tries to calm him, but the opponent shows no hesitation forced to counter. The moment La Mancha touches the student's neck, his form distorts and vanishes. The bracelet doesn't generate a protective barrier but detects damage. This means Ronan can go all out, so she continues forward. Unexpectedly, the sound of clashing swords comes from ahead. Ronan approaches, and the scene instantly enrages her. A female student is attacking Adeshan, each strike precisely avoiding vital areas. Ronan rushes in, though it's a semi-virtual match where fatal damage results in teleportation. Non-fatal wounds remain permanently. This is why Ronan is so angry. Her slash hits the attacking female student. Is it fun to humiliate others like this? Ronan deliberately lightens her strike, ensuring it doesn't trigger teleportation. The female student, shocked by the sudden attack, cries uncontrollably, looking terrified. Ronan's anger subsides slightly, and she sends the girl out of the arena. After this, Adeshan suddenly feels a jolt. Because there can only be one winner, they'll eventually face each other. But Ronan suggests temporarily forgetting the competition. There's something she's always wanted to tell her but never had the chance. As Krazel's actions grow more rampant, Adeshan will be in increasing danger. After walking for a while, Ronan seems to make a firm decision. I've decided, let's have a duel. If you scratch me with your sword, I'll concede and quit. Conversely, if I win, Ronan's voice trails off. Stop fooling around and go home to be a tailor. Ronan bites her lip, ultimately not saying those words. What happens if you win? Adeshan doesn't understand. Suddenly, Ronan forcefully pulls her to his side. 2.5 seconds later, a massive hammer lands where Adeshan stood. After a loud crash, a deep voice emerges from the dust. Ronan, I've heard a lot about you. As the voice falls, a bald man in heavy armor appears. It's Ayun, a third-year top student, a master of wielding warhammers. Because Ronan embarrassed senior students at the freshman meeting, Ayun came to teach her a lesson without hesitation. Ayun swings his hammer again. Ronan leaps back to dodge, but two more bald brutes charge from the side. With a cliff behind her, they seem prepared to go down together. Ronan counters with her sword, though La Mancha precisely hits their vitals. The momentum sends Ronan off the cliff. This leaves Adeshan as a sitting duck. She currently lacks both aura and nearly all mana. But something miraculous happens. The bald man's attacks are skillfully dodged by Adeshan, surprising him greatly. To him, Adeshan is someone who tries hard but has almost no talent. How did you do that? As he speaks, the bald man prepares to attack again. At that moment, hundreds of predicted movement paths appear in Adeshan's eyes as he lifts his right foot. All the paths in Adeshan's eyes converge into one, and she dodges the attack flawlessly. Even so, the sheer volume of small cuts from the hammer leaves Adeshan wounded. Why don't you try fighting back? The bald man suddenly laughs, then swings his hammer in a beautiful arc, striking again. After a loud crash, a metallic clang rings out. The bald man turns to see Adeshan's sword hit his neck at a perfect angle. But unfortunately, his hardened aura protects his skin, so the attack does little damage. Adeshan's hand trembles as she looks up. The massive hammer is already swinging down, but at that moment, a red light flashes. The hammer is neatly sliced in half. You're still alive. Thank goodness it's Ronan who arrived. One glance at Adeshan, and his expression changes completely. To put it bluntly, every inch of Adeshan's body is injured. The bald man feels a hint of unease. But as he tries to activate his aura again, Ronan vanishes from sight. Before he can react, a red line appears across his stomach. His aura is useless. Blood quickly stains his armor. A series of slashes follow, all avoiding vital areas. When Ronan reappears, the bald man's vision blurs. He vaguely sees a fist coming at him. When he opens his eyes again, he's back at Filion Square. After venting, Ronan's anger subsides slightly. He quickly applies expensive healing potions to Ade-shan. This improves her condition. Then he helps Ade-shan up. Let's go. What? Aren't we supposed to duel? Ade-shan looks confused. We'll talk about it later. Ronan walks forward slowly. As they walk, Ade-shan shares her story with Ronan. Her father was a tailor, her mother an officer, and her two brothers were soldiers as the youngest. Her family always saved meat for her to help her grow. She thought those days would last forever, but then the Night of Fangs broke out. Tens of thousands of beastmen attacked their city that night. Her quiet mother left home with a sword. Before leaving, she kissed each family member goodbye and never returned. Soon after, her father and Ade-shan, as ordinary people, were sent to another city. Later, she learned that due to a commander's misjudgment, the entire main force died pointlessly on the battlefield. Her mother and brothers were among them. From that day, Ade-shan dreamed of becoming a general. She swore to prevent such tragedies from happening again. Looking at the resolute girl, Ronan falls into internal conflict. Finally, he speaks slowly. Actually, you don't lack magical talent. It's a unique, powerful shadow mana, but it requires a specific awakening. Let me help you. At this moment, Ronan makes up his mind he can't let Ade-shan go home to be a tailor. In this situation, helping her achieve her general's dream is the right choice. Ade-shan looks at Ronan, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. She doesn't understand why Ronan is so kind to her. But at that moment, a familiar voice comes from afar. We finally meet. Looking up, it's Shellifen speaking. She single-handedly defeated over half the participants. What a lunatic, Ronan mutters under her breath. She glances at Ade-shan. Maybe it's time to send her out. Look, there's a chicken playing basketball over there. Ade-shan looks up, faintly hearing Ronan's voice. Third place isn't bad, right? As her words fall, La Manche swiftly grazes her neck. A warm sensation spreads through Ade-shan's mind. When she comes to, she's at Filion Square, trembling as she touches her neck. Thankfully, the expected wound isn't there. Ade-shan breathes a sigh of relief. At that moment, Nabiros's voice rings out. Congratulations, you placed third. But Ade-shan lowers her head deeply. But I didn't do anything, just followed my junior around. No, your performance wasn't bad, especially against Ayun. Nabiros points to one side. We all saw it. Looking up, the south wall of the square displays a live feed of the competition. Ronan and Shellifen are fighting fiercely. Their battle doesn't resemble a duel between swordsmen but more like two mages. Storms and red lights flash everywhere, their figures darting across the screen. Each clash of swords makes the square's cheers grow louder. Their aura levels far exceed those of normal students, but Ronan's speed is noticeably faster than Shellifen's. So early in the match, Ronan leaves deep wounds on Shellifen's body and thigh. But what no one expected is Shellifen's rapid growth during the fight, catching up quickly. This is why I hate geniuses. Ronan gives a bitter smile. The storm's aftermath leaves countless tiny wounds on her body, unavoidable. I'm happy. Shellifen suddenly laughs, grateful for an opponent like you. But I believe I can surpass everyone, including Zypha and Professor Nabiros. As she speaks, the mana around her swirls, gathering rapidly onto her sword, expanding its range. What the hell? Ronan curses under her breath. Moments later, a massive storm surges from Shellifen's blade. Ronan grips La Manche tightly. If timed right, cutting through it shouldn't be hard. A red light flashes, and as expected, the storm is sliced in half. But as Ronan prepares to land, a larger storm is already upon her. At this distance, dodging is impossible. You liar, playing such tricks. Ronan's voice is drowned by the storm. Shellifen isn't faring well either, collapsing from blood loss but smirking. She hid a more powerful storm behind the ordinary one. Without this strategy, Shellifen couldn't have beaten that monster. She had to muster all her mana to barely match Ronan's speed. The state couldn't last long. What should a victor be? Her posture falters, and Shellifen's vision blurs. Her speech becomes incoherent as the sharpness fades. An object falls from the sky. Impossible. Shellifen looks up, her gaze meeting Ronan's. Her bloodied appearance makes Shellifen tremble. How are you not eliminated? Ronan grips her sword and charges. She can't relax. as she could lose consciousness any moment. Seeing Shulafen muster her last strength to unleash a small storm, her condition prevents her from dodging at this distance. La Manche can't reach her. So Ronan chooses to take the hit head-on. Under the storm's onslaught, her consciousness fades, but her body instinctively blocks with her sword at that moment. An indescribable pain engulfs her. Feels like being struck by lightning. In a daze, Ronan seems to see La Manche, emitting a wave-like sword aura. When she comes to, she's at Filion Square. Despite the loud cheers around, Ronan looks disappointed. She believes she lost. Hurry! There's an injured person here. Adeshan calls for medics and tells Ronan something bizarre. The match result seems inconclusive. Ronan's eyes widen. She clearly remembers that position. Her sword couldn't have hit Shulafen. With Filion's top healers, Ronan's wounds heal quickly, even faster than Sita's magic. Shulafen, though with fewer wounds, has severe ones. Her recovery takes much longer than Ronan's. Adeshan explains to Ronan, the match was broadcast live. Those bastards watching us fight like monkeys? Nibiros approaches, tossing Ronan a scroll. It's a tie. I reviewed it dozens of times. Your teleportation times were nearly identical. The reward is my letter of recommendation. With it, you can access any organization in the Empire. Also, I see you've learned to use it. Ronan is confused. Learned what? Sword aura. Didn't you use it to end the fight? Ronan's eyes widen. Suppressed memories flood back. First, a lightning-like pain. Then La Manche unleashed a mana-forged sword aura. It wasn't an illusion. This might be due to the curse weakening or some sense awakening. That's why Nibiros thinks Ronan can now use mana. Excited, Ronan runs aside to try replicating it, but after dozens of attempts, only dust rises. She swings again and notices something odd. The sword aura that ended the match can't be recreated. Ronan is baffled, unable to comprehend why. Nibiros, seeing this, consoles her. It might be the intense emotional surge that temporarily opened your mana channels, allowing the sword aura. I know someone skilled in this area you can visit. Ronan nods, but has a more urgent matter. Visiting the person Silent mentioned at the Dawn Tower. They might help with her curse. But Nibiros vetoes the idea. No, that place was attacked by Krozl a few days ago, though 3 were captured. The one who escaped self-destructed, destroying 3/4 of the courtyard. Fortunately, no one died. Ronan lowers her head in disappointment, though Silent's ring serves as entry proof. Nibiros thinks it's too risky in this situation. He calls Adeshan to guide Ronan to Professor Jordan first, but they need to rest before that. After such a grand match, watching Ronan and Adeshan walk away, Nibiros mutters, if that guy were shorter, they'd be a better match. Soon, they reach the dorm. After sending Adeshan off, Ronan lingers, repeatedly whispering apologies. She never fulfilled Adeshan's last wish in her past life and won't mention it again. She leaves late at night. At the club building, Shulafen's voice sounds behind her. You're late turning. Ronan sees her in a neat uniform. It contrasts starkly with Ronan's tattered clothes. 5 minutes after you woke. My treatment was done. Take this. Shulafen hands Ronan a delicate envelope. What's this? Ronan opens it slowly. Contrary to expectations, it's just plain paper. Remember the condition for that matter, right? Shulafen smirks. It's a club application form. It bears Shulafen's personal information in elegant handwriting. Ronan struggles to steady her trembling hand. She can't believe she's recruited the continent's greatest genius. This is faster than expected. Welcome to the club. Ronan extends her hand, but Shulafen doesn't respond. I have one condition. You must practice swordsmanship with me daily. Ronan nods, confirming Shulafen's official membership. They smile and shake hands. But then Shulafen activates the silent scroll and speaks with a sense of mission. Let's talk about Irol's moving plan. Now that I'm a club member, I'm qualified. Ronan is stunned. Can I change clothes before we discuss this? Thus, Ronan listens to Shulafen's moving plans all night. The next day, she and Adeshan head straight to Professor Jordan's office. He's said to be a magic professor specializing in mana control. When students face mana disruptions or core blockages, if Nibiros can't solve it, they seek Jordan's help. Ronan nods. If Nibiros acknowledges him, he must be exceptional. They soon arrive at Building 41. Unlike Professor Marin's, this building is very plain, even emanating a melancholic energy. Crow's circle above. Is this really the place? Ronan feels that if the building collapsed, a pile of skulls wouldn't be surprising. Adeshan nods and they continue forward. A dilapidated door comes into view. As Adeshan knocks, a grating door-opening sound comes from inside. What's the matter? The speaker is a man with sunken eyes and cheeks. He looks like a skeleton, hardly resembling a professor. Is you still assisting that monster? Jordan recognizes Adeshan instantly. If I were you, I'd have stolen that sword and fled. Adeshan smiles awkwardly. He's strict, but he's a good person. Adeshan continues in a hoarse voice. A student is having trouble using mana. He wants you to take a look. Only then does Jordan turn his gaze to Ronan. You're the one with the problem, right? 1 gold coin. This sudden demand stuns Ronan. She glances at Adeshan, who's fidgeting, assessing her finances. What if I don't have money? Ronan sighs. As she's about to speak again, Jordan suddenly extends his palm. Take out what's in your right pocket. Ronan reaches in and pulls out a ring. It's the one Salant gave her. Seeing it, Jordan shows an incredulous expression. Come in quick. If you agree to my request, you won't even need to pay the gold coin on the ring. Jordan senses the mana of a long-lived elven tribe, something he's dreamed of obtaining. But upon entering, Ronan is stunned. He's a professor, yet the room looks like it was just robbed. There's not even a table for guests. The moment the door closes, the room is enveloped in a silent spell. Show me the ring first. Ronan hesitates for 2.5 seconds before handing it over. But she cautiously places her hand on her sword, as Jordan doesn't inspire trust. He seems to have lived over 2,000 years, mainly using sealing magic but proficient in all attributes. He's an unbelievable mage. Just by touching the ring's mana, Jordan accurately deduces details about its user. He then states his request to extract a bit of the ring's mana. It's crucial for his experiments. Ronan snatches the ring back. I can't do anything that might damage the ring. Though Jordan insists it won't happen, Ronan would rather pay the fee. Then get out. Jordan is annoyed, but Ronan doesn't back down and turns to leave. Of course, this is an act, and as expected, Jordan gives in. He agrees to solve Ronan's problem first, then extract the mana, even addressing Adeshan's issue. Ronan can't help but smile from the start. She knew it wouldn't damage the ring but disliked Jordan's direct demand for payment. So she staged this act without much preparation. Jordan soon begins assessing Ronan's mana condition. He immediately detects the curse and plans to forcibly break it. It's simple. Watch me. Jordan places his hand on Ronan's back and starts chanting. But the moment he touches the curse, he spews a large amount of blood. Ronan is stunned, but thankfully, the professor takes action. He shakily retrieves a potion from a drawer. Without a word, he downs it. But 2.5 seconds later, his mouth drops, bleeding intensifies, and his body convulses. Ronan rushes to support him. This guy won't die like this, right? Though the professor's actions are odd, Ronan won't let him die. She assesses the distance to the infirmary but realizes it's too far. Jordan launches another self-rescue while spitting blood and chanting. A bookshelf splits, revealing a dark corridor. Ronan and Adeshan rush Jordan inside. Soon, they reach a place surrounded by bookshelves, Secret's office. Welcome. Without hesitation, Ronan charges toward the voice. He collapsed while trying to unlock my mana. Secret's eyes widen. This guy is as reckless as ever. Placing his hand on Jordan's forehead, he quickly discerns the cause. When Jordan touched the curse in Ronan's body, a small part of it transferred to him, but his body couldn't handle such power. As Secret softly chants, his palm glows, and a black shadow falls from Jordan's forehead. It wriggles like a snake. Struggling fiercely, it breaks free and lunges at Jordan, but Ronan swiftly slashes it. At that moment, Jordan stops convulsing and sits up. Damn, I almost died. Though it was my mistake, my goal was achieved. Take a look. Secret places his hand on Ronan's back, his face full of shock. He truly feels the mana channels in Ronan's body have been opened. How did you do it? Jordan guesses that, besides a portion of the curse being transferred, Ronan experienced a significant event that greatly weakened the curse. Either meeting her father or falling into a pit of curse eyes. But Ronan denies both. The only curse-related thing she can think of Is the ring silent? Gave her so. Can I use mana now? Secret nods excitedly. In theory, Jordan has successfully cleared the blocked pathways in your body. But the mana you can use is still very low. If you could use a cup of water at once. The mana in your body now is only a sip of an ant's saliva. So we need to peel it back layer by layer like an onion. Hearing he could use mana, Ronan couldn't hide his excitement. How long will it take to fully clear it? But when he heard the answer, Ronan was stunned. It would take a full 20 years. By then, forget those bandits, even their kids could be out buying soy sauce. Seeing Ronan's expression, Jordan quickly comforted him. No, it won't take that long. Your mana is resilient depending on your effort. The time can be greatly reduced. Ronan didn't dare ask further, fearing the answer might be 17 or 18 years. Fortunately, the professor said it could be within 5 years, but only if you use his mana training method every day. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. In the following time, Jordan taught him the mana training method. It's about controlling the mana in your body, making it move in the direction you want. As your proficiency increases, you can control more mana. Besides this, Jordan also injected a small amount of mana into Ronan's body. I've kept my promise, now you should fulfill yours, right? Ronan nodded, but the moment he took out the ring, Jordan fainted again. Fortunately, Adeshan quickly caught him. Despite his condition, Jordan kept muttering about the ring, as if in a near-mad state. Secret looked at Jordan with pity in his eyes. Hasn't he given up on that matter yet? He sighed deeply. Take him to the infirmary first. Ronan nodded, helped Jordan up, and headed back. They soon reached his office, but as Ronan tried to open the door, Jordan tightly gripped the lock. It won't be long, we'll meet again, my dear. Jordan's incoherent words startled Ronan, but he couldn't leave after discussing with Adeshan. They decided to knock Jordan out. But at that moment, a surge of mana suddenly gathered in Jordan's body, causing the entire building to shake violently. 2.5 seconds later, a spiral staircase appeared before them. Go down, Jordan said in a commanding tone. Ronan gave in. He stepped toward the underground, but in the darkness, a strong floral scent wafted over. After a moment's hesitation, they continued downward. At the bottom, a sudden light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a woman encased in a glass cabinet. Her eyes were closed, as if she had lost all life. Ronan was stunned. He picked up a notebook in front of him, trying to find some clues, but the first glance left him frozen. It was about resurrection. This seemed to be Jordan's diary for recording this experiment. The first entry, written in the imperial calendar year 1031, said, I obtained a liquid that prevents bodily decay. I agree with Duart's view that the body is the vessel of the soul. If the body remains intact, Sunya will surely return. Ronan stared at the woman, dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Jordan to be conducting such a dark experiment, persisting for 17 years to resurrect his deceased wife. But such an inhumane act had an almost non-existent chance of success, not to mention the astronomical costs that no one could afford. This seemed to be why Jordan was obsessed with money. Ronan flipped through the notebook again. The 22nd resurrection attempt failed. There's nothing left to sell. My current income can barely sustain the experiment today. When Ross visited, I told him I needed to see my wife first, but he punched me. Ronan turned to the next page. With Kretir's help, I successfully transferred Sunya and became a professor at Philion, the highest paying job I could get. Ronan skipped the middle and flipped to the last page, which read, I want to hear Sunya's voice. I need to attempt the 144th resurrection. But the pure mana and blood of the long-lived elf race were impossible to obtain. Perhaps I should take their advice. The rest of the content was torn out, and a fresh white note was tucked in the notebook. Seeing this, Ronan felt a surge of unease. Who are they? As Ronan tried to find more answers, a terrifying surge of mana erupted behind him. Did you enjoy the show? Jordan, who had been unconscious, slowly sat up, surrounded by boiling mana, even stronger than Secret's. Ronan instinctively took a step back and slipped the white note into his pocket. Professor, calm down. You told us to come down here. As Ronan spoke, he placed his hand on La Mancha, though he wasn't confident he could win. Fortunately, Jordan only snapped his fingers, controlling a blue cloth to cover the woman's body before dissipating his mana. I apologize, Sunya, I didn't expect guests today. He turned and stared intensely at Ronan. Forget my wife's condition. Ronan swallowed hard. I understand. I thought you were going to use magic to make me forget. Jaden shook his head. I wouldn't do that. You're not at fault. This is just my carelessness, thinking the tense situation would ease. Jaden noticed the notebook in Ronan's hand. You haven't read its contents, have you? Ronan quickly shook his head, saying he just picked it up. Jaden sighed in relief and snatched the notebook back. If you're not an idiot, you know what I'm doing. Please keep this secret. One more thing, can you show me the ring now? Ronan gave a bitter smile. This guy's obsession hasn't changed. He then handed over Salen's ring. While Jaden extracted mana, Ronan and Adeshan could only wander in the basement. She's breathtakingly beautiful, isn't she? But she's so young. How did she end up like this? Adeshan stopped in front of Suanya. Ronan shook his head. I'm not sure. But from her pristine body, it's likely some kind of poison killed her. Though Ronan hadn't experienced love, he felt sympathy. Jaden had fallen into this madness, willing to do anything to resurrect his wife. If Kretir's people came with an offer to help resurrect his wife, Jaden would surely agree. Even knowing it's wrong, I must prevent this from happening. Ronan reached into his pocket, touching the note he'd taken. He hadn't read it yet. But at that moment, Jaden finished extracting the mana. As he said, the mana in the ring was barely noticeable. Jaden handed it back to Ronan with effort. Thank you. If you're in trouble, come find me anytime, but that's enough for today. I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. Ronan nodded. Let's go. But as he turned, Jaden called out, startling Ronan. Had he been found out? Unexpectedly, Jaden only reminded him, don't forget to do your mana training every day. Don't get complacent because of your talent. Ronan quickly nodded in agreement, but Jaden's tone suddenly shifted. And you, Ross's little assistant, I think I need to take a closer look at you. Because this time, I sensed a very special mana from you. But as his words fell, Jaden's snoring filled the air. With no other choice, Ronan and Adeshan left first. After walking far, Ronan's tense heart finally relaxed. He quickly took out the note, but disappointingly, it was blank. There was only a red stain, but it didn't seem ordinary. Compared to ink, it looked more like a blood stain. As Ronan pondered its meaning, the blood began to spread outward. Adeshan froze. This seems like a map. No one understood its meaning. But Ophelia, a vampire, recognized it instantly as a secret technique only her kind could use. They condensed confidential information into a drop of blood for secrecy. Ophelia used telepathy to tell Ronan that unlocking the information required a special kind of mana. Adeshan, seeing them not speaking, sensed something and stepped aside. I forgot to turn off the gas at home, she said, quickly leaving the scene. Perfect timing, Ophelia murmured, looking at Adeshan's back, scanning the surroundings. This crowded place wasn't suitable for conversation, so they went to the club building. It was empty, relieving the socially anxious Ophelia. Nice place. Is this your club's office? Ronan shook his head. It's ours. Did you forget you're a member too? Ophelia smiled shyly and didn't chat further. Ronan placed the envelope on the table. Can you tell me about its contents in detail? Ophelia inspected it, then stared seriously at Ronan. How did you get this letter? Picked it up from someone I know. Ronan's vague words hinted he couldn't say more. Fortunately, Ophelia didn't press further. This envelope was sent by an organization called Blood Ditch, mentioning something about pure blood essence. Hearing this, Ronan instantly understood. Jaden wanted to obtain the pure blood essence of the long-lived elf race from them. The so-called Blood Ditch is a group of young vampires, less than 200 years old. Being young, they're more aggressive, so the price of the deal might be becoming their subordinate. Ronan swallowed hard. Jaden wouldn't be that foolish, would he? Besides, with his abilities, he could turn them to ash in an instant. But Ronan recalled that a decade later, Jaden wasn't on the battlefield, so he likely became a vampire's slave. Love is such an unpredictable thing. Ronan rested his chin, deep in thought. Professor Jaden is a good person. This must not happen. Ophelia helped me reply to Blood Ditch, agreeing to the deal but changing the meeting location. A bold plan formed in Ronan's mind. Ophelia agreed to reply, but, due to her kind being involved, couldn't go with Ronan. And you must promise me one thing. Under no circumstances swear a blood oath with them. Ronan smiled. Got it. At that moment, a shadow pounced on Ronan's face. It was Sita. After days apart, Sita's body seemed to have grown a bit. Her appearance instantly caught Ophelia's attention. Seeing this, Ronan said, I'll leave her to you teach her how to handle pure blood essence. With Ophelia's consent, Ronan continued. Before Jotun does something reckless, we need to finish this quickly. So please teach her fast. Ophelia happily agreed. Carrying Sita out the door, Ronan stayed behind, refining his plan. But as he pondered, an eerie atmosphere behind him made Ronan tense up instantly. He turned to see red magic seeping through the door crack. Damn it, what's he doing? Ronan rushed out. The streets were shrouded in pink mist, with confused students nearby. What are these things? Ronan was stunned but certain of one thing under Ophelia's guidance. Sita could release such immense blood magic in seconds soon. He found Sita and Ophelia training nearby. Why don't you just write vampire on your face? Ophelia was confused. Thinking she'd used interference magic. Looking up, she realized the open training ground had no precautions. Ophelia's face stiffened with embarrassment. She'd been so caught up playing with Sita that she forgot to use interference magic. My mistake, she said, quickly chanting a spell. Perception, interference, silence, and invisibility spells were cast simultaneously, instantly turning their surroundings into a secluded haven. Ronan was stunned. Seeing Ophelia's talent for the first time, casting 4 skills at once was a rare ability. After this, Ronan began to wonder, looks like we need a proper training place. For 4 days, Sita trained with Ophelia outside Philion until late at night. Ronan didn't slack off either. He trained his internal mana circulation daily but wasn't used to it, often feeling dizzy and in pain. On the 5th night, Ronan finally received Blood Ditch's reply, but Ophelia felt uneasy after reading it. They proposed a highly suspicious location. As he prepared to meet Blood Ditch, Ophelia suddenly placed her hand on Ronan's cheek, and a strange glow appeared. She was casting a disguise spell on Ronan, making him look like Professor Jotun in others' eyes. After this, he headed to the meeting place. Before him was a desolate place, covered in weeds and dead trees. An ancient tomb. Here was the agreed-upon transaction spot. 2 burly men guarded the entrance. Who's coming today? A mage, right? Jotun Stones, no simple character. Rumor has it he once fought a grandmaster. Curly sighed. Such an important thing, and this partner forgot. The masters have reminded us 100 times. As they spoke, a robed man appeared, his face hidden. Are you Jotun Stones? Big Beard spoke in a low, menacing voice. Remove your hat, we need to verify your identity. Ronan complied, revealing a haggard face identical to Jotun's portrait. Curly had no doubts, but Big Beard mocked. Just a frail dog. I thought he'd be some kind of monster. Shut up, don't be rude to the guest, Curly snapped. Go in there. Waiting. As Curly opened the stone door, a foul stench of blood hit. Follow the main path. Sorry. Duty keeps us here. Curly bowed politely. At that moment, a faint light flashed from Ronan's robe. Before they could react, a slash struck their necks. Only then did Big Beard realize the gravity. Am I dead? When? As he fell, he opened a prepared scroll from his pocket. A magical barrier instantly enveloped the tomb. What's this? Ronan frowned, puzzled. To prevent Professor Jotun from escaping, they've prepared strong measures. After Sita cleaned the scene, Ronan stepped into the tomb, its stonework structure clearly visible. It reminded him of Salen's temple, perhaps a coincidence. Without overthinking, Ronan reached a hall where the strong smell of blood made him grimace. It's really him. Jotun Stones too skinny, not enough to share. A group of about 20 male and female vampires chatted at a stone table. All were strikingly beautiful with red eyes, and 3 bound people lay on the table. They seemed drained of blood. Glad to see you. I'm Wucklinger, Fong Angstaffel, leader of Blood Ditch. A blonde, blue-eyed young man said to Ronan. We're dining, want to join? Ronan scanned the vampires, feeling disgust. The pure blood essence? We brought it, of course. Once the deal is done, we'll provide it immediately. Ronan nodded. What's your condition? Join us, become part of the family. Ronan lowered his head, silent. The condition was as Ophelia predicted. We don't need an immediate decision. We can sign a blood pact first. So you want me to be your slave? I know you came to us out of desperation. Ordinary people seek pure blood essence for one reason: to save their most precious person. Seeing Ronan's stiff face, Wucklinger laughed. Looks like I hit the mark. Also, if the deal fails, you might not leave here intact. He snapped his fingers, and the 20 vampires stood, surrounding Ronan. Don't do anything foolish. This place has a mana-blocking array, even a mage of your level can't ignore it completely. Ronan reluctantly agreed but made a condition before signing. I need to see the pure blood essence. Wucklinger refused, saying it would be shown after the contract, but Ronan insisted on seeing it first, risking his life. Wucklinger reluctantly pulled a dark red vial from his pocket. Likely the pure blood essence. Ronan smirked, drawing his sword with unbelievable speed. In a blink, Wucklinger's limbs were severed. The other vampires rushed forward, but Ronan gripped La Mancha, spinning widely to cut down a row of them. His swordplay had nothing to do with a mage. The vampires were stunned. What? Isn't he a mage? Why is he so masterful with a sword? Ronan smirked. Ever thought Jotun might be skilled with a sword? The poor vampires never realized the Jotun before them was Ronan in disguise. The situation became one-sided. To counter Jotun, they set a mana-blocking array, which instead limited their own actions. I can't use magic. Hurry, disable that damn thing, one vampire shouted before he finished. Ronan's sword pierced his body. He remained calm. This level of attack can't kill me. Ronan smiled. How about this? He struck 15 times across the vampire's body, then kicked him, causing his body to collapse like a deflated balloon. This was a technique Ronan learned in his past life. If the damage in one moment is lethal enough, even regeneration can't save them soon. Only fewer than 10 of the 20 vampires remained. But then, cheers erupted nearby. We did it. The array is down. Ronan looked, and indeed, the mana began flowing normally. At the same time, the vampires used blood magic, and blood droplets shot at Ronan like bullets. You think you can win just because you can use magic? As Ronan spoke, the blood droplets froze in midair. The vampires were stunned. What's happening? Why can't we control the blood? They looked around and saw a four-winged creature in the distance, vying for control of the blood. As Sita spread her body, the blood shot at the vampires like cannonballs. With screams, the battle was essentially over. Ronan stretched and approached Wucklinger, who was unconscious without his limbs. With no choice, Ronan gently woke him. But Wucklinger's first act was to curse at Ronan, then babble incoherently. Didn't you say you'd help capture Jotun? Why haven't you shown up? Ronan was confused, thinking he hadn't hit his head. At that moment, Sita flapped her wings frantically, letting out low growls. Ronan, puzzled by her odd behavior, was at a loss. As he tried to calm Sita, a terrifying voice echoed around. How disappointing. Ronan turned to see a hooded man suddenly appear on the stone table. Ronan gripped La Mancha, sensing an ominous aura. Who are you? The man didn't answer but countered. I want to ask who you are. You imposter of Jotun. Where's the real Jotun? Wucklinger was stunned. You're not Jotun, you liar. The man ignored Wucklinger and stepped toward Ronan. An overwhelming pressure made Ronan clench his teeth, like facing the force of nature itself, not just a being. Felt like facing Brigia back then. Step back, this guy is beyond us. Ophelia's voice suddenly rang in Ronan's ear. In an instant, a semicircular magical array appeared around the man, with shadows and blood turning into blades attacking him. It was Ophelia's magic. Gone was her usual gentleness, replaced by a stern expression. He's Varsak, the Shadow Duke's brother, the one who rules the night. Ronan noticed something terrifying. Another figure had appeared silently nearby. Taking a step forward, the immense pressure made Ronan clench his teeth again. Step back, this guy is beyond us. Ophelia's voice echoed in Ronan's ear. In an instant, a semicircular magical array appeared around the man, with shadows and blood turning into blades attacking him. It was Ophelia's magic. Gone was her usual gentleness, replaced by a stern expression. He's Varsak, the Shadow Duke's brother, the one who rules the night. Though Ophelia said she wouldn't get involved, she followed out of concern for Ronan. She hadn't expected the mastermind to be him. Before they could talk more, Varsak appeared before them at an incredible speed. Where's Jotun? A cold, sinister voice rang out, sending chills with its oppressive force. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. This guy was unscathed after Ophelia's magical attack. Ronan reflexively swung his sword, but Varsak dodged with a bizarre twist. This guy's physical skills were exceptional, far beyond those bloodthirsty idiots. Ronan thought he relied solely on physical prowess, but the next second, Varsak waved his hand, and the shadows behind Ronan turned into 3 ferocious wolves lunging at him. At the same time, Varsak attacked Hedon, leaving Ronan struggling to defend fine. Let's try this. Ronan's draw cut severed a wolf's jaw from its head, making it vanish into the dark. Ronan's strike was noticeably faster than before, enhanced by mana, making Varsak sense danger. He hurriedly leaped back, his hooded face showing confusion. What's this feeling? Seizing the chance, Ronan swung his sword firmly. In that instant, a current surged through Ronan's body, his sword wrapped in a strange red energy. The slash aimed at Varsak's head. Though he tried to dodge, it was too late, cutting his hat and face diagonally. Varsak's true face was revealed: a man in his 20s with gray hair. Besides the scar from Ronan's attack, his blind right eye was a clear flaw. Varsak licked the blood from his wound, muttering, "How long has it been since I bled unwillingly?" In less than 2.5 seconds, his wound healed visibly. Ronan scoffed, "You monster." As he spoke, both sides launched attacks again. But then, a figure stepped between them. "Stop." Ronan grabbed his wrist, breaking abruptly. "Why are you so reckless? Run. Didn't you say this guy's beyond us?" Surprisingly, Varsak stopped attacking to Ophelia. "Why are you here?" Her presence caught him off guard. "Is it really you?" In the earlier chaos, Varsak was so focused on Ronan that he hadn't noticed Ophelia. "If I'd known it was your magic, I'd have embraced it with open arms," Varsak murmured, then spoke affectionately. "How have you been?" For the past 80 years he approached, but Ophelia reacted strongly. "I understand you still haven't forgiven me. Have you?" Ronan watched. Confused, they seemed close yet kept a certain distance. "Varsak, why are you here? Have you fallen to playing house with these kids?" "No, I came to settle a score with Jaden, but it's all ruined. When I saw him draw a sword instead of casting spells, I was beyond despair." Varsak explained that years ago he met Jaden in a match, an unseen century great mage. Their battle lasted from dusk to dawn, ending in a draw. From that moment, Varsak yearned to fight Jaden again, even lending pure blood essence to lure him with a plan. "What? You can lend that? Don't interrupt us." Fake Jaden. They seemed about to fight again. Ophelia stepped in. "Stop it, he's my friend." Hearing this, Varsak softened considerably. "Had I known you were Ophelia's friend, I wouldn't have been so rough." Looking at Varsak, Ronan thought of Shelefen. They shared similarities, like a wolf craving power. Varsak continued, saying he had 3 pure blood essences. His brother, the Shadow Duke, had 7. True pure blood essence is like a mana core. Ordinary vampires need centuries to form one. Varsak's first took just 30 years. He snapped his fingers, summoning a shadow wolf. It tore open Wucklinger's chest. The plan had failed, so Varsak had to reclaim his essence, ignoring Wucklinger's pleas. "How about a bet?" Varsak suggested. "Stake your pure blood essence." Ronan stared at him seriously. He placed La Mancha on the table, a strangely shaped weapon. It seemed to carry a bloodthirsty curse. Varsak examined the sword. "It has some value, but I don't need it if there's nothing else. I'm leaving." Ronan stood quickly. "How about this? A creature even millennial elves don't recognize." He held up Sita. "This creature should have some special allure for vampires." But Varsak remained unmoved. Ronan's eyes widened. "Then I'll bet myself." Varsak set up a sure-lose bet, and Ronan unhesitatingly staked himself for a seemingly trivial item. Everyone thought he'd lose due to the clear strength gap, but Ronan knew the more dangerous the situation, the more it honed his skills. After Varsak reclaimed the pure blood essence, Ronan had the idea to bet only by obtaining it could he save Professor Jaden. "If I lose, I'll willingly become your slave." Hearing this, Varsak stopped in his tracks. "Fine, I accept. How do we bet?" Varsak asked. Ronan explained the rules. They'd take turns attacking. The defender could only dodge or block if knocked down and unable to stand within a minute. They lose. Varsak tilted his head, confused despite the clear strength gap. Ronan set terms with no advantage for himself. Ophelia, skeptical, frantically signaled him to give up. But Ronan remained confident with Ophelia as witness. The seemingly doomed bet began. In the first round, Ronan attacked at the start signal. He gripped La Mancha and closed in fast. His sword was quick, but that was it. Though hard to dodge, it was easy to block. Varsak smirked as shadows gathered around him, forming an unbreakable dark magic armor. Is this all you do? Wild slashing? Disappointing. But before he finished, a sharp pain overwhelmed Varsak. Ronan's blade cleanly cut through his armor and body like tofu. Varsak stared at his body in disbelief. How? This high-density magic armor was cut like tofu? How did you do it? I don't have to explain. Ronan looked at Ophelia start the countdown. 1 minute. Varsak gritted his teeth. After about 20 seconds, his body restored itself. Glaring at Ronan, he said, "My turn." Begin. As Ophelia's voice fell, mana gathered at Varsak's feet. 2.5 seconds later, hundreds of beasts poured out. There were swift shadow wolves and powerful shadow bears. Even the king of beasts, a lion, appeared among them. Ronan smirked. "Such a big show? Don't worry, even if you're torn to pieces, I can heal you." Varsak gave the attack order. Beasts from all directions lunged at Ronan. He leaped to dodge, striking to kill a shadow wolf. But the remaining beasts kept coming, giving Ronan no chance to breathe. Like that time, suddenly, Ronan recalled his battle with the giant Ahiudi. Back then, the enemy scattered countless feathers that turned into monsters, cornering Ronan and his allies. But in the end, Ronan stood atop the monsters' corpses before Ahiudi. These beasts were nothing compared to those monsters. But Ronan's current body was far from his peak 10 years later. This greatly limited his strength. Soon, a lion tore into Ronan's arm, but he felt no pain, his senses sharpening. Instead, he killed beast after beast. Not bad. Huh? This kid, Varsak, seemed to understand why he made this bet. He was stronger than expected, but not mature enough. Varsak snapped his fingers, and the remaining beasts screamed, charging forward. Ophelia seemed to sense something. Her trembling lips tried to stop Varsak, but it was too late. The beasts' bodies swelled visibly, followed by violent explosions. Blood droplets shot out like bullets, flooding the hall. No one could survive such an attack. Ophelia forced a calm smile. Ronan should be fine, right? But the next second, a familiar cough reached Ophelia's ears. She looked up to see Ronan, bloodied and standing like a rag soaked in blood. Ronan had faced near death twice, once against Ahiudi, and once in Shulafen's storm of swords. "Thanks, Sita, I feel alive now." Sita's healing magic greatly improved his condition. "My turn." Ronan grinned slyly. La Mancha, stained with blood, emitted an eerie red glow. "Think I'll fall for the same trick twice?" Varsak roared in anger, not trying to use dark magic armor this time. In a blink, Ronan struck him down. Bloodstained La Mancha was sharper and faster than ever. He swung dozens of times at Varsak's defenseless body. This time, Varsak lost consciousness. "Is he dead?" Ronan asked. Ophelia shook her head. "With 3 pure blood essences, he won't die. He's lucky." Ronan asked again. About 10 minutes later, Varsak regained consciousness. "I lost." He placed his hand on his heart, producing a red object and handing it to Ronan. "Take it." Thus, Ronan finally obtained the pure blood essence. "I'll remember you. Get stronger. I'll come for you next time." Varsak turned into a bat and left, leaving Ronan and Ophelia behind. On the way, Ophelia shared past events. She and Varsak were childhood friends with a good bond, but one day, for unknown reasons, Ophelia's sister tried to assassinate the Shadow Duke. Varsak discovered and accidentally killed her. From that moment, Ophelia could no longer face him. She chose to leave but hadn't expected to meet him here. While Ophelia spoke, Sita suddenly stared at a wall and attacked it. A loud blast left a hole in the wall, revealing a secret room. After hesitating, they decided to investigate inside. Ronan was shocked to see a giant stone in the center. "Senial, why is he here?" Before Ronan could think further, the moment he touched it, Senial disintegrated, and a strange power flowed into Ronan's body. He stared at the thick experimental diary, lost in thought. "Perhaps this is heaven's punishment for me." Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted Jordan's thoughts. The visitor was a student named Ronan. Seeing a face even more gaunt and haggard than before, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, isn't eating and sleeping essential for you?" Ronan felt both helpless and a bit sad. He took out the pure blood essence and smiled. "I brought you a gift." Jordan's expressionless eyes widened, and he pulled Ronan into the office with a trembling voice. He asked, Where did you get this? And you look injured. Ronan forced his weary body to respond. I'm fine, a friend of the professor gave it to me. Though skeptical, Jaden didn't press further. He hurriedly pulled Ronan, stumbling toward the basement. The elf mana and pure blood essence needed for the experiment were ready. The 144th experiment began. In the basement, Suanya in her container was as radiant as ever. She stood out starkly against the dim surroundings. Jaden spent 10 minutes refining Silence mana and the pure blood essence, then placed them into bottles. The experiment began. Jaden closed his eyes and started chanting with cracked lips. As his voice rose, the mana from the 2 bottles began to slowly seep into Suanya's body. This process will take a full hour. We just need to wait until they fully merge. Jaden's eyes were filled with hope. Then he walked up to Ronan. What exactly did you do to make that crazy vampire hand over the essence? Ronan briefly explained what happened that day. Though he embellished some details, it still left Jaden utterly shocked. What? Betting yourself? Are you insane? Ronan smiled. As long as the outcome is good. Does the process really matter? Besides, there was one thing Ronan couldn't understand. What exactly happened back then to make Varsak so obsessed with Jaden? We had dozens of chances to kill each other, Jaden said, resting his chin. Looking at Ronan, he was reminded of his younger self. The Stones family was the most prestigious magical lineage in the South. And I was the kind of genius that appears once in centuries. The world revolved around me. I thought I was invincible. But then I met those 2 women. One was your wife. Who was the other? Ronan was very curious. Nebris, you know that monster. Our first meeting was in the southern jungles. Back then, we were both freelance mercenaries. Our employers clashed, so we fought. That battle lasted about half an hour. Each of their attacks came like a tidal wave, instantly toppling hundreds of trees. Yet the ultimate victor was Nebris. Such a blow was devastating for a genius. It was the first failure of my life. No matter how hard I tried, I could never beat her. In the end, she left my half-dead body in a corner of the jungle. Ronan lowered his head. This was harsher than he'd imagined. If Suanya hadn't heard the noise and come to save me, I'd probably have been eaten by beasts. Suanya was a local living in the forest. She took Jaden in and cared for him for a whole year until he regained his strength. Slowly, I realized I had fallen in love with her. I couldn't imagine life without her. So we naturally came together. After we married, my family treated Suanya like a rare exhibit. But Suanya herself didn't mind their disdain, because she deeply loved her husband. But gradually, even I began to waver. I felt ashamed of my wife. People asked why I married her. Every answer I gave was an evasion. Either it was for a local alliance or for magical research. Yet these words were often said in front of my wife. Whenever this happened, I'd apologize to her and give her a bouquet of her favorite roses. Suanya would always, like a fool, repeatedly say it was fine. Her death came after I stopped apologizing. When I returned home, she was already dead. It wasn't illness or poison. I couldn't find any cause. After hearing the story, Ronan stood up. I have to say, Professor, you're quite a jerk. So, you want to revive your wife to find out the cause of her death? Jaden nodded. That's part of it. I also need to apologize for why I married her. Next time anyone asks, I'll punch them first. Jaden's voice grew quieter. His bloodshot eyes looked at Ronan, and he let out a low growl. I'll answer. I married her because I love her. At that moment, a bell rang. The hour had passed. They both turned to the glass container sadly. Suanya's eyes remained closed. Jaden muttered in disappointment. Another failure. Then he slumped at his desk, starting to record something. He must be writing about the 144th experiment's failure. Ronan lowered his head in frustration. But suddenly, a strange sound came from the glass container. He suppressed the urge to scream. Professor, you should come see this. Jaden slowly raised his head, the quill slipping from his hand. My God, he scrambled up, stumbling 3 times in 5 steps. Finally, he crawled to the glass container, transparent tears streaming down. Bubbles were forming at Suanya's lips. This sight made the professor collapse. He stumbled 3 times in 5 steps. Finally reaching his wife's side, his tears were unstoppable. Though Ronan was genuinely happy for the professor, he didn't linger. A sudden unease struck him. As if something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, when he returned to the club building, he saw Shelifen pacing anxiously. "We need to get Iril to a safe place fast. A village in the Roman mountains was destroyed by monsters." Ronan's sister, Iril, lived in Badian, near the Roman mountains. Though Shelifen had sent mercenaries to protect her, he was still worried. Because the attacking monsters were wyverns, one of the most dangerous species in this world. With incredible speed and razor-sharp teeth. After hearing Shelifen's detailed report, Ronan called Assel over. "We're holding an emergency club activity. My sister might be in danger." So Ronan didn't waste time gathering other members and rushed over as fast as possible. The three soon arrived at Marba, the largest city near Badian. Then Ronan suggested splitting up, asking Shelifen to go to Badian to protect Iril and help her move. Meanwhile, he and Assel would investigate the cause. "But if you dare make my sister unhappy, I'll kill you." Shelifen shook his head. "You think I'm doing this because I'm interested in her? You're wrong, Ronan. I'm acting according to the noble spirit of the Grancia family." Ronan didn't want to hear more nonsense. Enough. Just go. He thought Shelifen would argue, but surprisingly, he turned obediently. Ronan sighed. Watching his retreating figure, he'd never found this guy reliable. But when it came to his sister, it was a different story. Then Ronan surveyed the surroundings. Perhaps due to the wyverns, the city's atmosphere was tense, with hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Soon, Ronan and Assel headed toward nearby villages. At each location, Ronan had Assel lift her into the air to check for anything unusual. She suspected the wyvern's rampage was likely linked to Kraz. But as they neared Badian, they found a large crowd gathered. Imperial soldiers had blocked the road. "Sword Saint Zypha is operating nearby. Please wait or take a detour." Sword Saint Zypha? Ronan perked up at the name. This person had once defeated Neberus, becoming the Empire's greatest swordsman. Though he'd often heard the name in his past life, Ronan had never met him. Is this matter big enough for Zypha to act personally? Ronan didn't think so. So he deliberately stirred things up. "What's Sword Saint Zypha doing up there? Why's he blocking our way?" The soldier looked nervous and refused to reveal anything. So Ronan prepared to take a detour. But just then, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Ronan thought it was a monster. But turning around, he saw only a fat merchant complaining. "How much longer do we have to wait? My fish are rotting." Behind him was a rickety cart emitting a foul stench. Ronan chuckled softly. This guy's practically begging for trouble with his loud voice and that stench. A wyvern would be remiss not to target him. An idea flashed through Ronan's mind. He sneaked up to the merchant and, when no one was looking, slapped the horse hard. The startled horse broke its reins and bolted into the forest. The merchant tried to chase it, but failed. "What are you all doing? Didn't you see my horse run off?" he shouted at the crowd, and that's when Ronan acted. In 5 minutes, he convinced the merchant that rotting fish were a wyvern's favorite. He took the cart of stinking fish and kept moving forward. "We need to spread the smell." Under Ronan's command, Assel used telekinesis to lift the entire cart high. They wanted to use the smell to lure the wyverns. However, instead of wyverns, they attracted a group of goblins. With no choice, Ronan fought and quickly dispatched the low-level monsters. Looking at the remains, as expected, the goblins bore Kraz's mark, confirming Ronan's suspicions. Though their purpose was unclear, they had to be stopped. Ronan continued directing Assel forward, but soon his face froze. In the distant sky, something was rapidly approaching, and it didn't look like a bird. He quickly had Assel move the cart above him. "It's coming soon." A massive shadow appeared beneath their feet. Looking up, the wyvern's form was clearly visible, its body over 5 meters long. Under its massive frame, Assel's face paled, and his telekinesis faltered unknowingly. The cart plummeted, and Ronan swiftly swung his sword. The blade pierced the cart, cleanly slicing through the wyvern, but it wasn't fatal. The wyvern, in pain, grew frenzied and soared into the sky. At the same time, Ronan noticed, not far away, another wyvern with a woman in a white robe trying to control it. Focusing, he saw a familiar glow on her shoulder. Kraz's nebula glow. This woman must be the mastermind behind the rampage. Without a moment's hesitation, Ronan leaped toward her with his sword. Due to the distance, His slash only slightly tore the wyvern's right wing, causing it to scream in pain. Only then did the woman notice Ronan below. She screamed urgently to retreat, and the wyvern quickly changed direction, ascending. Assel, seeing this, reached out, using telekinesis to try to pull Ronan up to her. But at that moment, Assel's spell was interrupted by an overwhelming force, a gravity curse. Thus, they could only watch the wyvern fly further away. But Ronan felt unwilling to give up. He looked at Assel with an unusually firm gaze. Grab me and throw me. Assel's pupils trembled, but he didn't question it. He immediately used telekinesis to hurl Ronan. The wind roared in his ears as Ronan rapidly closed the distance to the wyvern. He soon landed on its back, and the woman stepped back in panic. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between them. He had an exaggerated physique, muscles seeming ready to burst, and wielded a single long sword. Ronan stared intently. A beast? But after thinking, a cold sweat ran down Ronan's back. He hadn't sensed any mana from this man. Relying solely on physical strength, he jumped onto the wyvern's back. The woman wasn't faring much better. She collapsed in fear, her eyes filled with despair. Before she could speak, Xifa lightly swung his sword, and the wyvern beneath them instantly shattered into dust. Ronan felt the ground vanish beneath him. He began plummeting, but Xifa caught both him and the woman in his arms. After a dizzying impact, Ronan landed safely. You still alive? A low, resonant voice suddenly sounded nearby. Ronan shook his head, the scene gradually becoming clear. The first thing he saw was the Empire's greatest sword saint, Xifa. This standing black tigress's sword stance perfectly embodied the word strength. Then Ronan noticed the Kraz woman beside her. I found her first. I need to take her. Xifa didn't respond, just stared at Ronan, drawing his sword. In the instant he spoke, Xifa's body vanished. Ronan gripped his sword hilt, turning instinctively. When Xifa reappeared, their blades clashed. A thunderous sound shook the earth, and Ronan was sent flying. He could feel the bones in his arm breaking. After a brief dizziness, Ronan quickly calmed down, but the shock lingered. What kind of power was this? Facing such an overwhelming gap in strength, Ronan didn't yield. As he prepared for a fight to the death, Xifa ceased his attack. He liked the boy's eyes, reminiscent of an old acquaintance. Are you that snake's disciple? Ronan didn't answer, instead questioning why Xifa attacked him. The best way to resolve conflict is with the strength in your hand, isn't it? Xifa walked to Ronan's side, extending a friendly hand. But Ronan clenched his teeth. Hand over the woman you saw. I was about to catch her. Xifa shook his head. Capturing these people is my mission, ordered by the king himself. Ronan paused. He recalled Nebris mentioning the king had formed a group to counter Kraz. Was this guy involved? As Ronan was about to speak, a lion man suddenly burst from the forest. She stood respectfully before Xifa. Captain, we've cleared all nearby threats. As she spoke, other beasts appeared one by one. Tigers, lions, even bears, all wearing royal guard uniforms. Compared to these towering beastmen, Ronan looked like a dwarf boss. Who's this little guy? Our lunch? Facing their baseless taunts, Ronan gripped his sword hilt, ready to strike back. Stop laughing, you fools. After fighting this boy, he still didn't yield. I don't think any of you could beat him. Hearing this, the beasts' faces froze. There's a clear physical strength gap between humans and beastmen, so they didn't believe in Ronan's prowess. Though the previous sword saint was human, the beasts believed he was a dragon in disguise. As Ronan considered picking a less imposing one to show his swordsmanship, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Spare me. Don't eat me. Turning, he saw a polar bear bringing a panicked Assel over. Though this kid looks like a civilian, I brought him just in case. Seeing Ronan, Assel's expression brightened instantly. Xifa glanced at Assel, seeing no threat, and ordered his release. Due to overwhelming fear, Assel collapsed to the ground. I came to find you, but they caught me. With Assel's explanation, the atmosphere lightened, but suddenly, wild laughter shattered the calm. Everyone turned to see the Kraz woman's face contort as she laughed maniacally. Xifa, you're still not decisive enough. In the sky behind her, countless black wyverns appeared. There were over 100, but their target didn't seem to be here. It was the Roman mountains. Ronan struck the woman unconscious, but the wyverns didn't stop. Damn it, someone else must be controlling them. As he spoke, Zypha crushed the woman underfoot. Looking up at the sky, he said, "Even killing her didn't stop them?" "You were right." Zypha's tone was eerily calm. "Even if it dirties my clothes, we need to take these things down." He confidently took on the task. "Facing over 100 wyverns alone, I might need to use my aura." "You evacuate the civilians." At his command, the beasts began retreating. Zypha crouched, his legs compressing dramatically, as if preparing to launch himself. But then, he felt his tail grow heavier. Turning, he saw Ronan's right hand gripping his tail tightly. "Let's go." Zypha had no choice but to focus back on the path ahead. He crouched, then propelled himself with his muscular legs, thrusting off the ground. His body tore through the sky like a tornado. Though Ronan clung to Zypha's tail with all his might, the rushing air nearly broke every bone in his body. "What the hell?" Ronan cursed under his breath, but the speed far exceeded expectations. In a blink, the forest behind blurred. With just 7 leaps, Zypha caught up to the flying wyverns. He stopped at a rock protruding in the middle of a vast field, where the wyverns would soon arrive. Ronan and Assel collapsed, as if they'd ridden a roller coaster for 2.5 hours. Ronan struggled to stand and approached Zypha. Clenching his fists, he gazed at the northern sky. "More than I expected." A massive swarm of wyverns approached rapidly, like a cloud from hell. "At least 100. Ronan frowned. Wyverns weren't ordinary monsters. Their high defense made quick kills difficult. Ronan wasn't confident, but Zypha smirked, unfazed. After a moment's silence, he spoke slowly. "Why are you following me? You know I'm here to help also. I want to see the true strength of the Empire's Sword Saint." "Help? Interesting." Zypha chuckled, then suddenly swung his sword without warning. It seemed like a simple move to test the wind. Though aimed at the wyverns, no visible attack was launched. "What's he doing?" Ronan was about to question, but a massive black rift appeared in the swarm, slicing several wyverns apart. Ronan was stunned. It was a terrifying sight, like Principal Cretier's spatial magic. Zypha smiled. "But what help are you planning to offer?" The black rift turned deep red and erupted in a violent explosion, resembling a chain of fire magic organs. With a delayed roar, a large swath of wyverns vanished. Their remains rained down as Zypha swung again, slicing through about 20 more with another black rift. "What was that?" Ronan noticed an unknown mana condensing on Zypha's blade. This must be his aura. A treasure like dawn before sunrise. A massive power Ronan had never seen. Zypha was a complete monster, beyond Ronan's comprehension. Ronan shook his head, understanding why Nebris was defeated. But then, the wyverns' flight paths suddenly changed. They fanned out like a fan, groups of about 7 flying in a disciplined, strategic dispersal. Zypha remained unconcerned, estimating the remaining wyverns. Turning to Ronan, he said, "Don't interfere." Then Zypha leaped like a cannonball, beginning a one-sided slaughter of the wyverns. "He's insane." Ronan's eyes widened. At this rate, the wyverns wouldn't even reach the Roman mountains before being wiped out. But Ronan's expression didn't relax. Something was off. He suddenly noticed Kra's nebula glow mana had vanished. No matter how he searched, it was gone. Even if they killed all the wyverns, without capturing Kra's members alive, Iril's safety wasn't guaranteed. Ronan's eyes darted rapidly, then fixed on a cloud. That cloud was flying unusually low, heading straight for the Roman mountains. Ronan's mouth opened wide. "Found you." He turned to the dazed Assel. "If you're rested, we need to move." Ronan pointed at the suspicious cloud. Assel froze, his expression like he might die any moment. Ronan scanned around, finally finding a wyvern's head. Using it as a foothold, Ronan stepped onto the wyvern's head. Assel used telekinesis to propel them forward. Ronan's judgment was correct. On that cloud stood 2 people. One was a young man controlling the wyverns with magic. The other was an old man in a white robe. Since the Kraz woman had left the team, their mission had gone awry. "Luckily, we used those wyverns as bait to hold off that monster Zypha." Still, the young man felt sorry for the wyverns. The plan went off track but didn't fail completely from the start. They intended to use the wyverns as a distraction. Then, with an intricate magical orb, they'd raise the Roman mountains, hold it steady, if it drops, we're done. The old man stroked his beard, while the young man eyed the orb in the wyvern's claws. Lord Alibri is remarkable, engraving 30 different explosive spells on that orb. Of course, his title wasn't earned for nothing, he's truly blessed by starlight. By the way, I heard Bridges gone, you might get a promotion. The young man lowered his head, his strength was far below Bridges. So he changed the subject. Speaking of which, did you receive the high priest's blessing? The old man didn't answer, just laughed heartily. The young man understood, eyes widening. He knew the old man's strength, but never thought he'd receive a starlight blessing. What ability did you get? Tell me. The young man was about to continue, but suddenly, the cloud before them split open. A wyvern's head appeared. Good job, Assel, there are 2 of them, we can take one down, right? As he spoke, Ronan lunged at the old man with incredible speed. La Mancha in his hand glowed with an eerie deep red. Ronan's strike was so fast the old man could barely react. Deciding to counter or evade was nearly impossible. I didn't plan to show off here, what a waste. Focusing, the old man formed a spherical barrier around himself. This strange shield was completely unlike typical magical shields. It bore the starlight blessing, capable of withstanding nearly any attack in the world. But seeing it, Ronan sighed in relief. La Mancha pierced the starlight protection, cleanly slaying the old man. Instant kill. Aiden Storm, a senior Cross member, was killed in one strike by Ronan. Even after using the starlight blessing, this left the young Cross member stunned. The fearsome Aiden Storm, whom countless feared, died before his eyes. The young man clutched his head, questioning reality. Who is this guy? Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. If the old man had known about his unique ability, the situation might have been different. He smirked at the old man. You're really unlucky. The young man raised his right hand to counter, launching a massive fireball at Ronan, but with a slight tilt of his head, Ronan easily dodged. With a swift swing, he cleanly severed the young man's right arm. Intense pain quickly knocked him out, but moments later, the pain woke him again. Ronan crouched, covering his mouth with his palm. When I let go, tell me your purpose here. If I have to torture you, it won't be fun. The young man's bloodshot eyes teared up, fear making him nod instinctively. But when Ronan let go, the young man cursed at him without a word. Ronan grabbed La Mancha and pierced his thigh. The curses turned to desperate screams. I'll talk. The young man's voice trembled. I'm Kidian, Kraz Nebula's monster tamer. I was with a woman controlling the wyverns, but a rotting fish smell in the air disrupted us. Get to the point, Ronan interrupted impatiently. Kidian nodded frantically, briefly explaining his mission. As Ronan suspected, making the monsters rampage was just part of the ruse. The real goal was to destroy the Roman mountains. It's over now, please spare me. But Ronan's furrowed brow didn't ease. This guy was hiding something. His mind raced, then it hit him, the thing in the wyvern's claws. Ronan had Assel lifted into the air. What's this for? Looking at La Mancha pressed against his neck. Kidian wanted to hide it but didn't dare stay silent. This is... His voice trailed off, but then, Assel, inspecting the orb, let out a scream. Ronan, this is an explosive spell. It has 30 of them. It's designed to explode after a timed impact, damn it. Ronan swung La Mancha, severing Kidian's left arm. Didn't I tell you not to play tricks? Kidian writhed in pain, but his lips curled into a smirk. It's almost time, we'll all die together. The orb's runes flickered, as if responding to his words. Assel's face paled, but Ronan, deep in thought, spoke up. Damn it. I'm a bit confused. You said the runes are magic, right? Ronan gripped La Mancha and attacked the unknown orb. With a flurry of slashes, it shattered into dozens of pieces, its runes losing their glow. No explosion occurred. Kidian stared in disbelief. What? How did you do that? Ronan scratched his head with a smile. Everyone's different from past experiences. He knew he could disrupt magic just then. A massive figure landed on the wyvern. There you are. It was Zypha, his clothes soaked in blood. You're here? I told you I'd catch them. No worries. I'd have caught them even if you didn't. Besides, without me, you'd have been blown up. What explosion? Zypha raised an eyebrow. Ronan considered explaining but found it too troublesome. He had Assel lower the wyvern. Ronan sighed deeply. I didn't expect moving to be this hard. Xifa approached. What reward do you want? This is the king's order. Reward those who eliminate Krah's members. Ronan raised his brow in delight and unexpected gain. How about this? I want to borrow your strength. Meanwhile, Shulifen was escorting Iril's moving caravan. He didn't dare relax. But oddly, despite reports of rampant monsters, nothing happened on the way. Shulifen glanced restlessly into the carriage, accidentally meeting Iril's gaze. Using his most mature tone, he asked, "Need any help?" Iril smiled, patting the seat beside her. "Come rest a bit." Shulifen's face flushed. "No. I'm on duty. There are wolf-like monsters out there." Seeing Iril's wide eyes, Shulifen felt guilty, thinking his words scared her. Before he could clarify, Iril poked her head out the window. "Be careful though, you're a noble. You're also my brother's friend. I don't want you hurt, huh? Noble? Right? I'm a noble's friend. No. I mean, I'm your brother's friend. Also, a noble by chance." Shulifen stumbled into incoherent rambling, but then, a mercenary in the caravan shouted, "Something's approaching fast from the right." Shulifen drew his long sword and jumped to the front. Seconds later, a massive figure appeared. As the team prepared to attack, the mercenary captain shouted, "Stop, everyone, stop." Its sword Saint Xifa. Behind him were two familiar figures, Ronan and Asel. "Nothing happened here, right?" Iril heard clearly. It was Ronan's voice. She rushed off the carriage, eyes full of longing after months apart. Seeing Ronan, she thought he'd gotten thinner. "Have you not been eating properly?" As Iril fussed over him, a sharp metallic clash rang out. Ronan gripped La Mancha, shielding Iril. Turning, he saw Xifa attacking Shulifen. "Old hag, are you crazy?" Shulifen barely blocked, his trembling legs looking like a breeze could topple him. "Just a simple greeting, Empire's rising star." Xifa sheathed his sword. "The rumors about you aren't false after me. It'll surely be one of you two." Seeing Shulifen's confusion, Xifa explained, "I'm talking about the next sword saint. If you were my kin, I'd train you myself." Both boys' eyes widened. They hadn't expected such high praise from Xifa. With Xifa and his 13 beastmen's help, the move was completed earlier than expected. Shulifen watched Iril's back, as if enchanted, unable to hide his feelings. Ronan smiled. Maybe letting her protect Iril wasn't a bad idea. "Moved. We finally moved Iril." To thank everyone, Iril cooked a feast with potato stew and more potato stew. Well, potatoes were the only ingredient available, but even so, Shulifen ate with relish. As if it was the tastiest food he'd ever had. He downed 5 bowls in 3 minutes. Iril thought a noble like Shulifen wouldn't like potato stew. But maybe Shulifen didn't like potato stew, just the one Iril made. Ronan couldn't take it anymore and slipped out to the balcony. But then, a commotion downstairs caught his attention. Not far off, a crowd had gathered in a circle, as if watching something. Even Xifa's subordinates were among them. Why are those furry animals gathered there? Ronan leaned over the balcony to get a clearer view. In the center of the crowd were 3 people. Damn it! Ronan's expression twisted as he saw clearly. Xifa and Neberus stood face-to-face. The tense atmosphere didn't seem pleasant. Especially Neberus, who gripped her great sword, Uruza, in her hands. Adeshan, in her school uniform, was shouting as she tried to intervene. "Professor, please calm down. You can't do this here." "But you saw it, didn't you?" "Adeshan, this old cat is provoking me, and we're just locking eyes, nothing more." But her mana was pulsing within Uruza's blade. Even from that distance, Ronan could see it without hesitation. He leaped from the balcony. "I'm just too unlucky. If either of them swings carelessly, it'll lead to a very unpleasant situation." Ronan quickly reached the scene. He glanced at the bystanders. He couldn't believe they were just watching. "Are you also incompetent? A disaster is unfolding before you, and you're just standing there." "Well, kid, do you know who that woman is? She's the former sword saint. How are we supposed to intervene?" "Fine, you're all useless." Ronan pushed through the crowd, quickly spotting the 2 sword saints and a flustered Adeshan. Xifa, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. "Your fiery temper hasn't changed a bit. Neberus, I thought becoming a professor might have mellowed you. Enough talk. Draw your sword. I'd rather you use your own weapon, not that sword gun." "As arrogant as ever, but you can't beat me." The situation grew tense. A clash between 2 swordsmanship masters seemed imminent. At that moment, Nebrus's sword vanished from sight except for Ronan and Zypha. No one saw it disappear with a swoosh. Uruza carved a crescent-shaped arc through the air. A crescent-shaped blade of energy shot toward the sky. A massive Starin moon-shaped energy, nearly 200 meters in diameter. It sliced through the thick clouds above, splitting them in two. A curious tone slipped from Zypha's mouth. Interesting, you've gotten much stronger, wanna test it now? A bit of light exercise might not be a bad idea. As Zypha gripped his crescent blade, the veins in his hand bulged. The atmosphere between the two swordsmen was charged with tension. It seemed they could charge at each other any moment, but just as Nebrus was about to take her first step, Ronan leaped through the crowd, landing between them. What the hell are you doing here? Ronan, Adeshan's eyes widened, and Nebrus paused. The intense tension dissipated, and time seemed to flow normally again. Zypha let out a sigh, sheathing his crescent blade with a smile. Is the move finished? Yeah, it's done. Good, I should head out soon. I've already informed the royal guard. This was an unexpected detour. Until then, Nebrus, who had remained silent, pointed her sword tip at Zypha, roaring, why are you casually talking to my disciple? What? I don't even have the right to speak with him. You must really treasure him. Well, that's understandable. Don't change the subject. What's this about moving? You'll find out yourself. By the way, this kid and the rising star both received my greeting and they're still standing on their own two legs. You've got a good disciple. What? Nebrus narrowed her eyes. Zypha was about to say something, but the crowd parted. Revealing a lieutenant's face, he saluted Zypha. Captain, His Majesty the King summons you. You need to report to the palace immediately. Damn it, this is why I wanted to leave. Understood. Zypha clicked his tongue. It was, of course, an urgent matter, but he seemed to have no particular loyalty to the Emperor. Their relationship was initially forged through a blood oath, forced upon them. The lieutenant also saluted Nebrus, looking at Ronan. He said, thank you for assisting with the arrest. We hope you'll accept the bounty. I will. By the way, what's your name? I see you often, but I've never heard it. I'm Captain Ninia of the Imperial Knights. You seem like you'd get along with one of our professors. Want me to introduce you? Ninia seemed startled and recoiled. Ronan chuckled softly at his uncomfortable reaction. Zypha, who had been sighing deeply, finally spoke. I'll head out then. I look forward to the day we meet at the chicken dinner. Ronan, chicken dinner? The unfamiliar term made Ronan raise an eyebrow. Zypha didn't respond. He, along with Ninia and his subordinates, was escorted to the palace. Almost as if they were being coerced. Moments later, the towering figures vanished from sight. Adeshan, who had been standing still, suddenly collapsed as if her strength had left her. Ronan quickly caught her. What's wrong all of a sudden? Are you okay? Yes, but seeing them in person, I think I got a bit tense. Adeshan's breathing was rapid. It was too late when Ronan realized the reason. He pursed his lips. Zypha, the creator of the Knight of Fangs, was Adeshan's enemy. Damn, I don't know what to say. With Ronan's support, Adeshan stood up. In fact, considering the person who directly caused her family's death was standing before her, not screaming or fainting was already quite admirable. At that moment, Nebrus approached Ronan. Ronan, is what that cat said true? You stood on your own two legs when he greeted you? Ha, if you mean that damned ambush. Yes. Nebrus's eyes widened. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Explain everything that happened when you were with that old cat. Don't leave anything out. There seems to be a lot to talk about. Ronan had no choice but to lead them to his sister's new home. However, as he entered, Shelefen was still eating potato stew. Here comes the sword Saint Zypha, invincible in the war against humans. Yet after conquering several towns, he inexplicably chose to negotiate. Some say Zypha was afraid. He knew this rebellion would surely fail, as several powerful human champions in the Empire had yet to appear. Others say he surrendered to infiltrate the Empire, waiting for a chance to dismantle humanity. People speculated endlessly, but the true reason remains unknown. Zypha proposed withdrawing his army, on the condition that his subordinates not be harmed. Zypha, who single-handedly killed over 1,000 Imperial soldiers, should have been executed after surrendering, but the king, moved by his ability and resolve, not only accepted the proposal but also pardoned Zypha. As a result, the northern beast tribes regained their freedom and land. And the king gained the empire's sharpest sword. He and Zypha signed a blood oath. That's the whole story of that old cat. Nebris told Ronan everything. Ronan, in turn, recounted what happened in the Roman mountains. Hearing about the Night of Fangs, Adeshan's body still trembled involuntarily. Nebris gently held her hand. Iril laughed, saying, Zypha's smarter than I thought. I thought he was just good at fighting, which makes him even more dangerous. We can't predict what he's thinking. Nebris emphasized the unpredictability of a cat like Zypha. Ronan neither agreed nor disagreed with her opinion. But thinking about monitoring more targets, he just sighed softly. Things seemed to be getting busier. Like other powerful individuals, Zypha never revealed himself on the final battlefield. So such uncertainties must be closely monitored. Seconds later, Nebris stood up. Let's head back to the academy. I've scheduled classes. Yes, we should go. I still need to write my club activity report, of course. I'll omit the part about Cross Nebula. Poor Professor Marlin, having to handle so much on his own. Ending the conversation, the three headed straight to Philip's. Iril smiled brightly, waving them off. Goodbye, you two and Ronan. Take care. See you this weekend. Yeah. See you next time. Nebris gave a brief farewell. Adeshan bowed respectfully. Ronan thought bringing them to his sister's house was a good idea. It meant someone would help if anything happened to Iril. On the way, Nebris casually spoke. By the way, you said you can already project your sword aura. Ronan nodded. Yeah, to some extent. That poor Professor Jordan must have paid a price for it. Nebris stuck out her tongue, lightly scolding him. Ronan didn't argue further, as he was too exhausted. Back at the academy, Ronan fell into a deep sleep in his dorm. It wasn't until the third day that he woke up. God, if I keep this up, I won't grow any taller. Still, a good night's sleep eased his physical burden. Ronan soon arrived at the training hall, where students were scattered about. Some were sparring, others practicing swordsmanship. Nebris stood at a distance, observing the students' stances. Ronan, you're finally here. She spoke to him without taking her eyes off the students. Class is about to start. Go to that open spot and show me your sword aura. Nebris pointed to an area with training dummies. Ronan yawned and walked over. Ugh, is this really necessary? It's too far. He stood 30 steps from the dummy. Ronan closed his eyes, focusing, then swung his sword. With a swoosh, he felt energy drain from his body. A crescent-shaped sword aura shot forward, but as expected, it missed the dummy, dissipating after about 9 steps. Nebris nodded approvingly, unsurprised. Not bad, but it's like pissing against the wind. Ronan grumbled, but Nebris stressed he shouldn't rush. You should try to understand the concept of sword aura. Even if you're already a sword expert, you can't take it slow. Because the curse hinders his mana flow, reaching a normal person's mana usage level. Would take 20 years if done slowly. Ronan was about to persist with sword aura training. Suddenly, an image of his encounter with Varsak flashed in his mind. By the way, I have a question. Can you change the form of a sword aura? The sword aura Varsak displayed looked like a raging storm, far stronger than ordinary ones. Ronan gestured, describing it in detail. He also mentioned that La Mancha's sword spirit had turned deep crimson. Nebris raised an eyebrow as she listened. Looks like Master Dolan put a lot of effort into crafting your weapon. Give me your sword. Her voice carried a hint of awe. Ronan handed over La Mancha. As Nebris grasped the hilt, deep crimson mana burst forth like blood from a wound. What the hell? Ronan stepped back in shock. The sword looked like it was bleeding. The mana's density was so great it could be mistaken for liquid. This was on a completely different scale from Varsak's. The crimson mana even covered the arena floor, rising to the students' ankles. What is this? The students were confused. La Mancha's sword spirit emitted a dangerous deep crimson glow, far from its original color. Nebris observed the phenomenon with keen interest, fierce yet agile. It really resembles its master. Damn it, what did you do to my sword? She didn't answer, instead gripping the hilt tighter. Seconds later, the mana flowing across the arena began to be absorbed by La Mancha. Nebris shifted her gaze from the sword spirit to Ronan. What you're seeing now is the sword's true form. You mean that slippery, unreal thing before? Yes, when I infused mana, it awakened its hidden inner power. Nebras's eyes sparkled with interest. She spun La Mancha in a full circle, then spoke well-crafted weapons add their own flair to the user's attacks. Like my Uruza or Duke Grancia's pale crossbow, this sword can already rival some legendary blades. Nebras suddenly swung La Mancha, and a liquid-like sword aura shot out. However, it was completely different from what Varsak had shown. Varsak's sword aura had flooded like a deluge. In contrast, Nebras's was like a waterfall. Sloping in a straight line, the torrent of sword aura swept through the dummy, uprooting it from the ground. But the aura didn't stop there. Even damaging the wall behind an unremarkable black sword had awakened a new form in the professor's hands. Ronan was dumbfounded. He'd used it for 2.5 years and never knew. So Master Dolan had hidden so many secrets in this sword when he forged it. But when La Mancha returned to Ronan's hands, the blade quickly dulled. Damn it! I'm your master, can you not be so cold to me? Ronan was disappointed now. Follow my steps, not only can you do this, but you can also join the Sword Festival. Sword Festival? Ronan raised an eyebrow. The Sword Festival is a ceremony gathering the strongest swordsmen from across the continent. Only those who pass the ceremony earn the right to challenge the Holy Sword quest. Nebras explained that the Holy Sword is a legendary weapon, said to be hidden somewhere in the sacred domain of Parzan, though no one has seen its true form. Its existence remains a mystery. Ronan's eyes lit up. Sounds interesting. Even without the Holy Sword, it's still worth a visit. You can witness the strongest swordsmen from different nations or perhaps some wandering masters. Nebras's expression carried a hint of nostalgia, clearly having attended often. Training continued, with Nebras teaching Ronan how to infuse mana into his sword. After Ronan focused for a moment, a faint glow began rising along the blade. Nebras nodded. Good, hold it for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, swing your sword. 5 minutes is too short, I can last at least half an hour. 47 seconds. Nebras shook her head, checking her pocket watch. Wait, why's that? Ronan was stunned and tried again. 1 minute, 23 seconds. Is my body really that weak? He then realized it might be due to the curse limiting his mana reserves. After 2 attempts, Ronan started feeling dizzy. But as he gripped the hilt, the blade still flickered with a faint glow. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Damn it. Why does it keep fading? Ronan's head throbbed, sweat pouring down. He lost count of how many times he tried. Let's stop for today. Your only issue is mana control. Even if you can't do it, you're already the strongest in the school. No need to rush. Ronan twisted his lips in frustration. He couldn't wait that long. Those 3 rabbits are coming soon, and this is far from enough. Ronan caught his breath and resumed training. Transferring mana from his body to the sword was fine, but keeping it there was the problem. His meager mana reserves couldn't sustain the sword's constant drain. However, after drinking a sip of cold water, a brilliant idea struck him. If cold water calms me down and hot water heats me up, cycling them could achieve a perfect balance. Ronan took a deep breath, his lips curling. A strange, soothe-like sound escaped his mouth. He felt mana leaving and rapidly replenishing. Time ticked by, but the deep crimson glow on La Mancha didn't fade. After an unknown time, someone tapped his shoulder. Time's up. What? Already? Ronan felt he hadn't lasted more than 3 minutes, but Nebras held up her pocket watch. It's been exactly 13 minutes now. Swing your sword while maintaining this feeling. Ronan nodded, and the sound of his swing sliced through the air. The next second, dozens of red lines appeared on the dummy, shredding it to pieces. Ronan grinned smugly. This was a sword-swinging speed he'd never experienced. Unlike merely following mana's flow, he'd infused mana into the sword itself. If he could maintain this state, nothing would be uncuttable. But as Ronan rejoiced, a magic circle appeared on the wall Nebras had damaged, seemingly repairing it. That magic. Nebras frowned. It's been a while. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Ronan, and Nebras turned to see a thin figure bathed in the sunset's glow. Professor Jordan. Ronan barely recognized him. His hair was neat, and his cheeks fuller. At a loss for words, Ronan's assessment was, "Professor, you're looking more human." Jordan wasn't upset, instead thanking Ronan profusely for providing the pure blood essence. Jordan wasn't upset, instead thanking Ronan profusely for providing the pure blood essence. I actually came here for her today. Jaden's tone shifted abruptly. I can now confirm that this child's power is extremely dangerous. Ronan listened, silently turning his head. Perhaps it's time to start the path to the Grand Marshal's reinstatement, a clumsy girl with a power existing only on a conceptual level. She is Grand Marshal Adeshan in her past life. She rose to a position second only to one. Thanks to this ability, after Jaden shared his research on Adeshan, Ronan found her. Is my power dangerous? Professor Jaden said, so I'm getting nervous but also excited. Thank you, Ronan. Adeshan smiled. Brighter than the warmth of early summer, they went to the main building of the magic department, not Jaden's office, to a deeper research lab designed for testing dangerous magic. The massive iron door was over 10 meters tall, protected by multiple layers of defensive magic. But upon entering, Ronan froze. Contrary to expectations, the lab wasn't just filled with unidentifiable experimental equipment and machines. One side had a row of cages. Inside were various creatures, from rats and foxes to wolves and eagles. Damn, is the professor planning to open a zoo? No, these are materials for dark magic and mind control experiments. Jaden appeared beside a massive hexagonal pillar. But Ronan, why are you here? I didn't call you. Are you here because you're worried about her? Adeshan blushed and turned away, pretending not to hear. Ronan didn't deny it. The reason seemed right to him. The experiment began. Jaden had Adeshan stand between three pillars while he chanted a spell nearby. As his voice rang out, the once silent hexagonal pillar began to vibrate violently. Don't move, I'm extracting your innate mana. Adeshan tried deep breathing to stay calm. Soon, a strange mana energy surged from her shoulders. Unlike ordinary mana, it exuded an eerie alien aura. It seemed to defy the world's laws entirely. I'm not mistaken. This is dark mana. Jaden stroked his chin. Have you ever wondered why you lack talent for handling mana? And why you grasp everything slower than others? Because the power you face is fundamentally different from others. Jaden continued, explaining that there were once geniuses with similar conditions. They couldn't master their abilities until, one day, they accidentally unleashed them, causing devastating disasters. So first, we need to clear all the mana accumulated in your body. Jaden chanted another spell. The mana energy on Adeshan's shoulders grew stronger, now mixed with some familiar blue mana. This normal mana is like impurities to you. There are several ways to eliminate it. If you work hard enough, it could take just 5 years. Hearing 5 years, Ronan frowned. Though much faster than his own 20 years, he clearly couldn't wait that long. If we clear it right now, it won't cause any adverse effects, right? After getting Jaden's affirmative reply, Ronan drew La Mancha, a red glow instantly enveloping the blade. Ronan, why are you suddenly drawing your sword? Sorry, I can't wait that long. Adeshan was about to say something, but Ronan had already vanished from her sight. Countless sword strikes densely bombarded the mana energy. A delayed explosion echoed through the room. The mana energy on Adeshan's shoulders shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, Adeshan screamed and collapsed. The powerful mana surge instantly destroyed 2 of the 3 massive pillars. Did the mana disappear? Jaden's eyes widened. The blue mana in Adeshan's body seemed to have completely vanished. Only pure dark mana remained, roiling and surging. This impact was far more severe than expected. Adeshan's tall frame twitched like a deer struck by lightning. The research lab shook violently. Crackling sounds came from all directions. I didn't expect it to be this severe. Jaden's face froze. This power far exceeded expectations. All the cages holding animals were destroyed. Grand Marshal, Ronan's words slipped out. It was a long-lost familiarity, but much weaker than what he'd seen in his past life. After a while, Adeshan opened her eyes. Realizing she was leaning on Ronan, she quickly stood, apologizing frantically. Sorry, I'm too heavy. Ronan smiled weakly, a trace of bitterness in his expression. Adeshan's response brought him back to reality. He knew enhancing Adeshan's power didn't mean the Grand Marshal's former personality would return. Did I do this? Adeshan looked around, suddenly covering her mouth with her hand. Forget it, just tell them to gather here. Adeshan looked skeptical at Ronan's words. Gather here. The moment her voice fell, the noisy animals instantly quieted down, though many were in poor condition. Some rats, pierced with glass and barely alive, approached Adeshan as if possessed. "This is my power, gathering rats. For now, yes, have them return to their cages." The animals lined up like disciplined soldiers. Adeshan sensed an eerie atmosphere in their eyes. She spoke again. "Return to your cages," and the animals obeyed. But suddenly, Adeshan's aura vanished, and the animals' eyes regained their spark. They began chattering and running chaotically. Adeshan looked puzzled. "All the mana in my body seems to have disappeared." "Correct, what you need to cultivate now is the dark magic core in your heart, not ordinary mana," Jaden explained, like starting from scratch. Seeing Adeshan nod resolutely, Jaden smiled with relief. He seemed to understand why that monster Neberus took a liking to her, appointing her as an assistant despite her inexperience. Though she lost everything built through immense effort, her eyes still shone with determination. After a brief silence, Jaden spoke again. "The problem is that the abilities within your dark mana are too dangerous, so what exactly is my power?" Adeshan asked anxiously. Though the animals were in chaos, their unwavering obedience chilled her. "Many details still need further study, but there's no doubt it's a mind control ability. Yes, a power even Archmage Lorihan couldn't attain. We thought such an eerie ability existed only in theory." Jaden explained his hypothesis about Adeshan's power. Ronan recalled his past life. Adeshan's ability was to impose her will on other beings. On a single target, it could become immensely powerful. Expanded, it could affect hundreds of thousands. Recalling the final battle, Ronan couldn't help but twist his lips into a bitter smile. It's a power that can become infinitely cruel. 3 lifetimes had worn Adeshan down. Ronan thought of the soldiers charging toward Ahudi to buy time beyond the foolish crusade comrades, or a few truly honorable knights. Most had eyes filled with a dull light, like animals just under mind control for some reason. Ronan felt a mix of emotions. Will this girl one day issue such commands? Leaving the lab, Ronan and Adeshan walked through the campus. Birds on the path saw her and flew away as if fleeing something terrifying. "You mentioned my power might also work on humans, right?" Adeshan looked at Ronan with worry. "I'm scared I might one day abuse my power and become a monster. Manipulating people at will, trampling their intentions, causing countless deaths." She only said to gather, but the rats dragged their half-broken bodies over, ignoring their own survival. They were already under her mental control despite such a heaven-defying power. The kind-hearted Adeshan was plagued by self-doubt. She feared one day using this power to manipulate others' wills at will, even inciting wars and causing loss of life. But Ronan just smiled. "If you ever use this power for selfish reasons, rest assured, I'll stop you." Looking at Ronan, Adeshan's expression gradually grew resolute, as if she'd made up her mind. In the following weeks, everyone enjoyed a rare, peaceful academy life. They trained methodically, with Adeshan making the most progress. She could now control 5 squirrels at once. Though still far from her past life, Ronan was no exception, training his swordsmanship while continuously infusing mana into La Mancha. After completing a set of basic sword techniques, Neberus suddenly approached. "There's news from Zero Magic Tower. The damage from Kraz's explosion has been fully repaired." Finally done. A satisfied smile spread across Ronan's face. Sarant once told him there might be clues about the 10 curses on his body in Zero Tower. Ronan checked his pocket watch. 2 hours had passed since he first infused mana into La Mancha. After submitting an outing request to Professor Marlin, he set off alone. This time, he'd take an airship, lavishly decorated. It was powered by 8 griffins in front. Entering the airship's hall and finding his seat, Ronan suddenly widened his eyes. On the opposite sofa sat a familiar figure. Elizabeth. Looking out the window, Elizabeth turned at the sound. Her expression held a hint of surprise. "What are you doing here? How did you escape from Phillips?" Elizabeth burst into giggles. "This guy Ronan always says weird things. He seemed to forget the girl before him was a genius, able to control all 3 elements simultaneously. Got any friends? You always seem alone at this." Elizabeth's face flushed, as if stung by the remark. With the griffin's 6 wings flapping, the airship slowly ascended toward the clouds. Late at night, Ronan couldn't sleep. Elizabeth, tipsy, was rambling nonsense. "Isn't Sister Adeshan my friend? She's beautiful, perfect. I want to marry her." Ronan sighed. I shouldn't have let her drink. How are you like this after one sip? Are you faking it? Heh, no way. Princess Akalusia's alcohol tolerance couldn't be that low. Elizabeth snapped her fingers. Suddenly, let me show you something fun. As her words fell, a small lion made of flames leaped onto the table. Damn it, stop. Ronan quickly grabbed her wrist. This was why he didn't dare fall asleep. He feared that if he dozed off, he'd wake to find the airship plummeting. No surprise, it'd be Elizabeth's fault. Ronan dragged her to the deck. What a strong wind, though the gale had already messed up Elizabeth's hair. She still didn't seem fully sober. Let's talk about Adeshan. You seem really nice to her. Ronan was curious. Elizabeth never spared a glance for those with weak abilities. Why was her attitude toward Adeshan so different? Sure, Elizabeth recounted how she met Adeshan. It was just her getting lost in the library, and Adeshan passing by helped her. The story itself wasn't thrilling. Her praises of Adeshan were longer than the main account. Don't compare Sister Adeshan to others. She's different. Elizabeth's voice softened, and her arms drooped. Ronan realized she'd fallen asleep. To prevent her from waking and causing a scene, he decided to keep things as they were. Time passed. How long he didn't know. After the airship pierced thick clouds, a massive structure suddenly appeared in the distance. A cylindrical tower with 24 tiers, looking like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Zero magic tower, but as Ronan focused on admiring the magnificent structure, the griffins pulling the airship let out shrill, ominous screeches. Sure enough, the next second, 7 massive fireballs hurtled toward the airship, their flames tearing through the air with terrifying sonic booms. Ronan sensed danger and shook Elizabeth. Wake up. Quick. What's wrong? What happened? Elizabeth woke but collapsed to the ground, still unsteady. Number 1, 5, 7, hit the brakes. The rest, rotate left, lower altitude. The captain shouted urgently, trying to maneuver minimize damage. But the fireballs flew far faster than imagined, closing in within a blink. At that moment, a strange sound came from Ronan's mouth. They have to be completely destroyed. Ronan drew his sword, dozens of sharp slashes surging toward the fireballs from all directions. Just as the fireballs were about to engulf Ronan, a deafening explosion erupted. This was his first success in real combat. Ronan looked at La Mancha with disbelief, the mana-infused blade emitting a subtle red glow. Fragments of the fireballs flew past Ronan's body. Was the airship hit? Ronan turned quickly, seeing the airship still intact. His face lit up. A purple magic shield tightly enveloped the vessel. Nice job, Elizabeth. What happened? My head hurts. Elizabeth groaned about her hangover. Oblivious to what she'd done, we've confirmed 7 unidentified fireballs were launched at your ship. Please rest assured, this was not Dawn Magic Tower's intent. We're currently deploying all resources to apprehend the culprits. Dawn Magic Tower broadcasted this message to everyone, but it made Ronan frown. The fireballs clearly came from the tower's direction, so he found the broadcast's credibility low. Yet the captain still believed they should land at the tower. Following the tower deputy's advice, the airship stopped in the garden, not the usual landing point. Clearly, this was where Kra's nebula self-destructed months ago. Ronan placed his hand on the deck's railing to ensure no accidents occurred, but at that moment, a pillar of fire suddenly rose before him. A middle-aged man in a robe stepped out. The mana radiating from him was so intense it made Ronan dizzy. It was the 7th ring Archmage on Ferrara.